So
yeah, it's 90. Yeah, one angle of the hypotenuse is 90 degrees, so you can figure out the other two angles. So
right
he's trying to exploit that, but that's okay. Yeah, it's a right triangle. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
So can you get a right triangle if the Earth is graded between you and the star?
What do you mean if the Earth is graded? What does that mean?
If the Earth has a grade to it, like it's flat, but it goes up or down, like kind of like how a road or you ever been on a road that has a grade to it? It's just slightly going down or slightly going up or something. Like some trucks can't go on certain grades, like it'll say it on the road, like.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. But is that a curved surface?
No, it's a flat grade. So would you get?
All right, so it's flat.
Would you still be able to get the right triangle though if it was
right?
graded?
So if it's flat, then absolutely, yeah. If it's flat, horizontal,
it's totally flat.
Right.
But wouldn't it be more than 90 degrees?
That's why I was trying to get you to define an angle, because an angle is formed by two straight lines which meet at a point. Right, two straight lines.
Anywhere
so
on
if
Earth,
you're on a globe, you are not going to acquire any elevation angles because it requires.
That's what they do with the sextant. That's what they do.
90
degrees. They build a triangle from their observer, from the observer's point.
Absolutely,
but
that is a
flat triangle. It's a hypotenuse.
Absolutely,
they try to determine the hypotenuse angle based on the hypotenuse.
Wouldn't it be more than 90 or less than 90 if the Earth is graded?
No, well, you establish the 90-degree angle, and then you establish the other angles that will add up to 180 degrees. So if it's low on the horizon, then you're going to get a difference between the angles.
So you're not going to use the 90 degree at all.
Well, if you're looking at the horizon, you're going to assume that
it's from 0 to 90.
From your point to the horizon, that's a straight line. The angle to the object you're observing with the sextant, that's established as an angle. You won't.
Hey man,
you want to assume it's the distance away. You're just assuming
90 degrees.
You're just telling you what you observe it is as the angle of view above the horizon back to your point, and then that's where you come up with the hypotenuse.
So sometimes
you always assume that the line from you to the horizon is a straight line.
Straight line.
It has to be.
It has to be.
Correct. And if that straight line is graded up or down, you're not going to get a 90-degree angle.
I mean, that's why you do it over the ocean. You use the sextant most of the time over the ocean.
Well, I thought you had to have a right triangle to get an elevation angle.
Exactly.
So what the hell's happening here?
It's still.
Oh, that's what I think you were trying to say the same thing I am, but I just wanted to simplify.
So where's the gradation on the surface of the sea?
Between
there
is none.
Gradation. There's no gradation.
There is none. Exactly.
There is none.
So why is this even being employed as an argument? It's not. It's just bullshit.
It's just ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous.
Because there is grades in the Earth, dude. The Earth isn't perfect.
Sure, I mean you can't do something like this if you're in the Rocky Mountains and you can't do that in the Rocky Mountains.
You can't do it in mountains because it needs to be flat and in line with the horizontal.
Yeah, you have to do it over water for the most part.
Uses the sextant over mountains. That's fucking ridiculous.
Really? Why is it ridiculous that you have to do it over water?
It is ridiculous, but we're
because
talking about
sextants
versus what's accurate.
Sextants are nautical and nautical tools. They're not used over mountains. That's just preposterous.
Exactly.
But my point is possible versus accurate. No one in their right mind is going to do that. Obviously,
right.
But I'm saying
because you're not going to acquire an elevation angle.
All right, here's another simple thing
that you sextant in an airplane to fly, you're gonna fucking crash. If you
nobody uses sextants on an airplane. They travel from port to port, based on using different instruments. Check this out. Here's something that really can help you. I'm gonna simplify it. the reason that you would use a sextant as a traveler across the ocean in a boat, which they don't use sextants much anymore unless their instruments are all messed up and they travel by the stars, which is, that's the thing that they used to use. The sextant was used so that they knew where north, south, east, and west was. They knew where they were going. They knew the general direction they're traveling in by using the sextant based on what where they saw the horizon. They could actually tell. Even at night, you know what I'm saying? So they knew where the North Star was. Most people traveled across the ocean in the north. But if you're in the middle of the Atlantic, shit,
Orion's belt.
You're so far away from land. How the fuck are you going to tell where you are? Oh, I have a sextant. I can point at the horizon, and then I can get a general direction I'm traveling.
You know way more than general direction. Way more. That's why you use a nautical.
So yes. With a sextant, when you're on the Atlantic, you can know exactly where you're going to hit.
Well, within a certain error margin, yes, because you use more than one star.
100, 200 miles?
Less than that. What you do use is a nautical
as you
almanac.
Move closer, you can measure. You have to constantly measure the elevation angles.
No, actually, within like a couple hundred yards.
Right. So,
like if you use a sextant and you get 3 stars, right, and you do it just right, you're going to be like within 200 or 300 yards.
Absolutely, that's the method.
Closer you get to shore,
that is the method of trilateration.
You're going to have to constantly measure it as you're moving.
That is the method of trilateration. But
only at nighttime, because you can't see the stars during the day.
So it doesn't just give you a general cardinal direction, it actually gives you a fix. That's the whole point of using a sextant.
All right, but earlier you were saying that people can use it with airplanes too.
You can.
Yes,
I'm not backing away from that claim.
Yes, you can. Why? Because the horizon's level, man. Duh.
Exactly.
So you have a plane
and
flying
so
across a plane. You're traveling a lot faster than ships do when you're on an airplane.
Man. That's the whole fucking point, right? That's the whole point of tonight's conversation, man.
Yeah, the whole point of tonight's conversation, I hope everyone gets it, is that you can only measure. It can only be possible to measure an elevation angle from a flat surface.
And I'll drink to that. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm going to drink to that too.
I just cracked a beer. There we go. Cheers.
I hope everyone can drink to that, because that is the only way you can acquire an elevation angle, and that is the only way anyone is ever going to depict an elevation angle.
That's right.
Graphically.
Sextants only work on a isosceles
flat.
Is it an isosceles triangle?
Isosceles
triangle.
Right triangle.
Right triangle.
Right triangle.
Equilateral.
Right.
I just wanted to say it's been Globus versus alcohol.
No, that's not necessarily true. Even though some of us drink, we pretty much get our point across.
You're probably right, but that relates to a lot of people. That relates to a lot lot of people.
I'll be drunk and high soon. I'll be there.
It was good because people understood. Anyway, happy Friday, Saturday morning, wherever you're at.
I think the most important part of that conversation is that when you use a sextant, it has to have the Pythagorean theorem involved, which only
say it simply,
the right triangle. The right triangle is the only part of it. There's two straight lines.
Triangle.
There's two straight lines. There's two straight lines that you determine, the angle and the length of the hypotenuse, which actually this gets into another argument about flat Earth if you're trying to figure out the distance to the moon and the sun. Anyway.
So the reason it's a right angle triangle is because the GP of that star or whatever the celestial body may be actually has a zenith, and that zenith can only ever be 90 degrees. So that's why you have a right angle triangle. That's where the 90 degree comes from. The GP of the star.
I thought the zenith was in the sky.
Well, the zenith is a theoretical 90-degree line drawn from the bottom of that celestial body down to the Earth. So wherever that intersects with the Earth, that's 90 degrees. Sorry?
Do you know
You just said 90-degree line.
Do you know that Sir Isaac Newton once said nature abhors the vacuum? Did you guys hear that?
Orion, that line is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
Right.
So it is at 90 degrees. Yeah.
So does my dog.
Sure, but
we hear you,
that's
bro.
not, the zenith is determined by the distance from the hypotenuse. You know, the distance of the hypotenuse. I
don't think distance has anything to do with it, man.
Sure, as far as observations in the sky, because you can't know. But I'm just saying.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, but if you look at the horizon and the sun is just above the horizon, if you
just to simplify this, if I may,
you're looking at the angle of view above the horizon, assuming that the horizon from your point of view to the horizon is a straight line. The angle of view, and then you have the hypotenuse that leads back to you. Then you determine the distance to the sun from that.
So just to simplify this, if I may, if you have a sextant and you measure the elevation angle of the sun to be at 90 degrees, then that sun is at your zenith.
Correct. Zenith is dead over your fucking head. Okay,
that's the only way you can ever see it. That's why I was asking. I mean, you can't know where the sun is when it's low on the horizon, right? So
but
anyway,
zenith is when it's right over your head, man. It's straight up. The horizon's straight to your left, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it's
90.
So it's like you have two right triangles, one going to the left, one going to the right, and they're all straight from every angle. Right, so
and that's another reason why these sextants don't work on a globe Earth, because they actually find, in essence, what you're trying to do is find the GP of whatever celestial object that you're sighting. That's always going to actually have a GP over the ground or over the ocean in this example, which will be at 90 degrees, and you can only have perpendicular to plumb on a flat surface. You can't have perpendicular to plumb on a globular surface.
But you can't.
You don't really know.
Yeah, by definition, and I can provide a simple little diagram that will show what perpendicularity is.
There you go.
And that it's in the Livestream voice text.
I see it.
In the definition,
right,
perpendicular is 90 degrees.
So
it's a globe.
The one on the left.
Globus just showed it right there.
So the one on the left, guys, the one on the left is not perpendicular, right?
No shit.
Cool. I'm glad we all agree. Right?
Dude, yeah.
The one on the right.
I've been saying this shit for 5 years, bro. I was just like, perpendicular on a globe.
I'm glad you've been saying that, Helio. And this is what I've been trying to propose to the Globers for a long time now. And I've had some of them concede, to a certain extent. But yeah, the little depiction on the right is perpendicular.
It's a great argument.
You all get it, right? I mean, it's so simple.
So simple. That's why it's why it's still around, man. Here we are, like
everything with flat Earth is simple.
14 months later, man.
That's why we're sitting here with our jaws on the floor.
If we could teach our 3-year-old this shit, just like, here's what a perpendicular is. They'd be like, which one's perpendicular?
That's why I always ask for an example of an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. You can't have that as per the picture that I've just posted.
As per geometry.
Yeah, as per geometry, exactly. As per Euclidean geometry, the one on the left is an elevation angle, right? Where the bottom leg of that angle is the surface. The one on the right would represent a globe.
You know what their answer is, though,
that
bro?
is not
Their
an
answer.
elevation angle.
Their answer is the globe. Their answer is, you already know this. The globe is so big, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Right, because the boats go
and
over.
Gravity makes up for
promise.
it.
The boats go over the horizon.
I'm surprised.
Their answers.
I'm surprised there's not a geometry text channel in this, because it'd be pretty easy to throw in the laws of the triangles and things like that.
Is anybody really?
Absolutely.
Is anybody taking Matthew to task on this shit?
Matthew's kind of hopeless, but that's okay. I mean, we have taken him to task many times.
He's kind of docile when it comes to any of these arguments, so it's easy to get him on a particular side, or at least.
I mean, he was in here for 3 hours earlier. Don't call him back.
He said something he's never said before today. He said he was in here to prevent some of the deception of the flat Earth.
Right, he admitted it.
Mm-hmm.
So
what I heard him say that.
Yeah, he's not here to provide any arguments for the globe or give us any kind of constructive feedback or anything. He's just here to prevent the deception. Those were his words, verbatim.
So, let me make sure I got this straight, man. Prevent the deception of the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Is that what
exactly.
Prevent was DMing people.
That's a bummer.
Like that.
That's a bummer.
Hey guys, I think I know of a way that we could at least not objectively, but just at least at the moment subjectively have a better idea what's going on in Matthew's mind. Like I'm almost tempted to just do this myself, because there is an app called Reverse Speech. I think it's just the name of the app. And basically what I'm saying is, to the best of my knowledge, I've only done this a few times. Like once with my brother and maybe a little bit with myself, but mostly I've just heard like political speeches being done with this, where if you take an audio clip of someone saying something and you play it backwards at half speed, you can hear their subconscious. So if you can hear what they are really thinking, backwards at half speed, and if they're telling the truth, they'll be saying something either exactly the same or along the same lines backwards. But if they're thinking the opposite of what they're saying, then they'll say the opposite backwards, something completely different backwards.
Okay.
And it's not like everything you say. It's a hit or miss, but you can sometimes kind of at least find something interesting. Again, like I would put it in the realm of subjective reality instead of objective reality at the moment, because it's not like anything that I'm talking about is really set in stone or whatever.
Right.
But it's just interesting nonetheless. Like I really want to do that with what Matthew says. I want to play it backwards at half speed. Hear what he's really thinking.
It'll be congruent if he believes in what he's saying. It'll be congruent, and you'll hear stuff that is like going along with what he's saying. But if he's being dishonest, the theory is that he'll outright snitch on himself and go, he'll say something like, "No, I'm lying," or "That's not true." I don't know, how scientific this is. I think it's one of those
there's definitely
bullshit thing.
I'll tell you, man, there's a lot of variables, so be ready for some variables. But that could be interesting to see if somebody's really honest or not, man. We play it backwards, half speed, man. Boom. I am whatever.
I'm a dirty snitch, but here's the thing.
Lying piece of shit. Like, really? Is that what you said? Oh, you cock. Fucking.
So you guys know that I talk about listen to the opposite of what they say. So if I think someone is controlled opposition, I'll listen to the opposite of what they say. So Matthew said he wants to keep the flat Earth deception away. He's here to make sure that there's no flat Earth deception. So what's the opposite of that? He's here to make sure that our arguments are honest.
Good and solid, man, and honest. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
What's the opposite?
Dude, I've said this about Matthew for a while now, man. I'm like, dude, he's here to kind of help us, just kind of, because he does a great job of doing the math, bro. Come on. fucking.
And here's the thing: if he's not here, what am I going to be talking about? I'm going to be talking about law. I'll be talking about politics, right? You know, if Matthew's not here, I'm just going to be talking about not flat Earth, right?
Sure.
Doesn't that go for the rest of us?
Yeah,
that's true.
But, you know, I've noticed, you know, people like Glatflobe, not to call him out, but he doesn't appear to like Matthew very much. But when Matthew's here, what are we talking about? The damn thing that Glatflobe always wants to talk about. You know, the flat Earth, right?
Curvature. Where's the curvature?
Yeah, we need Globers here, like to talk about
exactly.
It's great, man.
I'm not trying to call out. I'm not trying to call out Glatphobe.
Or,
you know,
or
I'm
Matthew,
just
not to call him, you know, but it is interesting. Yeah.
Pointing it out.
Hey, I ran across the same guy that was like Matthew, who was willing to talk to flat earthers all day long, man. He loved talking to flat earthers, man. I spent 6 hours with this professor from Caltech. He's not only a professor, but he's a physicist at Caltech.
Oh, man. I'd love to get me one of those.
His name is Spheros Mikolakoulis. And
gross.
Mikolakoulis. Anyway, same kind of guy, man. Just want to, like, you know, he would always tell us that us flat earthers we are scientists, man. You guys are actually looking at the right things. And if any scientist ever says that you can prove that you live on a spinning ball from Earth, then you're being dishonest. You can't prove you're on a spinning ball from Earth.
From Earth.
Period. And if you
can prove it from Narnia.
If you do not admit that, you're not a true scientist.
Ooh.
How about
That's
that?
deep.
Smoke
That's
that,
deep.
motherfuckers. Smoke that.
Yeah, he's right.
And he's right. And I appreciate Spheros Mikolakoulis. Thank you.
You know, that's the same thing that Dave said in the Dave debate. You can't prove the Earth is a sphere from the surface.
You can't
Well,
do
where
it.
can you prove it from?
Cannot be done.
I guess in your head or in Narnia, right?
You're in Narnia. Yeah. Welcome to Narnia. You can have a straight line on a curved surface. What?
Only in Narnia.
You
Thanks
are
for
in
Narnia.
Welcome. Welcome to Narnia, Earth. Narnia, Earth. That's pretty funny, man. Come on. At least give me a giggle or something.
I don't do courteous laughs.
Narnia, Earth. Whoever said Narnia, Earth? I'm a Narnia Earther.
So guys, I'm hoping.
Come
on.
I'm hoping we learned something from my rant earlier.
You did. We did. I did. Thank you, Globus.
Well,
thank you. It was great, man. I mean, I know it went a little weird there, man. Mr. Anderson. For a minute.
I know I raised my voice, and I apologize for that.
No. You were good. That was great. Both you guys were
you were patient, man. So
yeah, it was all good. It was a fun conversation.
Globus, could you give a quick description on Earth Awakenings? I know you've been hanging out in there. In case anyone's interested in checking them out.
Well, it's a server where you'll find that the moderation, like it is here, it's quite impartial. We do have a good influx of Globers in there, and there's also a good flat Earth contingency.
I'm in that server.
Yeah, look, it's quite active at times.
Very active.
And to be honest, I think that the best they have to offer is for the globe proponent is actually does seem to congregate in that server. So if anyone wants to sharpen up their debating skills with the globler, it is there. Whereas here you do get a lot of amateur globers, a lot of first timers over there you'll get a lot of seasoned Globers that have been in the debate for years. So yeah, I do highly recommend it. And whether or not you're a Glober or a flat earther, you'll be treated equally. So yeah.
And it's a fun little place, man. And there's some very smart people. Hey, God rocking, man. You are.
I know. I'm just
God rocking. Hype Mike. For fuck's sake. All right.
Hey, knock it off.
The king.
If anyone wants an invite too, by the way, to that server, just DM me and I'll give you one.
There was one in the live stream voice text a while ago. My scroll up. It's way up there. But yeah. There was a post about it. Yeah, it's a good little server, man. There's some really smart, like I said, man, there's some really smart people over there on both sides. And some are cool and some are dicks. Oh my God. Dare you.
Yeah, but we do mute the dicks.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
I mean, if they are being dicks.
It's no different than here, man. We get every kind of comments.
Yeah, well, that's why I still come back. I've been in this server for I'm sure it's over been 2 years at the moment, maybe more. So that's why I do come back, because I do enjoy it here. I mean,
no, we got a vibe. We got some really smart people in here too, man. So
absolutely
take that, And you're super. Thank you so much for the sextant. I want to call it the revamp. I haven't really looked at it much. I saw what was going on back in.
Look, it is a simple argument, and that's why I tried to get as simplistic as I possibly could, with the geometry itself, with the elevation angles, which is really the crux of the argument. There isn't really a need to get into it.
I love that you nailed one of the Globers. Like, dude, well, if you lose all of your instrumentation in your aircraft, what are you going to rely on? You're going to use a bubble level? That's hey, smart.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna establish horizontal
level.
That's cool. That's a smart fucking little contraption you got there, Captain.
Yeah. The part I like to emphasize a lot is that I actually got a lot of Globers to concede on a particular point. A lot of the honest ones, anyway. When, like I said, a lot of them were saying that you measure these angles off a vertical, so you measure your zenith angles. But in order to get a zenith angle, you need to acquire an elevation angle.
Right.
That's how you get to your zenith angle. So you first need to establish horizontal flat level.
That's right. First.
But they always want to get past it. No,
man, without that, you ain't got shit, man. You're gonna tell me you're gonna cut a piece of wood on a fucking
I've got a reference for that too, which I provided. Right. I've got an actual reference that actually shows the whole mechanics of a bubble sextant and how they work and what angle. And like I said, I got concessions, which is very rare in this argument to get off any Glober. I mean, especially the ones that we've been seeing in here for day after day. Your whole
for 5 years. I've been dealing with this. Yeah. You guys have put up with way more of this shit than I have, man, by far.
Yeah. I
put up my fair share of it.
Yeah. So that's the only reason I was in here, just to see if people knew the argument.
Yeah, that's
and
great.
Not to be a dick, not to be, look, I'm smarter than you and I know the argument better than you. Not at all, because there are certain arguments I know nothing about.
You were right, man. When you came in and said, "Hey, man, what do you guys know about the sextant argument?" It's like, that's a fair question, man. Totally fair. That's in the ballpark, man. It's like, oh shit. Okay, we should know this. We should know it upside down, backwards. Apparently.
Well, yeah, it's been years, so I would, but that's okay. Like, I don't expect everyone to know it back to front, because, like I said, there are certain arguments that have been around for a long time that I don't know the ins and outs of. Personally.
Exactly. Yeah, so, elliptical orbits, man. What do you know how many orbits there are, by the way? Go on Google and fucking search up orbit.
Yeah.
There's like 20 million fucking orbits, man. I'm telling you.
Orbits of what?
There's so many orbits. They name these orbits for different things, man. And I'm like, oh shit, fuck off, man. I mean,
how many of these orbits are real? That's what I want to know.
exactly right. There's the elliptical, the elliptical, the impossible. It's just like there's a list of orbits that these so supposed planets and satellites make. Yeah, it's like this one's a fucking orbit for the exact measurement of the sun's gravitational pull divided by the moon's farts. Fuck, who knows, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So how about the Coriolis effect? How many of us know the definition of that?
Well, I'm not gonna jump in, but I will. Coriolis effect, man. So the Earth's spinning globe, period, right?
Apparently,
and if we were spinning, there would be a reference point to which we could measure. If I threw something up in the air, the Earth's going to spin for so long, and then according to the spin of the globe, the ball, it would, come down.
Oh no, dude! It's one rotating reference frame. It's like being in a car.
It's only one frame of time.
The atmosphere rotates with the Earth. And then you can't forget about the conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah.
All right.
I love you guys.
Got like gravity in my bong, yeah.
That's the best laugh I've had all day, Larry. Fuck off.
So here's the real thing. If a projectile is going north and you have two separate reference frames, the non-inertial and the inertial reference frame will cause the object to deviate towards the east. If the object is traveling south, it will deviate as well.
All right. So is that deviation actual, or is it just illusory?
Apparent.
Ah, there we go. So it's not actual.
No.
Correct.
Good. I like that. Yeah, well done, Hank. I'm happy you know the argument.
Yeah, I've been around long enough. I should know the oldies. But...
Yeah, I was going to say, if you didn't know it, I would have been surprised. But, even in GeoServer, a lot of the flat earthers still sort of try to argue within the fallacy and say that, that there's an actual deviation with reference to the non-inertial reference frame. When, as you stated correctly, it's an apparent deviation. It's an illusion. It's not an actual deviation. It just appears to curve because you are going underneath it.
That's right. Hey, how'd we do?
Hank did very well.
Fucking Hank did great. I kind of set Hank up, but I was like, oh shit. I know you guys are the best, man. I just come in here late at night, just really have a laugh. Because it is a funny dichotomy we find ourselves in. And if you don't laugh at it, if you don't at least laugh at it a little bit, man, then you're doing it wrong. And that's an Isa Mikulski quote. You can quote him on that.
Yeah, Isa's good.
Has anyone ever actually seen this deviation that you guys just talked about?
Nope.
Reality? Has it ever been seen in reality other than when you simulate it like on a merry-go-round or something?
Nope, it hasn't been observed as it pertains to the globe supposedly spinning. No, and that should be part of our argument, and it is part of mine because we never see, for example, planes or anything that's in the inertial reference frame. We never see that appear to curve.
Right.
Yeah.
That's proof enough right there for me that we're not spinning.
Yep, that's a big proof for me as well.
Hey, I can, for 100 miles, we're talking about a, 7,000 foot hump. I mean, that's a pretty good chunk, man. I don't know if you've ever hiked up a 7,000 foot mountain, but It's going to take a minute. But Jen from Japan's hiked up like 23,000 feet. Damn.
23,000 feet, really?
Yeah, he's been up to Mount Fuji like 12
That bugger's
times.
a good
motherfucking.
He's been in Earth Awakenings lately too, smacking it.
Yeah, he's in there. You know, Jen.
Mount Fuji. I mean, not to nitpick here, but Mount Fuji is only about 13,000 feet.
13,000. Okay, yeah, whatever.
At the summit, but I mean, yeah, it is a great feat.
Whatever,
as well.
man.
I'm
13, 20,
look, I'm not.
I
agree. It is a good feat.
It's a good
one.
It's a good one, man. I've been up to the highest,
maybe not close, but over 200.
Rocky Mountain National Park, man. What's that like? I don't know.
Yosemite,
13,000 feet.
You gotta go to Yosemite. It's insane.
I've been to Yosemite. It's pretty cool. Half Dome.
Did you see? Do you remember the blackness of the void in the sky?
No,
I'm kidding. There was an incredible sky. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yosemite's
the stars were
special.
insane, man.
Yosemite's the Sierra Nevadas are amazing, man. If anybody's, they talk about California like, oh, you go to the beach and you fuck off, man. How about we go up to the giant trees?
Right.
What? What do you mean giant trees?
Super cool. Yeah.
I lived in Lake Tahoe for 2 years.
You know about giant trees, man. You've seen it, man. The Sierra Nevadas are a special place, man. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And so is the Southern California coast. They're both amazing, man. And then you got this big giant farmland in the middle. California, kick it down the road, whatever you want to do, but it does kick ass, man. I've had world travelers tell me there's not a better place that gives you like a diversity like California, man. There's no other place.
If it wasn't for the political propaganda, then people wouldn't.
Yeah, they got a lot of political propaganda. Don't believe what you see on the TV, right, Saints? Come on.
Yeah, where I live in California,
you got to use your reasoning.
They're almost all conservative.
Exactly.
Aye.
Aye. We had you playing in Ladies' Night, bro.
Hey, how many conservatives and Democrats?
Rob Skiba song. Rodney Skiba song.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It had Sonny cracking up. He hadn't heard it yet.
Oh, no?
Busting up.
I haven't heard it yet either, man. So
you didn't hear it at Ladies' Night?
I missed it, bro. Which song was that? How's it go?
If someone that talks about Kaiser.
Is it Rodney Skiba? Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't hear that.
No,
Fuck.
you would know.
I asked you guys, is it Kaiser Permanente? How high is the sky's firmamente?
Yeah.
So can I throw another globe Earth argument into the mix here, guys, and see what your response will be?
Do it.
Of course. No, you can't do it. You're not allowed. Get the fuck out of here. It's against the rules.
Yeah, we only talk about the Bible here.
All
right. Carry on. Carry on.
So how do you guys, as flat earthers, explain reciprocal zenith angles?
So zenith is straight up 90 degrees, right?
Yep.
Reciprocal. What do you mean by reciprocal exactly?
All right, I'll explain.
Yeah.
So when we have two theodolites, over a distance pointing at each other, according to the globers, we'll find that these zeniths are not parallel. In fact, they are, opposing each other, where the angles measure more than 180 degrees.
Whoa!
So how would a flat earther explain this phenomenon?
All right, my answer to that, because Matthew brought this up, man. He's like, dude, these surveyors went out and they measured over 180 degrees. They did it. and it was like 0.00.03 degrees difference. It was like an astronomically small percentage over 90 degrees, dude. And my question to Matthew was, hey, man, how do we know these surveyors got it right in 1875 or whatever the fuck it was, right? And it's like, dude, this is so long ago, bro. I mean, like, we got better equipment now. I don't believe that they actually measured something over 180 degrees. This is my opinion.
If you read those documents, those old documents they provide, they actually measure 180 degrees and then they add in the different math to get that excess.
Yeah,
So
it's like
they're not measuring excess.
There's trickery. Somebody fucked up. Fuck off. I'm not believing you got past 180. Fuck off.
The only way that can happen is on topography.
You can't fucking do it. It's like fucking you can't measure curvature. It's the same fucking argument, man. You're not gonna get away from like, hey man, I measured 182.4 degrees on the horizon. Fuck off. You know you didn't.
You have to ask how many measurements they took too. You have to ask, was there any deviation between the different measurements they took? And if they say yes, you zero right in on the fact that there's deviations. So is the Earth changing size?
Oh my God! It's the water, the tides, and the moon. I'm sure
refraction doesn't exist all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when they take these measurements like that, they'll take it from a mile or two apart from each other. They'll take the measurement that way, and then they'll go take the measurement the other way. There'll be a deviation. They'll just add the two and divide it by 2 and get an average. And they'll call that average a measurement.
My point with what Globus brought up is that, dude, these cocks came up with this shit years ago, and it was some survey that said they could measure. Yeah, fuck off. Let's do it now. Can we measure it now, today, with all our tags?
The latest one that I'm aware of was actually done on the 12th of December 2018.
Okay. How'd it go?
According to them,
proves the globe.
Yeah,
they got some curvature. According to them, they got curvature.
According to them, the zeniths were not parallel.
All right.
Furthermore,
they said we went to the moon.
Mention the convex Earth video. They did it on that one.
I think it was Jesse Kozlowski. He also did it over a lake, so topography wasn't a factor.
And he divided it, and he added it, and then divided it and averaged it, and called it a measurement.
Oh shit! Shut down the server.
Yeah, we're done. Fuck, man. Fuck. Hey, I want to turn it into a Hot Wheels server. Do you guys collect Hot Wheels?
No.
So my friend thinks I'm completely nuts, right? He's telling me to just watch, man. Just watch the Netflix documentary.
Just watch it.
Has anyone seen this stupid documentary? I really don't want to watch it.
Yes, I've seen it. I watched it. Fuck yes.
It's not too bad for most of the most of the part, and then at the end it goes to hell, and it's total shit. Always.
Should I like watch it and take notes and show him how?
Yeah, you have to watch it, man.
You know what I mean? Because he'll be like, "Wow, you actually did."
Are you talking about Behind the Curve?
Yeah, you have to watch it, man. It's mandatory.
Because for him, it's like he's like shaking his head at me, like it's a globe, you retard. I watched the documentary. You know what I mean? That's what it did for him, basically.
Yep, that's the whole point of the fucking movie. That's the whole point of the movie. Is that
exactly? I know that. Yeah.
The whole point was to, hey man, of course it's a globe, you dumbass. Fuck off, flat earther.
Right.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
So what do you think? You think I should give it an honest watch through, take some notes, and fucking challenge him on it? I bet he won't even remember this damn movie.
There's only 2 points: the gyro and the "it's interesting" with the laser experiment. That's the 2 fundamental things that movie did.
Hey, man.
Yeah, but we already have really well working laser experiments, right?
Yes, we do.
I've heard all about them. So,
yes,
what did they fuck up? I mean, what they do? It's probably just fake.
They fucked up.
If I have to raise this up higher, it's a globe, and then he shined it, and then didn't see it, and then he lifted up higher, and then he saw it. It's like, oh, it's a globe, and then they cut it.
This actually
He didn't
sounds
say
familiar.
that.
I bet I've
He
seen a
just
clip
went,
of this.
Interesting. Then they cut.
Yeah, man. He got filmed doing
and then they cut.
experiment. I guess isn't it observation? Doing an observation, and he kind of fucked up with the quality of the equipment and the accuracy of the the laser.
So the laser made it, or they couldn't see it.
Well,
at one specific time they couldn't see it, and that's the clip they used.
Yeah, they kind of clipped out the bad parts of the observation and experiment because it is an experiment, right? Am I off on that? Maybe
using lasers.
It's an observation, not an experiment.
Observation. That's the team. That's the term. That is the team, man. Observation team, man. Who's on the observation
it's
team?
Also,
man?
it's also
I'm
a
on that
test.
team.
All right, let's
because you're testing the globe math, so it's a test.
Right? Yeah. Exactly. They caught him at a bad point during the observation, and he was like frustrated, and they used that clip, like, "Oh my God, I've been defeated. I've been destroyed."
So these alleged flat earthers were saying how destroyed they were in this stupid movie.
That's how it came across. I'm not going to say that that's how they were. It just like
the thing about flat earthers is
Bob tone for sure.
It's flat regardless of
same with the
whatever.
Bob tone. Yeah. The Bob tone. You remember
we got this laser gyro.
Laser.
Gaussian.
It's not going to look good. It's not going to look good for flat earthers. It's not going to look good for flat earthers, man. It's not going to look good.
That's another one. The gyro compass.
They took that out of what he said. Forget the other 40,000 things.
What's the flat Earth response to a gyro compass always precessing to true north?
It uses metals.
It's magnetic.
It uses metals?
Magnetic north or
true north.
True north. What's the difference? Tell me.
You don't know the difference between magnetic north and true north?
Well, I understand magnetic north because I can test it, guaranteed. I can check that out myself. But true north is something maybe somebody made up. I'm not sure where that is, man. But magnetic north, I can pretty much nail, right?
Yeah.
Cool. We're good.
So, magnetic north is dependent on the Earth's magnetic field, whereas true north is an actual fixed point.
Okay, got it.
Right. So, why does a gyro compass always point to this fixed point on the Earth?
That's a good question, man. Damn. This needs to get a little more investigation.
Why does the gyro point to a what? A fixed place?
It points to the fixed, not the...
So it's doing what a magnet's doing.
So what? No, the magnet actually points to...
magnetic north.
Magnetic north, which is a point on the Earth's magnetic field.
Right.
Which actually moves, apparently.
Apparently.
Wouldn't that be called the declination?
Magnetic north.
Hold on. What moves?
Magnetic north moves.
Magnetic north.
It moves.
Well,
True north is a fixed point.
I don't know.
The true north is a fixed point on the globe, okay?
So how do we know any of this?
And flat Earth. It's also a fixed point on flat Earth.
So the question is,
yes,
why does a gyro compass always precess to true north?
Interesting. That's so fucking interesting, man.
Come on, guys. These are old arguments. We know the answer to this.
Dude, no, man. I never thought about it, man. It was one of those things that, and
is it the magnetic field rotation?
Magnetic field rotation. So you're saying that the magnetic field rotates?
Yes.
No, it doesn't move. Magnetic fields are fixed.
Well,
period.
They always describe magnetic waves, right?
All magnets have waves around them that do have motion.
Or something, whatever it is.
Yeah, but they're fixed. They don't unless you introduce another magnet, they're not going to distort.
Maybe it's not waves. Maybe it's more of like an area, a specific area that's just affected. That's just some kind of medium.
Okay, so what would be a good rebuttal to this supposed argument?
I've never heard it, honestly. I don't know. No one's ever brought that up.
I've heard the argument. I remember going through this shit back in the day. It was like, it might have been 4 years ago, but
like, if someone told me like magnetic north moves or whatever, I'd be like, how does anyone know that?
Apparently it's measurable.
Apparently it's measurable. Apparently.
Larry, are you there, sir? You might know the answer to this.
Hank, what the fuck, man? Hank Hill. All right, he's not responding. So, magnetic north moves apparently, and us cocks don't have enough money to actually verify this phenomenon. Is
the easiest way is to use the NOAA calculator. I don't think I can trust them.
I thought you were going to say call the Ghostbusters.
No, it literally says NOAA calculator. Should I figure out what that is?
Dude, magnetic north moving. How are we going to rock this one down to the fucking...
Yeah.
How do we verify within a fucking millionth of an inch negative? Fuck off. You're not going to do it, man. You're not going to do it.
You can do it. You need a proton pack.
Yeah, exactly.
In order for this to occur, the gyro needs to spin independent of the Earth, right? It needs to spin in free space, independent of the Earth, right?
Oh, say that again.
I've heard that, but does that have to do with the reference frame or something?
Yeah, well, so in order for the gyro compass to show this effect, it needs to spin independent of the Earth. So if that's occurring, that would signify that there should be other things that should be independent to the Earth's spin.
Right. Like a football, like a kick.
Like a football, like kick. An airplane, like a a hot air balloon.
Helicopter. Oh, my favorite.
And do we witness this? No. We don't.
We don't.
So that renders this whole argument.
Have any of you guys ever?
I've heard them hand wave that argument.
How many people have ridden in a helicopter here? Anybody?
Well, yeah,
I have like 4 times.
I've never actually personally.
I have like about a dozen times.
A dozen? Okay, God rocking.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Helicopters are. Yeah, it's an experience that just blows your mind, bro. Blows your mind. Blow your mind.
Especially when you have a crazy ex-Vietnam pilot.
Yeah.
Do any of you guys know why Chinook helicopters don't have a tail?
Chinooks. That was the inventor, kind of like the mastermind behind the helicopter, Chinook, right?
Tell us why, Orion.
Because it doesn't need one. Both of the propellers on top of it, they just go opposite directions. So it doesn't need one.
Counter-rotating props. Very nice.
Rotating props. That is one of my favorite inventions of all time.
Seems so dangerous
right
to fly.
next to the electric motor. Electric motor wins. I'm sorry, but the rotating blades. Oh, what a fucking genius invention. Thank you.
So yeah, guys, if a gyro compass rotates independent of the Earth, so do other objects that are in the inertial reference frame. And they do not.
Except that they never do.
Exactly, they don't.
Dude.
So that
So the gyro still does stuff, right? And that's why they claim it.
Yep.
Yep. That's why they own it.
Well, it does seem kind of like a mystery, but not very. I don't know. I don't know what you could figure out from that.
We will figure it out.
It wouldn't happen to precess in the direction that the gyro spins, does it?
Yeah, that's a good question, Godrockin. If you spun it backwards, does it? Yeah.
Does it precess the other direction? Yeah.
Well, you don't really spin it in a northerly direction. You either spin it clockwise or counterclockwise.
Right.
None of which are actually a cardinal direction.
What is a cardinal direction? Is the question.
North, south, east, and west.
Okay. The news is the cardinal direction.
Those are the only.
How would you get a gyro to precess at all then if it's a round object? How's it going to point in any cardinal direction, period?
Well, anything that's
right.
spun up that is independent of the Earth is supposedly going to precess to true north.
Then stop.
Then stop. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Then stop. It just does it spin to true north and stop, or does it spin?
Well, it only points to true north.
How does a round object point in a cardinal direction?
Well, it doesn't.
Exactly.
It doesn't.
A round object.
Round.
A cardinal
like gyro
direction.
Spinning around and around in a circle. Does that point in a cardinal direction? It doesn't.
That's a good point. See, no one every time it's been brought up, no one's put like a demonstration of a gyro, video, picture, or anything. So we've never had like a good visual.
I've seen a couple over the years that potentially could.
None of late.
Not lately. Yeah, this was years ago. Nothing of late. You're correct. But years ago, I saw some videos that some guys were making some gyros and testing the 15 degree an hour spin of the Earth. And it was totally perfect, and it lined up exactly with the measurements of our globe, guaranteed. Okay? It was beautiful. It's mathematically amazing, psychologically impairing. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Beautifully deceptive.
It's deceptive in the most cleverest way possible.
You talking about flat earthers? We're spreading all this deception.
The flat earthers, the deception of the the outer space continuum. I'm telling you exactly that the reality is not the thing that you thought maybe could be, possibly, potentially, maybe in the universe of the thing that's not known, the outerverse complaints, compartment, confusing with the thing that makes it all work. It's gravity. Okay.
There's a Simpsons character that you sound like right now. It's that professor with the glasses. I can't remember his name though.
It's Dr. Fauci. I'm sorry. It's Dr. Fauci. A little bit. Could be
Me and
potentially.
my amigos used to have gravity in our bong, yo.
The outer space of the gravity that produces the pull of the push outside of the universe.
That's how we knew that
with
was
the
gravity.
just to answer Godrocken's question with the gyro compass, it's the axle that points to true north, not the round object itself, not the wheel.
Right. It's the axle. The axiom.
So the tip of the axle will actually point to true north. Apparently, look, I'm not a proponent of this shit personally.
Yeah, none of us are, man. I don't think anybody's got this one.
So it's not like a round object is pointing anywhere, because as he stated, round objects don't point in any particular cardinal direction.
That's a good point.
But if you have an axle, running through said circular object, then that can point to a particular direction, surely.
Maybe if you spun something that had just a tiny amount heavier on one end or more dense on one end or something like that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Spun that up real quick.
It's an imbalance. You'd have an imbalance,
make it
I call it. Yeah. I mean,
make it imbalance on purpose just a little bit.
Globus.
Yes, Globus. Yes.
Hey, what's up? You guys are getting a treat here. I've heard Globus take down the best of the ballers, so this is
right? Globus, man. Globus, man. Killer conversation tonight, bro.
Yeah, you flat smacked.
I missed that.
You flat smacked. You fucking flat earther, motherfucker.
I missed that.
Fuck, it was awesome. Thank you.
I heard when you came in, and then my phone died, and then I just came back and plugged in, and I heard a bit of what you were talking about. The mechanical gyro compass. What's the proper answer? Did you get to that yet?
Well, the rebuttal should be that if the gyro is spinning independently of the Earth, then we should also see other objects spinning or moving independent of the Earth, and we don't. Otherwise, we would actually experience Coriolis effect with these particular objects.
Right. But about how does it find true north without having a magnetic compass to set it and reset it? There was a guy that came on Earth Awakenings that actually used these things. They use them on ships. And he swore that, or at least I looked it up, and they actually don't have to use a magnetic compass to find true north. A lot of these would use a magnetic compass to find true north, and then set the mechanical gyro compass to follow that. So we would always know where true north is, and then everything would just be based on that. But if they don't use a magnetic compass and they're using this thing to just turn on, and they have to make sure that the boat's completely settled and not moving and everything, or it takes 15 minutes for the thing to find its true north without even having a magnetic compass.
Any
now
idea
inside this thing? Well, I was looking into it. The FE Core did a whole thing on it. I actually recorded the last little bit of the video, which seemed to be key. Maybe they said they're not quite sure how it works, but you do have to put in your latitude to begin with. All of them require that. So that could kind of like take the place of using a magnetic compass. So if you put in your latitude, then it could use that to derive where true north is, based on where you are, and then go off of that. It has like a little sphere that floats inside the middle of the thing, kind of like almost like that could be like a mockery, or not mockery, a mock globe in a way, I'm thinking. I'm not sure if that's how it works. I'm just trying to think of like how it would find true north without having it set to true north. But maybe the latitude is all it needs to do that. But anyway, yeah. What do you say, Globus?
Well, we need to distinguish between true north and magnetic north, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Magnetic north is constantly drifting, and that's something my friend E1 would talk a lot about. A lot of what's going on with the magnetic north is that that's why we get a lot of our temperature changes. And his theory was that some of these ghost cities that China has that are built in areas that aren't very desirable, as the magnetic north shifts, those areas will be in like the perfect tropical area, perfect conditions.
Smoke that one, man. Timing. Smoke that shit. Oh, fuck off. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Thanks. New perspective. Thanks.
Sure.
That's interesting, bro.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for the red pill, bro. Woo! Swallow that one, man. Fuck.
Holy shit, did I miss it?
Yeah, you missed the red pill. Rewind. Go back.
Globus, have you ever heard of a gyrotheodolite?
Vaguely, yeah. I think that's come up a couple of times in GeoSurvey.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell us more.
Look, but just before we get there, I always like to sort of cut this argument off at the knees when it comes to anything spinning.
Sextant.
Sextant. Anything spinning independent of the Earth, or anything that's moving independent of the Earth, then I like to sort of apply that to other objects. So anything that's supposed to be rigidly spinning independent of the Earth, then you have to apply that to other objects, like for example aircraft, even
Mars.
clouds, birds, whatever it is that's in the inertial reference frame. That Earth spin needs to apply with reference to these particular objects. So, in that
argument.
Yeah. So, with reference to that, I would say that you don't actually ever experience any, for example, Coriolis effect visualized. So that would tell you that nothing's actually spinning independent of anything. So there is no movement. So whether or not anything processes with respect to true north, or whatever you want to come up with, you would actually experience this Earth-based Coriolis effect, and that's never experienced.
Right. And the funny thing is that the claim with this mechanical gyro compass is that it is using the rotation of the Earth to find true north.
Yeah, apparently.
That's the claim. Same with this gyrotheodolite, which they use underground in like tunnels and stuff. So because the claim is because it doesn't have satellites, it can't connect to the satellite underground, then it'll find true north because of the rotation of the Earth.
Right. So the Earth needs to be rotating underneath said instrument in order to acquire this precession.
So is true north contingent upon being on the supposed axis point?
Yeah, that would be the axis point.
Yes.
So what's the rebuttal that they take with that? When you say it depends on the Earth moving below it, what's the rebuttal usually?
Well, usually they'd say that that's not occurring. That everything moves, relative to the Earth's spin. But I mean that contradicts their very point of something, being rigid in space in order to get this precession. So, yeah, they don't really have a rebuttal to this.
The atmosphere goes in every single direction, even opposite the spin of the Earth. So how can they say anything is rigidly attached to the spin of the Earth?
Well, the winds
do,
yeah.
Try to say the atmosphere is, but it definitely is not.
I got the winds. I got the winds.
Yeah, that's. I love the Coriolis winds argument because that's basically the atmosphere trying to stay in lockstep with the Earth.
It's Velcro.
They can't say it's Velcro. They've moved away from saying it's lockstep. Right? That's a banned word. They can't say lockstep or Velcro. They have to say it's off a bit, and then as you get higher, of course, you have a wider circle or a bigger circle that it has to go around. So it has to go faster, and then we reach the jet stream, and that they don't really have an explanation for at all. Have you heard one? Do they have an explanation for the jet stream?
No, because they go faster than the spin of the Earth. Yeah, I can't imagine how they could come up.
It would have to go 200 times faster, which is ridiculous.
200 miles an hour faster.
The toroidal field takes care of all of this in flat Earth, in my opinion.
One thing I've heard them say is that that winds largely will spin with the Earth. But there's
prevailing winds, right?
Yeah, so there's a bias towards east to west, if that is the spin of the Earth. Right. But if that's the case, and we're spinning with said winds, then east to west winds would be very rare indeed. Like we would almost never experience an east to west wind because if the atmosphere is spinning that way, I mean, and we're spinning with it, we would never experience these winds. I mean, it would be so rare. But I mean, I personally
they say it's so slight that the winds are always more powerful than the prevailing winds. Well, why are you calling them prevailing then?
Yeah, exactly.
But not only that,
I don't know how they explain the wind that goes 200 miles an hour faster than the spin of the Earth, like the jet streams.
Well,
how does that happen?
Some kind of effect that they're looking into still. They don't have a complete answer for it, but they know that if it was spinning, that they would have to say that as you go higher up, then the atmosphere would have to spin faster in layers, right? So they already have that layering effect, that it's going to, I don't know how they get that layering effect to work to, for everyone just to buy that, but they have this layering effect to how the winds would have to go faster and faster because it's a greater circumference, or a greater circle, as you go higher, just like it would be with circumference. You have to go faster as you go out, right?
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
But to go 200 miles faster suddenly in this jet stream, I mean, I think that's like for the flat Earth would be like the top area of said donut dome, whatever it is, vortex donut dome kind of effect. But that's also the very middle of where the sun's path is, so that would affect temperature a lot and pressure. Then, of course,
now
so that would explain it.
Say you had a smoke-filled room or a box or smoke in an area, and then you took a vertical object and stood it up into the smoke, then dragged it through the smoke. There would be a curl. The smoke would curl down behind the object stuck up into the smoke. It would cause a backward swirling thing going downward on the back of the mountain as the mountains drug themselves through the atmosphere. If there was any clouds on there, they would like curl backwards because the mountain would be scraping through the wind.
Yeah, you even if you smoked a cigarette, then you should mostly be able to predict that the smoke would go east to west because that's the atmosphere moving. Or we should always just feel like a cool breeze constantly from those prevailing winds. We don't.
I'm talking about like if you had little fins stick up, little fins like mountain peaks, and you drug them through some smoke. On the backside, that smoke would curl. I mean, I could probably stick a piece of cardboard up into some smoke, drag it through it, and you would see what I'm talking about. It would curl backwards,
Right.
and down
Right.
the backside of the
I see what
mountain.
you're saying.
How come clouds don't do that?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Because the fucking Earth ain't moving. That's why.
Yep. Those clouds are moving at 1,000 miles per hour, but conservation of momentum, right?
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah, it's over for them. I can't believe that the guys arguing on their side that seem intelligent and still buy it. I mean, it is just a big, huge cog disc fest, but really, I mean, how many of them are really buying it, or how many of them are paid to argue it? How many of them are?
Man.
What is it? And what is it?
I mean, how many examples do we have to come up with?
They're paid. Fuckers.
I personally don't think they're paid. I think a lot of the guys that are within this argument that have been on these servers for 3, 4, 5 years are so emotionally invested in the argument that they're never ever going to concede.
No.
Because they have these online personas to live up to,
Right.
which mean a lot to them. So I wouldn't ever try to convince these guys. If anything, I'd try to maybe try to make them look like their arguments mean nothing for a third party audience. Because you're never ever going to convince.
You do a good job of that, by the way.
Yeah. Thank you. You're never ever going to convince them to concede. You may get the odd concession here that's very minimal, but won't really affect their argument as a whole. Like I have gotten from some of them, but yeah, like never try to actually convince these the co-shows, the the characters I speak of. You're not going to actually get anywhere with them. It's
Sure,
and
you're right.
you shouldn't try to.
You're absolutely right. We can present our argument in a way
Don't
that
even
would
try.
make them look literally stupid.
Now, this is really interesting.
The average person.
Here's something interesting.
They've dug their heels in so much that it's hard for them to at this point, if they had to admit it, and they really weren't being paid or something, they would really feel like, wow. You know how pissed they'll be if they really believe it, and then they find out it's not true? They'll be more mad than all of us put together ever were. Sorry, Helio, go ahead.
No, sure. Here's something, a different perspective, I guess. Globus is obviously from. Are you in Australia or New Zealand?
Yeah, Australia.
You're in Australia. How many people have you talked to? I mean, you probably talked to more people from the Northern Hemisphere than you have in the Southern Hemisphere, obviously, since you've been doing this for quite a while, right?
Well, yeah, as it pertains to this particular argument, yeah, definitely more from the Northern supposed hemisphere.
I mean, how long have you been doing it?
Well, I'd say probably over 2.5 years, maybe 3.
Oh, cool. So have you been in different platforms? Have you been to, for instance, Gem Panda server and talked to
Absolutely. I'm well known over there, yep.
Okay, so...
He's well hated over there.
Well hated.
Just so am I, all of us. That's why we never
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking flat earther.
No, that's cool. Hey, I was actually there last night, but it was in the Bible study room. I was talking to Becky and anyway, we were talking about the Bible. But anyway, but it's just really interesting, like, as far as observations go, these arguments about observations of this, the southern versus northern sky, you're one person that's in Australia that can give your perspective that you talk to mostly people in the northern hemisphere. And so it's your perspective is really interesting, as far as what you might or might not be able to see, whether it comes to sun, moon, stars, ocean, I mean, this is and we love to talk to people in the southern hemisphere. So it's freaking awesome. So and it's not like and so for someone like you to come in here and not agree with us because we're not talking about the same thing necessarily. But as far as flat Earth goes, because I've heard you, tonight, just kind of you're very creative in the way that you bring the conversation around. So kudos to you, Globus.
Yeah, thank you.
But man, you can kind of call the bullshit out when somebody's just like, "Oh, I feel like I'm going to twist the conversation around and make the flat earthers look dumb." Like, no, we're not dumb, bro. We're not dumb at all. Hey, let me ask you this, Globus. Were you a Globie at one time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Actually,
all of us were as well.
Yeah, I came into this particular server as a Glover. You may not remember, but I do remember you.
Oh, really? Yeah, I
Yep.
wasn't sure. Yeah.
No, I remember.
Back then, did you feel like the blood was rushing to your head because you're upside down in Australia?
Yeah, the blood rushing to your brain because gravity was pulling it down.
The blood rushing to my head was actually a catalyst to a lot of my arguments. For the globe.
I mean, more blood in your brain actually makes you think better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I came in here with
Globus, let me ask you something. Being how you do live in Australia, right? Is there any observations that you have that are advantageous to being in Australia? Like either the sun, the moon, the stars, or even anything at all that you would say is gives you an advantage in any way, shape, or form as to the observations that we have in the north?
Advantages in what sense, though?
Well, like how people say sometimes that the stars spin the opposite direction and different things like that. I mean, do you have the answer for that? For instance?
Yeah, well, as far as I've seen, the stars seem to rise in the east and set in the west, just like they do on the northern hemisphere. Okay. So as for an actual direction, that is the only direction that I can denote. Clockwise and counterclockwise aren't actually objective directions. So they're actually subjective. They're relative to the viewer itself. So, look, they only spin. To me, they only rise in the east, set in the west.
There you go. Oh my God, how hard is that to figure that out? I see. If I'm facing south, they go from my left to my right. If I'm facing north, from my right to my left.
Well,
it doesn't matter where you are on Earth.
I have to say that they do go in circular fashion, so it's a little bit of a stretch to say they rise in the east and set.
Rising is a different thing, but
they do go through the celestial equator east to west, but they do go in circular fashion, it seems, on both hemispheres.
Yeah, there's an anomaly, and I won't deny that. There's an anomaly there.
They do seem to converge and diverge at the ends of the celestial equator, which would indicate that maybe we have two sets of stars adjacent to each other above us.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
There could be some type of weird reflection, I think.
Yes.
I don't discount
111, baby. Jazzla.
I definitely don't discount that possibility, but if I want to actually apply a cardinal direction into where they seem to be, largely, I'm not saying they all do, because like you said, it is a circular motion. But, if I am to sort of apply a direction as to where they seem to be appearing from and then moving in a particular direction too, it does seem like it is east to west. Not only seems like it's actually
it definitely
measurably
does
true. It's not a seam.
Well, let me ask you this: have you? Because I've talked to several people that live in the South. Mostly in Australia, and I think talked to a couple of people in South Africa, maybe one person in in Southern America. Do you see Sigma Octantis from where you are? I mean, they claim that it's the southern pole, but it's not. It's not. It's not like Polaris, like we see in North America. But if you're in Australia, certain parts of Australia, you'll be able to observe what they call Sigma Octantis. Oct meaning 8 stars, and they travel around a certain point. I know you guys have different constellations.
Can you validate that for us, Globus, that the Sigma Octantis thing, or is this just something?
Yeah, this is really. I mean, no pressure if you haven't really.
Yeah, I want to hear from Globus what he can shed on that particular subject.
So I personally have never actually viewed this myself, though I've got people that actually can corroborate this. It's definitely according to them, and I trust them. It's not like they're paid agents as such.
No.
They
the
have.
Reason I'm asking you is because you're here, and another reason is because I think there is substantive information that I can confirm. It's definitely
I'm asking
viewable
because he's there.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, if you're interested, I think you could probably view it. That's what I'm saying. You can go to different parts of Australia and probably view it. Yeah,
and I believe that I can. Like I said, just purely.
I'm not discounting it. I'm just saying you probably can if you.
Yeah. Look, like I said, I'm being honest in saying that I haven't viewed it myself, but I don't doubt that it can be viewed.
Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't
be people
be
there that say they've seen it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I've talked to several people in different parts of the South.
Yeah,
that definitely can view it. Yeah.
Can you summarize what they tell you?
Well, like from what they say, they say it seems like the majority of the stars in their panorama are actually rotating around this central point. It's not a central point that they can pinpoint because it's not like Polaris where there's a very visible sort of bright light emanating.
It's almost like a void or something, right?
Yeah, in a way, yeah. It's like a group of very faint stars that seem to be almost not rotating with reference to the other stars.
Interesting.
But yeah, definitely seems like there is a pole of sorts, if you're going to use that terminology.
But no pole star, so it's almost like an absence of star.
Yeah, so there's no.
Would also support the idea that there's like a positive negative, like the north is the positive and the south is the negative. I don't know.
Sure, you could say it's not just Australians that can observe this. There are people in South Africa, people in South America that can view the same phenomenon. So it's
but not all at the same time because they have different time zones.
Not. Because it's dark only certain times in the southern hemisphere.
There's a couple of channels that explore these ideas. I always recommend one is called No Fanfare, and the other one is Jazzla 111. And then, of course, my friend E1. I could post a video by him. I've posted it many times, with the idea that it could be two celestial sets of stars adjacent to each other above us. And that's
new perspective. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because a lot of people say, well, you denied two celestial poles. It's like, no, bro. I mean, I have testimonies from flat earthers that observed, the celestial pole. But it's not a pole. It's a grouping of stars where they observe a similar phenomena to what we observe in the north. And
this is like the biggest point that they feel like they've got the slam dunk on is the two sets of stars. In fact, I used to talk with my friend E1 a lot, and we talked for hours. I talked to him just recently again, by the way, and he's completely convinced that that's the case, that they're two sets adjacent and they work and funnel through the celestial equator. And in fact, the Milky Way gets broken up, and half of the Milky Way goes in one direction, half the Milky Way goes in the other direction. And then it comes around, circles around 360 degrees opposite of each other, and then meet back up to seem as though it was never broken up, and goes through the celestial equator again. And then he also said that Orion's belt, the 3 stars that you can supposedly see anywhere in the land that we have access to, are the only 3 stars that don't seem to go off in one direction or another,
Does
but
he
do
have a
reappear
video on that
in
that you can share?
Yeah, I'll put it in the link. I'll put the link to
go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, and those 3 stars almost have like a Pac-Man effect where
I'd
they
love to
appear
take a look at that.
in coordinates with all the other stars in their positioning, but they don't seem to go off in one direction or another
like
when
a
when
year
it breaks
year
apart.
cycle, or like a yearly cycle, or
Well, they go. They're like 1 degree off from the sun, the stars.
okay. So is
15 degrees an hour. It's a daily cycle. But the
I don't know how
other
it could
interesting
be
part
though,
about it.
because I mean it might have to do with. Never mind. I'm not getting into the deeper
But
shit. But I'll definitely take a
that
look
is
at
the
the video.
case. Yeah, that is the case. And one of the things that he based his map on is a video I sent him, or a few videos about Orion's belt lining up with several monuments all the way from Easter Island to Tonga, and that these monuments mirror those 3 stars perfectly. And if that still lines up, then that's how you would know where to align the continents, because maybe that's what they did to make sure that you would know where you are when you look at Orion's belt. If you knew where that was supposed to be at any given time and day, then you would know where you are on the Earth by knowing where Orion's belt is in relation to yourself. So looking at the sky could tell you where you are without any kind of instruments, or if you knew the angles, I guess you'd have to know the angles. But still, that's an interesting point about it too.
That's cool.
If that was the case, then we could have a correct map. And he also, if you could go past Tonga or past Easter Island far enough, the theory then would be that you could actually observe these stars diverge and separate from each other.
Are you saying that you can get an accurate map from looking at the stars? I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of can't, because because what they're saying about the sky is like the stars and the sun, moon, and stars, the galaxy map, everything all the constellations, everything. It's much closer. It's a cycle that the Earth goes through. It's much closer. Has nothing to do with galaxies spinning around.
They just try to use what's up there against us. We already know there's signs in the heavens.
Sure, it's a cycle.
Hey, Globus, I'm interested to know when you came in as a baller here. Who were you talking to? What was the argument, and how did you lose the argument? Who did you talk to?
Well, I spoke to, I think it was Juice Volt. I think Helia was there as well. Elijah. Essentially, the crux of my
Juice Volt's the one that got you, huh?
Not exactly, no.
No.
Was AI Overlord was also there, if I remember.
You weren't trolling though. You were actually coming in to argue the ball side because you were convinced and you thought this was stupid at first, huh?
Yeah, well, I was half trolling in the sense that I thought that the idea of a flat Earth was ridiculous.
Right.
But as soon as they sort of made certain arguments and challenged me to come up with explanations for their observations, and then I said, okay, well, look, I do think your argument is ridiculous, but I'll be honest enough to say that I haven't made these observations myself, and I'm willing to do so. And then when I went away and made my own observations over water using the globe geometry, I came to the conclusion that the globe geometry didn't match my observations. And that's when I had to come in here, with the tail tucked between my legs and admit that I was wrong.
Nice.
And that's where it all started for me. It was this server.
Proof in the pudding, right here, boys. This is
Absolutely.
he's one of those guys that we talked to, and it definitely went off and did his own research, and here he is being one of the best arguers for our side. Very good. That's awesome.
Cool. I mean, it's all worth it. You know, it's like it's all worth it, man. Whenever you think you have to go through 2,000 trolls to get to one.
Right.
Yeah. The thing is, at that time, I wasn't sort of married to any paradigm. So, and I didn't have an online persona that.
Well, nobody's. Were you born a Glober?
No.
No, I wasn't either.
Yeah, but like,
wait, did you have the Globus name because you were coming in as the Globus? Or have you changed it since then?
No, that came later. That's when the Black Swan argument came out, and it's sort of a play on Modus Tollens.
But I'm curious, what was your first name?
What was your name? What was your name when you came in before? When you were here arguing for the Globe?
Let me think. I think it was Globosexual. I think that was my.
I think I remember that. No, I remember talking to you now. Yeah, Globosexual.
I think you're the reason we retired that role.
That was pretty cool. I like that name too. That was pretty fun. That was fun.
Yeah. So then I changed it to, as soon as the Modus Tollens arguments came out, I changed it to Globus Trollens. And then it sort of devolved into just Globus.
Yeah,
but yeah, look, at the time I wasn't married to any paradigm, and I didn't have an online persona that I needed to uphold. So I'm just like, look, these guys seem to be legitimate in their convictions, and I'm like, all right, I'll accept their challenges. Even though I was being jokey at the time, and I was really ruffling some feathers and making some people very irate. But I'm like,
nice.
All right, whatever.
No, we want to have a good time, but also bring out some really good information as well.
Yeah, look, I couldn't deny my findings at all. I wasn't going to come in here and be like, okay, so what I found actually, confirms the globe, because it didn't. So I'm just like, fuck, these guys are right.
Right. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest and say, yeah, look, you guys are right.
What did you expect?
Maybe I saw this.
Be like, the Earth is flat, 8 inches per mile squared, and you have to disprove this claim.
Now that you're here, think about the task that they have. How hard it would be to fake. I mean, it's incredible.
Absolutely.
How did you go about taking your observation?
So I'm fortunate enough to live on the east coast of Australia, so I've got plenty of observations that I can make over water, and that can be with any conditions. We have a very variable sort of seasonal influx, so I can have conditions where there isn't much humidity in the air, to negate refraction to a certain extent. Other conditions where it would be there would be a lot of moisture in the air. So I took different times of the year and made my observations of particular landmarks that I knew the actual distances to. I then compared that to what a geometric globe with a certain radius would predict. And on several occasions, more than one, I didn't just use one. On more than one occasion, it didn't actually align with what the globe would predict. So the fact that it was so many times that I made the same observation and it didn't align to a globe prediction, and sometimes it was out by a big factor. I'm just like, well, it's definitely not a globe then. Like if it's not aligning to the geometric prediction. And it's not only off by a little bit; it's off by a shitload, by a lot.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm just like, yeah. That was my main sort of,
Let me ask you something, Globus. What would you say about somebody that lives in Central America that is not anywhere near the ocean shore?
Yep.
I'm referring to myself.
So what sort of observation could you make?
We do have several large lakes around where I live, but the principle and effect, and some of the videos that people like you and others have posted, but the logic of the idea really convinced me. I didn't have to go to the ocean to prove to myself that the Earth is a level stationary plane. So what do you think about that?
So what did you use?
Logic and reasoning.
For example?
Well, they claim gravity makes galaxies form into balls and spinning balls, and that's pretty illogical because they have no evidence for it.
I agree. You could definitely.
I was already on that trip way before flat Earth. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
I was
that's
already
good.
a geocentrist way before I came across flat Earth. So anyway,
you could definitely unravel the claim of gravity. That's definitely
so I
something
didn't need to go to the shore of an ocean.
You don't need to. Absolutely.
I mean, I was already a geocentrist way before flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's a necessity, but if you have that luxury, then why not take it?
No, sure,
because
but it was just like I was always confused as a geocentrist. I was always kind of confused. All right, well, so God made the earth first because that's what it says in the Bible, right? God made the earth first. That's what it says, right?
Yeah.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
So the reason I opted for that optical sort of proof is because I was always sort of taught that ships would disappear beyond a certain geometric horizon at a certain distance, blah blah blah. So because I was taught that, I was sort of indoctrinated into the whole things are occluded at a certain distance. So I wanted to put that to the test. Whereas at that time, I really wasn't aware of the gravity arguments or anything of that sort, or the gas pressure arguments
involved and all.
I wasn't really.
All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't privy to any of those arguments. All I was privy to was things experience obstruction at a certain distance due to Earth curve. So I'm like, I'm going to put that to the test before I put anything else to the test.
Doesn't that sound really silly now? Obstruction due
now
to
it does. But at the time, it sort of made sense to me. It made sense that there would be a physical obstruction due to a bulge.
Isn't it fun how we have to be so patient with new people that jump in? It's like obstruction due to Earth curve. Yeah, ships go over the horizon, and then we have to explain. All right, so we just have the step by step. Here's why.
Hey, Globus.
Yep.
Hey, Globus. How do you see this playing out? If you had to predict, like your best guess at what will happen as far as this argument goes, or flat Earth in general, in the next 10 years?
Well, personally, I think there seems to be at this from my personal experience. I know that's anecdotal, but people around me, people I meet on a daily basis, it seems like there's an exponential growth of this argument and any truth argument, whether it be related to flat Earth or not. So,
in Australia,
in Australia, absolutely, and Australia I know a lot of people.
Right? They're getting pissed off.
Yeah. I know a lot of people in South America as well that are exposed to this particular argument and arguments that are related to it. So in 10 years' time, I think the differential will be sort of more equalized, in our favor. I see a lot more people knowing our arguments. I see it climbing in that direction.
Okay, well, arguments aren't the argument. It's understanding that we're moving toward. Seeing Earth for what it actually is.
But
yeah,
but that
it's
requires
exponential no matter what, because it's something you find out, not something you decide or have an opinion about.
absolutely.
Do you think that that's happening for people? I mean,
yes,
I don't necessarily in that vein. I don't necessarily have any faith in humanity on that vein at all.
Well,
I don't think they
humanity
can. I
being
don't think they can see it. I don't think they can see it.
well, they can see it if they look, if they know how to look.
Nah, but
you
they
don't even
don't
have
know
to
how to
do
look because they're
if they're
not being
honest with
taught
themselves.
right.
Look,
Well, it's gonna be.
I'm surprised on a daily basis with people that I thought would have
I'm
no
not saying
clue about.
everyone that the people.
No, yeah, but on a whole, like I said, I'm taking an average from the people that I meet on a daily basis, which are, due to what I do, are new people, and new groups of people, and I don't, I don't hit them with any any flat Earth argument, from the onset, because I know that's going to be met with a lot of resistance.
I get that part. Yeah, me.
So I don't do that, but I gather from
I do
what
it
they
on
say.
Here because that's
Yeah,
our
I know you
job
do.
here.
Yeah, it's okay to do it here, of course, but when you're meeting people in the real world, it's not always something that you want to do. It's not always going to be productive to whatever you're doing. So, but from gathering from what I've heard from people, and I do plant seeds here and there whenever I engage in dialogue with different people. I find that a lot of them do.
You're pretty much the same way I am. Just like,
yeah, you do plant seeds here and there.
Baby steps to
absolutely.
the New World Order.
Yeah, baby steps, absolutely. And you see, and from those baby steps, you gather their paradigm, in a sense. But I've been surprised. I actually thought a lot of them would be very closed-minded, very sort of sticking to the norms of society. But they're not as a whole, and that's just here in Australia because that's the only experience I have at the moment. A lot of them seem to be
the same way in America as well. I mean, people.
I think what's going on in the last 2 years has helped a lot with people being open-minded to
absolutely
a bigger agenda. Yeah,
absolutely.
So,
Dave,
Globus, also, I'll do a little interview with you. What if you had to bring up one argument to someone that is interested? What would be your first argument?
Someone that's interested in paradigm?
Finding out finding out if it's a globe or not. What argument would you bring up first?
First of all, I'd say the most intuitive argument to me that sort of, gets a lot of people to think is the gas pressure argument. To me, that's so simple and elegant in its simplicity that, and that everyone can sort of, use another example, with a tire argument or with a gas canister argument. When anyone can think of that quite intuitively and say, okay, yeah, I understand that because I've experienced that throughout my life. That in itself is a huge eye opener, and I've actually used that argument with a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses that have come to my door, because I have found that a lot of them, although they sort of obviously follow Bible doctrine, that they do believe in a heliocentric model. Whenever I bring up, like, for example, that argument, I'm just met with the deer in the headlight sort of look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and their go-to rebuttal of that, of course, would be, well, if that's the case, then why don't we have higher pressure higher up, right?
Higher pressure higher up.
Yeah, because we have a gradient, and if the density is
so what? When you met
his reply, Julio.
So my rebuttal to that would be, is it possible to have a gas pressure gradient without a container?
There you go.
Yeah. Is that what you asked them? I mean, is that what they were positing?
Which is
well, they always, their reply, Helio, is always.
I already know what the Jehovah's Witnesses are going to say when they.
No, not Jehovah's Witness and Baller. Why is it that we have lower density?
But he was talking about Jehovah's
as we go
Witnesses.
higher.
Anyway.
No, he wasn't. Well, I was asking him about Baller's response to that argument. I'm trying to come up with a short list of arguments they don't have an answer
Hey,
to.
by the way, Jehovah's Witnesses are ballers. Anyway.
Yeah, they are. But could you come up? By the way, the Matthew's Bible includes flat Earth directly. By the way, there's a Matthew's Bible, and it has flat Earth actually in the Bible supposedly. Anyway, but what would you say? I'm trying to come up with a short list or long list, hopefully, of arguments that the ballers do not have answers for, because there's a gradient there too.
Yeah, we can
They
go
have
through
some
all
that
the
they don't have
baller
any
lists
answer.
of the,
Every
whatever
single one
religion.
of them.
Is there any argument they have no answer to? Do you
The-
think, Globus, do you think there's an answer? There's one that they don't have any answer to, or
All
even
of them.
like an answer that doesn't suffice?
Well, yeah, that particular argument of gas pressure. That's
Yeah, that's a
why
good one.
a lot of them will
Gravity.
go, yeah, well, there's a gas pressure. Yeah, well, you can definitely get into gravity and actually ask them for validation, and you'll find that none of them will actually be able to validate it.
Right.
You know, experimentally.
Of course.
And when you break that down, you know, you'll find that a lot of them will come up with a Cavendish observation that they will call an experiment, but you can break that down
Sideways
into
gravity.
sideways gravity, or even you can actually ask for what is the actual cause within said experiment, and you'll find that none of them will actually be able to give you a cause because if you're going to unpack the hypothesis of said experiment, you'll find that you know, a hypothesis is essentially, in layman's terms, an if this then that statement. So
there is no
in the
if then
Cavendish,
that.
yeah. Well, if you're going to
If
unpack
mass,
it,
then gravity, right?
yeah. So if mass, then mass attracts mass. So
Right.
you know, how does that make sense? You know, or
Right.
if you're going to take their supposed definition
Hey,
for mass, which is the resistance to acceleration.
Hold on,
Then,
I want you guys to continue.
Hang on, Helio.
No,
So
I want you guys to continue.
Wait,
I'm
let him
about to record it.
continue real quick.
No, I want him to continue. I want to record this so you guys can, so maybe Indio can put this as a podcast for you guys.
All right. Well, go ahead and start your recording.
Yeah, I'm going to
continue,
start
Globus.
recording.
Okay, so so you'll find that a lot of globers will actually, when you ask them to define mass, they'll define it as the resistance to acceleration, which is actually the same definition that they have for inertia. So if you're going to unpack that into a hypothesis for the so-called Cavendish experiment, then that would be the resistance to acceleration, which is the cause, gives rise to an attraction between resistance to acceleration to resistance to acceleration. I mean, that's beyond ridiculous.
Right.
Right?
And then if you get into if you get into the actuality of gravity, they do have to admit that Einsteinian gravity supersedes Newtonian gravity. So even within the Cavendish experiment, they are having to explain it as the bending of space-time moves one object towards another. But you can't identify that one object being larger is the reason that the smaller object moves to the larger object, because that's not apparent in the observation or in the test. You can call it a test. You can't call it an experiment because it doesn't follow the scientific method. But the thing about the space-time bending, they work it into Newtonian gravity by saying that, okay, it is space-time bending that actually moves objects towards each other. So there is no pull, there is only push. Technically, everyone should know that. There is no pull. It is always a push. That there is no force of pull ever, anywhere, right? So that's the warping of space-time that pushes one object towards each other. So they cannot technically say that mass attracts mass at all, ever, if they know what they're talking about. Because there is no attraction, ever. That's a pull. So, and then there's a whole other interesting thing that's come up that I heard Witsit talking about with Zanuck. Did you hear me mention that to him or someone else? Or did you hear them talking about the idea that
ever talk to
even if
Zanuck,
space-time...
I would disagree everything Zanuck said.
Well, Zanuck was getting a lesson from Witsit about the fact that they discovered that if gravity, in the sense of bending of space-time, was a real force, because it's even a pseudo force in that sense, because if they call it a real force, then it has to follow the laws of forces, which is that they have an equal and opposite reaction.
Yep.
And somehow that means that space-time wouldn't bend. It would eventually it would straighten out according to those laws. So it has to be a pseudo force. Somehow it gets away with it just by them calling it a pseudo, right? A pseudo force, an apparent force. And the interesting thing about that is that they have gravity kind of part of mass when they're talking about Newtonian gravity, right? It just worked into the equation as part of mass. So if something has mass, it already has a certain amount of gravity baked in. Now, if we're
In
talking
other
about
words,
space-time,
let's just say if this were a thing, then this probably would happen if it were a thing, basically.
right. Well, what does happen is there seems to be an acceleration, an average acceleration of some sort with falling bodies, right? And that's something that we still have to figure out if it's static, some kind of charge, the attraction to Earth that could account for that, or if it's just some kind of universal average, like there is for everything, like any kind of sacred geometry has a certain proportion, and maybe the falling objects find their equilibrium, their density equilibrium at that rate. That doesn't really need an explanation necessarily, but that is what you could call gravity. It's just weight, right? It's just it doesn't have to be a force because it's not a force. So they can't get away with calling it a force is my point, even when they're talking about space-time bending. But then where is it baked in the space-time scenario is what I'm wondering. How do they
gravity
bake it in?
As an effectual force, go ahead. Never mind. I won't.
Sorry. So
no, I want you to. I want to hear your response. My bad.
Yeah, that's okay. So I've heard the term space-time mentioned several times here, and I want to get to the definition of what space-time is, which
the conception, the privation.
So if we're to take Oxford's definition of space-time, which I do tend to agree with, it is the concepts of time and three-dimensional space regarded as fused in a four-dimensional continuum. So that's just basically telling us that it's taking space and time as a fourth dimension, as a Euclidean dimension, which we all know, cannot actually occur. If space and time are actually concepts, ideas in our head, how can they actually have physical, properties?
That non-Euclidean. Right. I would consider that non-Euclidean.
Yeah, so it is non-Euclidean, but what we do experience, things that bend and warp are, have Euclidean properties. They don't have these pseudo-Riemannian properties themselves. Like for any sort of equation that we use, physicality for, we use Euclidean, three space geometry. We don't use four space. That's beyond physicality, especially when we're trying to say that something is bending and warping.
Talking about the natural world still?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, we're talking about space-time. We're talking about space-time.
But they say that
talking about the unnatural world.
But they say, but in
I'm joking a little.
Their paradigm, that needs to be the physical world, the natural and physical world.
Sure, it's a portion of of what they understand as Euclidean versus
no, it's not.
non-Euclidean.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not physical. By definition, it's not physical. Is his point?
They're as confused as the ignorant people about this.
Yeah,
that they make up.
The geometry that they use, the very geometry they use for their equations are non-Euclidean. They're actually what's known as pseudo-Riemannian manifolds.
Manifold.
Yeah, it's four space. So it's taking I think it's one dimension of time and three dimensions.
Something that nobody can experience in the physical world.
Well, yeah, it's just a concept. It's a mathematical concept. So it's not actually occurring in reality. It's just occurring in your mind. So to then say that this is having physical consequences on what we term to be mass is just beyond ridiculous. Like, you know.
And they've even recently discovered some things about.
Welcome to the third rock from the sun.
And they've even admitted, or at least some of the talk that goes on recently, or somewhat recently, is that there's a lot of Einsteinian, general relativity, or what is it, super. I don't know. Anyway, Einstein's general relativity doesn't work. A lot of the movements of these distant stars don't follow the bending of space-time like they predicted. So they know that it doesn't work already, even within their imaginary world of bending space-time.
In their mind, it exists, and they've convinced the entire world that it's plausible, but they don't have any evidence whatsoever for it, and that's what we're here for now.
And they even admit it does. And they even admit it doesn't work, Helio. They're saying it's the best they have, even though it's broken.
Yeah, we just showed you what they do to convince you that it is real.
Right.
This simple concept. This is how they've convinced you that this is plausible. And it's implausible because they have no real physical evidence for it at all.
A big issue with the Globers is that they rather have an explanation for something, however broken that may be.
That's all they have is
none.
Yeah.
Right.
Than none.
They don't have
so they rather have that than none. And if you have none, then some of them will consider you wrong, even though you're just shrugging your shoulders and saying you don't know.
Dude, I'll be the freaking whatever. What do they call the people that just put themselves out there and look like a dipshit? Freaking put me out there. It's just like until you come with actual physical proof for the globe, I'll be out there freaking calling your ass out.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of proof. They've measured it.
Dude, they blew up the buildings on 9/11. My bad. I mean,
we just went through 2 days of 9/11 on the other channel.
On
that was crazy. It's like, well, how is that an argument anymore? Man, that shit didn't happen.
It's amazing how long
fucking
that argument lasted.
That hit those fucking buildings.
What's that, Globus?
I said it's amazing how long that argument lasted for over there. Look, as far as I know, one thing that I can confirm, and like I said, this is a personal anecdote, and I don't expect anyone to believe this. There was definitely people on the manifest for those particular flights, purely because my family knows somebody that was on said flight. As far as that's concerned, like I'll argue with anyone that says, okay, there were no people on the flights. No, there were definitely people that have never been heard from again.
Let me
like
ask
I said,
this. All right, so all right, are you talking about 9/11?
Yeah, I don't
Wasn't
really
that a
want
famous guy? Wasn't that famous? Wasn't that somebody kind of somewhat famous that you knew, Globus, that was on that flight?
Well, famous I wouldn't say famous. They were a
Spaniards,
employees or whatever.
They were a member of a media company here that isn't. It isn't a prominent media company.
Well, that actually helps us to confirm that they could have been disappeared. I mean, you're not.
Yeah, look, they would definitely disappear because, like I said, they were never heard from or seen again.
Do you think 2 airplanes could bring down the entire complex?
No,
Personally,
he knows that he knows better. I think.
All
yeah,
right, so
I don't.
It's not even worth a conversation about it.
No, and I don't want to get into that
Now,
conversation.
if you never heard from people that were your family members that supposedly were on the planes.
No, not a family member, just a friend. He knows our family's friend, right?
I have family friends that know that people that were shit. I mean, there's thousands of people involved, but those towers weren't brought down by 2 airplanes.
Well, my theory about the people on the planes is even if they seem to have never been shown up again, a deal could have been made with those people in the quarter-filled planes. They were all none of them were at full capacity, which is suspicious to begin with. But if you have a life insurance policy and you change your name and your family can't, Helio, you're cutting me off. If you have an insurance policy, if you have a life insurance policy and your family cashes in on it and you change your identity, then you're disappeared.
Yeah, look, I don't deny that possibility at all.
Let me ask you this right up front. Do you think one airplane could destroy one of those towers?
No, I don't think so.
There wasn't any airplanes as far as I can tell. Now,
yeah, I know there was no planes. I was just asking if you're under that impression. We have nothing else to talk about.
No, absolutely not.
There were
Ocean's 9/11. I call it.
Ocean's 9/11. There you go. Yeah, nobody. There were no airplanes that destroyed those buildings. That was total fucking.
The funniest thing is that I think one of the, not to get into the whole 9/11 thing, but I think one of the craziest admittance or facts that anyone can look up is that they were running a drill that very morning for what would the defense do as far as the planes in the air that are supposed to intercept any kind of incoming threat. They were running a drill to counteract the possibility of planes flying into buildings. And because they were running that drill, they were preoccupied and missed the planes flying into buildings.
Oops.
And that's something anyone can look up. It's a fact that was the claim.
If you haven't figured it out by now.
Talk about coincidences.
Yeah, if you haven't figured it out by now, it's just like I get so frustrated. It's just like, but we shouldn't. I mean, a lot of people that are, younger people now, it's just like when we tell them 9/11 was a total sham. I mean, I can tell them about some other things like the Gulf of Tonkin that got us into the Vietnam. They said that they were attacked. They did the same shit. It was a false flag. Same way.
Yeah.
But 9/11, there's more involved, because it was 1968, 33 years later. There's a lot more involved, but there's probably some shit involved with 9/11. I mean, with Gulf of Tonkin, there's some shit involved with in 1967, the 6-Day War in Israel when they fucking took down the USS Liberty. Dude, there's all kinds of shit that
it really shows.
Like, you flat earthers are totally. I believe everything in the news, but flat Earth. Show me, flat earther, why this is something I should consider. You don't know shit about anything.
Well, I would say that flat Earth wouldn't be what it is without 9/11, to be honest.
It's probably true, but 9/11 wouldn't be shit without Gulf of Tonkin or freaking USS Liberty and all.
And that gets to my point. Why would they ever disclose any of it, right? Why would they make any of that unclassified at any point if they wanted to cover it up?
No, they want you to know.
Yeah, they want you to know. And with 9/11, Helio, let me just say this: with 9/11, they showed you the mistakes on. They made the mistakes on purpose and made bad mistakes on purpose, and then had a controlled opposition for the 9/11 truth movement,
Marathon, Sandy
so that
Hook,
they could,
all that
so
shit.
that they could create the truth movement, which became the engine of the internet, which they knew was on the way.
Mm-hmm.
And the divide and conquer tactic was not only separating one generation from the next, because we were looking at the internet and figuring out that it was an inside job, and our parents were still watching the news. And it, generation by generation, they do this where they separate with the hippie movement, or Vietnam. There's a separation of generations. If you got your kids at odds with you, it's a lot less of a threat in general. If you have people in general arguing with each other about the shape of the earth, the divide and conquer tactic works as long as they can keep their hands in the pie to some degree and control.
Right?
They don't want to kill any one narrative. They just want to control them all and monitor the statistics for each one.
Every fucking time.
Yeah.
Even amongst truthers, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. In fact, they probably built those buildings to spill. They were built to spill when they were constructed. That was already in the works, in the plan.
Like I said, I mean, they were
10 years beforehand.
They were built in 1968. 33 years later.
33 years, right? And 10 years before that, they depicted the whole thing on the 5, 10, 20, 100, 50, and 100. And you can see that, You've seen those, right?
Yeah.
And that's the perfect example of how they.
This is fun.
That's the perfect example of how they show their power to each other. When you fold those bills up and show it to somebody else, and you show it, if you show it to somebody that is completely non-conspiratorial and knows and thinks that the mainstream story is,
be like,
they'll think you're crazy. Yeah, it's not so.
Grab your tinfoil hat and rear it around.
It's done. It's like blatantly obvious to anyone that knows that it wasn't what they told us. But for someone that doesn't know, they could still look at that and say that's crazy, because it's not so detailed and perfect that you can't deny it.
I mean, you can already see them doing it again. With this freaking stupid monkeypox thing. Everything's popping up on social media. And everything that's going on. It's just like, you haven't caught on yet? I can't believe that people haven't caught on yet. It's like you listen to the radio, it's like, oh, the first case of monkeypox is. I heard it on the radio because
they got monkeypox now.
I live with my mom. Yeah, there's this monkeypox thing, and now it's starting to pop up on social media. Oh, monkeypox, and people are making videos about. It's just like, have you got your monkeypox vaccine? Well, I don't think there's a vaccine out yet, but the first case of monkeypox is America. It's like,
right?
I think what it is with the flat Earth argument as well, you can show on all the facts, but the one fact they can't wrap around their head is that they've been fooled. Like, have you ever watched that show? It's on MTV. It's called Catfish, where they get catfish.
Yeah, that's a total catfish of the entire population.
Yeah, they get catfished online, and the two producers are trying to show them all the evidence, like it's blatantly a fake profile, like you're being.
Well, dude, it kind of reminds me of a lot of the.
Helio, don't cut him off, please.
My bad.
They can't accept it, and it takes them to the point where they have to get on a plane and go see, and they have to even talk to the person and ask them why. Like it's so difficult for them to accept that they've been tricked and fooled, and that's the hardest part about it, is trying to convince them.
Harder to convince someone they've been fooled than to fool them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly it. Yeah. It's just like being around family, and when they're just like, "Hey, did you see this thing about the monkeypox? I need to go get my monkeypox vaccine," and you say, "Don't do that. That's propaganda. No, don't get your monkeypox vaccine."
They showed us the truth with this thing too. They made it ridiculous on purpose.
It's free. I can get it for free, and it's not going to hurt me. It's like, how do you know it's not going to hurt you? Well, because doctors said to go ahead and get the monkeypox vaccine.
They gave me a cheeseburger. Why would they lie?
They'll give you a free cheeseburger if you get the monkeypox.
Right.
See, I can say monkeypox because it's not controversial yet.
Right?
Because it just came out. What the fuck is going on with these people, man? It's fucking weird.
And part of it is they make it blatantly silly and obvious, in my opinion, on purpose, as part of their justification for it. Because if you believe, if you went and got it, and it's obviously not what they're telling you, then they don't feel so bad. And same thing with
It's just
space.
like my monkeypox vaccine was harmless. Hey, look, I'm not dead yet. Well, maybe you are in a couple of years. I don't know what they put in your
Helio,
vein.
let me say this. Same thing with playing golf on the moon and showing us the harness videos from ISS. They're trolling us. They're showing it to us on purpose. It's not caught. It's not like we just went and investigated it. This was all the kids singing at the Super Bowl that are 5 years older than the pictures of them as victims of Sandy Hook. That wasn't just some truther digging it up. That was them showing it to us on purpose. The folded bills for 9/11 wasn't some truther figuring out how to fold those bills. That was them sharing that information with the truthers to show their power.
I already knew they're fucking with us. That I already knew. Yeah.
It's the wink and the nudge. It's like for the thinking man, you can decide that this is not what they say, because that's what they offer. They're offering the thinking man a decision, and that's how they justify it to themselves for
You're
lying.
part of the elite by capturing and understanding how they're manipulating the ignorant public.
Right.
I think this time they underestimated people and they kind of got sloppy, because I think this time it's a lot more obvious and people are going to start to realize.
On which
with the monkeypox, I think it's
the monkeypox.
Okay.
It's not
they
that
got
big
sloppy with
yet.
this one. I think.
But
I think people will start to realize.
I think there's.
I think they're just.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
that
they're
could
getting
also
sloppy.
be.
I mean,
They're so brilliant. Hold on, Helio. I think they're so brilliant they could do that sloppiness even on purpose as well. And there's going to have to be the pendulum's going to have to swing.
Kind of shit,
Helio. The pendulum's going to have to swing in the other direction, even with this thing. And there's going to be supposed heads that fall or heads that roll because of this. And people are going to have to feel justified that somebody paid the price or somebody was blamed or somebody was fired, because there's going to be some injuries that they're going to have to account for at some point. It's going to be too obvious. And then there's going to be a man that sweeps in and says, well, no more fake news. I'm president again, maybe. And now we're going to have a truth doctrine because we want to get rid of fake news and fake stories and fake jabs and all this other stuff and save the world. After all of the dust is settled, the phoenix will rise. And I think that's what they're setting this all up for.
If this monkeypox thing becomes a thing, I'll freaking destroy my YouTube channel with all kinds of Planet of the Apes posts. I'll just spam my whole fucking Facebook channel with Planet of the Apes bullshit.
Yeah, I think you could be right that they make it sloppy on purpose because they know it's going to create a divide either way.
Yeah.
Did you guys read that Guardian thing that I've been posting for the past few days about how?
What is it?
Yeah, it's talking about how the U.S. passes domestic terrorism bill in response to the Buffalo incident.
Okay, what's the bill?
Yeah, the literature talks about domestic terrorism, and it talks about the white supremacists, but they didn't give a definition of what that means.
Are they going to say anything you've ever said online is going to make you a domestic terrorist? Is that what they're going to go for, you think? Anything that goes against the mainstream narrative?
I don't know, but apparently this dude wrote like a book instead of a manifesto, right? And there's all kinds of Yeah, this incident. Look into it, guys. I'm telling you.
I will post it again. I'll look into it.
Hey,
I did.
I see you posted it, but can you give us a kind of a basic rundown?
Yeah, I just did. They're trying to post. They're saying this thing was a hate crime, and they're talking about domestic
Guardian is
terrorists.
a UK site, right?
I don't know, but I'm saying
is.
don't
It is.
look at the Guardian. Look
Right.
at the bill. Look at the wording.
Well, just give us a breakdown. Sorry, I interrupted.
I just did. I said that it's about domestic terrorism, and
Does it have to do with media and misinformation, or does it have to do with?
It has to do with white supremacists. But what does that definition mean?
Hey, Larry, could you give us a rundown on what this is all about, please? Tell us about it.
All you're saying, Larry, is just white supremacy. I mean, we don't really have a lot.
No, just come on, Larry, give it up. Tell us about it. Tell us what you're talking about.
I mean, I can pull it up. You want me to read the article? I can.
No, it's okay. He told us 3 times already.
Have any of you seen the video?
No.
Well,
no, I don't watch the films.
He actually streamed it on.
House of Representatives.
Hey, Helio, somebody else is talking. Go ahead. What is it?
He actually streamed it on Twitch, and someone recorded it. And I don't think it was a hate crime, or I don't think it was racially motivated.
Oh, that's another false flag. But anyway,
was it real? Was it even real? That's the question.
Yeah,
I have no idea about it. How do you know it's real? How do you know?
You can tell that it's real. Like, you can see, it's very clear. You can see him shooting people, like, and then the bodies dropping to the ground. It gets cut out halfway through as well.
Okay, but there's squids.
I heard about it, but I haven't seen any footage yet, so I can't really give commentary on that.
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't seen it yet either.
I think it's the whole thing they're trying to make people like a divide between black people and white people.
Oh, then it was fake.
Hold on.
No, like, it's not fake, but I don't think it was
I can't
racially motivated.
make a judgment until I see.
Oh, okay. So they used it to their advantage. It was something real that they happened to use.
I watched the video. The first person he killed was a white woman. She was pushing a trolley. That was the first person he killed. And then there was another white woman stood by the door to go into the
so a black guy walked up to a white woman.
It wasn't a black guy.
It wasn't her in the face.
It wasn't a black guy. It was a white guy.
The
shooter, it was an 18-year-old white guy.
How are they spinning it to be a racial thing?
I don't know. I think maybe because he was things he was saying on Twitch before. I don't know, but it from the footage, you wouldn't assume that from the footage. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Okay,
I heard about it. Like, it happened a couple days ago, I think, but I don't. As far as the mainstream media, I don't really follow that much. But if this was a thing in Buffalo, I guess whatever. I want to get I will look at CNN's footage, MSNBC. I'll look at it.
Hey, Larry, tell us about this Buffalo thing. What's the deal with that?
Tell us, bro. Give you.
Yeah, I know, right?
Bro, come on.
It's one of those
I haven't looked at it at all.
It's one of those things that Helio should probably look into, because he hasn't looked at it at all. So whatever Helio knows.
Give me some good links, man. I'll look at it and I'll analyze it.
Yeah, tell us about it. Is there a Guardian link or something you want to tell us about?
This kind of looks like Boston Marathon kind of shit to me. I ain't gonna lie, but
well, let's not be auto hoaxers, because
sure.
Yeah.
What I heard so far is just like white guy just starts walking down the street and shooting people in the face.
Well, when you have movie magic and you have blood squibs and people falling, and they get better and better at it, you're not going to be able to know whether it's real or not. A lot of times,
like I said, I'm always skeptical about what the automatic.
Look, guys, let's focus on. Sorry, bro. let's focus on what's really important. It doesn't matter if it was real or not. What matters is what they're going to do, and use this as an excuse to get away with. That's what I'm asking you to look at. Exactly. I'm not asking you to look and see if it was real or not.
What could be done about it?
All right. So immediately afterwards, this article that you posted, they're proposing a bill, right? I mean, next freaking day.
Yeah. You have to think that there must have been some kind of
suspicious about that.
Yeah, exactly. Seems very typical.
I mean, isn't that
there were so many blatant ones? Remember the Virginia news reporter, where her boyfriend came out like hours later, so supposedly upset, with a picture of her, already printed out in his hands, and like one sentence about how upset he is, and then the next 15. Hold on, wait, Helio, stop. And the next 15 minutes were filled with like how the gun laws need to change by the boyfriend and the dad, like literally like hours after she was supposedly killed. It was just so obvious and blatant.
It's like I think that if it works, it just works. It's like, oh, we have drama. We have an act. Support your local congressman in this
gun bill,
or whatever it is. It's like there's terrorists that people are wanting to kill us. Fear porn.
And then you see all the different ways that works. All of the people thought their guns are going to get taken away, and then gun sales rocketed, right? So it works as like a con in so many ways. They do get the bills passed and the laws passed, so they can change some of the restrictions. But it scares people that there's going to be this, oh, we're going to take your guns away, and then they know where to put their money as far as the stock on the guns go.
When did this article come out, Hank?
I don't know, bro.
Tell us about the article, Hank. What's that all about?
It looks like it was a couple months ago or something. From what I'm looking at. Hold on. With bulletproof federal resources to prevent domestic terrorism in response to the racist mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, the bill faces the increasingly familiar burden of an uphill climb to pass the Senate. This is the first paragraph in the article.
So, Hank, how are they making it terrorists? I mean, how are they making it racist? What's the spin there?
It's not terrorism, it's domestic terrorism.
No, I said, yeah, but they're calling it racist, right? It's a white guy shooting white people. How do they make? What's the spin there? Do you know?
Racist mass shooting in Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, but it was a white guy shooting white people. So how are they making it racist?
Hold on. Guardian is UK. How are they reporting on an American thing, calling it racist? Those motherfuckers aren't over here.
So, dude, I just grabbed an article so that I could draw attention to the bill. Stop looking at the article. Look at the.
Well, we've been asking you to tell us about the bill.
What are the restrictions?
Well,
just that they're going to call out domestic terrorism?
Tell us why you brought it up, Hank. I don't give a shit what they say on the news.
He already did, actually, but was it just that they're going to start calling domestic terrorists out, start labeling people? Is that basically it?
That's a divide and conquer strategy. They're using this event to make us want to go to war with each other. If you watch news, CNN, it's all about abortion, kill whitey. We should be able to have our own rights. Roe v. Wade, women's rights.
The 222 versus 203 nearly party line House vote was an answer to the growing pressure Congress faces to address gun violence and white supremacist attacks What in America? From England, they're reporting this on the Guardian. I don't see white supremacy over here. I mean, even in Arkansas, I'm in the South. This is what they're saying. This is what they say on the Guardian. White supremacist attacks, a crisis that escalated following 2 mass shootings over the weekend. Adam Kinzinger of Illinois. I mean, Illinois is close enough to Arkansas. A member of the Congressional Committee investigating the insurrection of the U.S. Capitol by extremists, supporters of Donald Trump on January 12th, which that whole shit was a shit show. Remember the guy wearing the fucking horns when he fucking... Oh my God. People buy into this. I guess we are in a sad state. Sorry, Hank, for interrupting.
It's right. I just know that you guys mostly don't look at current events and stuff, so I was trying to bring this to everybody's attention.
I check it out every once in a while, but wow, this is ridiculous. This is something new. Holy fuck. People actually take this serious. Oh, it fucking makes me sick. I ain't gonna lie. What the hell is this? I'm reading this article and it says, since lawmakers lack the support in the Senate to move forward with any sort of gun control legislation they see as necessary to stop mass shootings, Democrats are instead putting their efforts into a broader federal focus on domestic terrorism. And there's a quote here from Illinois Democrat Brad Schneider. We in Congress can't stop the likes of Fox News host Tucker Carlson from spewing hateful, dangerous replacement theory ideology across the airwaves. He didn't make that shit up. Somebody fucking fed it to him. Congress hasn't been able to ban the sale of assault weapons. He doesn't even give a description of what the assault weapons are. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act is what Congress should do this week to try to prevent future Buffalo shootings, the Illinois Democrat Brad Schneider said, who first introduced the measure in 2017, said on the House floor. Late on Wednesday night. What a fag. I'm just going to call him a fag. You guys agree with me? He's a fag. Meaning a bundle of sticks. That's what people call a bundle of sticks in the UK. Since this is a UK article, I can call that motherfucker a fag, a bundle of sticks. That's about how smart he is.
That's a cigarette.
A fag is a cigarette, not a bundle of sticks.
Oh yeah, well he's well. You can light a cigarette, but you can't light a bundle of sticks unless you have good enough fire.
I got an idea. Let's make murder illegal so that people don't do it. How about that?
Dude, I think that's already happening, with never mind, I'm not going to get into that, but that can apply to a lot of things, Hank. Don't get me started. Now, this is pretty striking. But this article you posted is from a couple of years ago and has some UK idiots trying to get themselves involved in U.S. politics. Fuck that asshole.
You said the article I posted is from a couple years ago?
Well, at least some of the quotes. I mean, I just read something from some guy in Europe talking about what we have going on. Oh, never mind.
It doesn't matter if the articles from US, UK,
Yeah, it
Australia,
doesn't matter. I mean,
they're all
the
connected. You know,
principle's
it
the
doesn't
same.
matter.
Principle's the same.
It's all the same. It doesn't matter where it's from. They're all trying to push the same like narrative.
It says replacement theory is a set of racist and anti-Semitic lies and socio-political arguments that has cropped up around the world in this past decade. This is the shit that The Guardian is posting. In the U.S., it is expressed as the false idea that a cabal of Jews and Democrats is replacing the shrinking white American majority race with black, Hispanic, and other people of color by encouraging immigration and interracial marriage with the goal of threatening the ruling elite and eventually engineering the extinction of the white race. Now, this is what they're claiming that white people are doing. Who are they quoting? They're not even giving me a freaking quote. Who
Tucker
said that?
Carlson was the one that was talking about it.
No, but
It's known as the.
he didn't. He doesn't say that. This is what they're saying that some other people have said. Yeah, go ahead, Hank. See, why didn't you want to say this when we asked you to say it? You know the article. We were asking you to.
I know. I should have just told you that it was about racism and mass shooting and
This is some
white.
bullshit, bro. This is some
I know.
shit.
Because, they didn't mention like any other like groups, right? Because there's like white supremacists and there's like black supremacists. There's, other groups that wear like different hats. They're supremacists, but anyway, they're talking about Tucker Carlson. He was talking about replacement theory on Fox News, how they want to get more people in to vote, Democratic from other countries illegally. Then he played a bunch of videos of a bunch of Democratic politicians talking about that very same thing. And they're pushing the replacement theory and they're talking about it like
Tucker
it's
doesn't do
clergy.
that, though.
What?
Tucker doesn't talk about replacement theory. He just reports on.
Yeah, he does. He talked about it this week, ever since the shooting happened. So Tucker Carlson was talking about the replacement theory, but he didn't call it the clergy plan, which is what came from the Frankfurt School, which is where we get, the feminism from Freud's nephew, and it's where we get Freud and all those other assholes from the Frankfurt School. But yeah, not a lot of people know about the.
Objectively, right?
Well, he was reporting on the replacement theory, but he didn't call it the clergy plan. But that's what it's, originally known as.
Well, but this Guardian attack, this Guardian article seems like they're attacking him as if he's a white supremacist. Seems like it. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Anyway, it's just showing you how the media takes a shooting that happened in Buffalo, New York, which happens all the time in Buffalo, New York, because in the manifesto or the 100 and something page book the guy wrote, he talked about doing it in a place where nobody would have any guns, right? Because these, mass shooters, they want to go down in infamy, but they don't want to get hurt. It was 400 pages? Was it? Damn. The dude wrote a book. He didn't write a manifesto. Like, the dude wrote a book. And apparently there was a bunch of warning signs and people just kept ignoring it and overlooking it, and he should have already been like caught and taken out, but somehow he just kind of got out of it and lied and said that he was just saying those weird things, to get out of class. And it's really weird, like this incident, how the media is pushing it and how the U.S. government is taking it and turning just a shooting, which happens all the time in places where there's tight gun laws, and they're just like completely running with it. Anyway, I thought I would bring it to y'all's attention. I hope everybody does their own due diligence research.
Sure, yeah, definitely take a longer look at it. I mean, it's just I was just giving my initial opinion, but yeah, it's interesting how they connected to some other, especially Guardian, which is well, so I guess it's not surprising. There's some brilliant people there, but they are quite liberal at the Guardian. But yeah, I just heard about the buffalo shitting, and when it comes on the mainstream media, it's like, hey, what's the next, main thing? Could it be a distraction like this Johnny Depp trial? And that dominates my YouTube feed. Like, I don't watch that shit. But why, when I pull up on YouTube, every other video is Johnny Depp and his stupid bitch actor lover. Why do I give a shit about that? I don't even watch those videos. I watched a couple of them, but other than that, I don't fucking pay attention to stupid video. But it's live all the time on every freaking major channel. Watch a Johnny Depp shit. I don't give a shit about those people. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, they don't want you talking about the gas and the Ukraine thing, gas being like $4.30 a gallon or whatever, right? They want you to focus
It's that
on.
much. It costs that much here.
Yeah, they don't want you focused on the fact that we're funding Nazis, right? Neo Nazis in Ukraine, right? But we got to get rid of the white supremacists here, right? The world is.
Are you on?
Right.
Wait, let me ask you this: are you on Amber's side or Johnny's side?
Man, I got to tell you, like, I'm Team Edward all the way. No, I don't know. I don't give a fuck, bro.
I'm just playing. But anyway, yeah, I don't watch that Johnny Depp shit. But it just pops up in my YouTube feed all day long. Like every other video is, well, Johnny Depp said this, and Amber said this. It's like, who the fuck is watching it? And millions of people watching it, and it's just like, that's sad. That's really sad. Really fucking sad. And Hollywood's doing that shit on purpose. Total distraction from when everybody's hooked on Johnny Depp and Amber, they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. They can fill up every news channel with latest news on Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Here's what's they can fill up 10 minutes of their newscast and just distract from whatever's really happening. And because the leaders don't give a shit about Johnny Depp, but for some reason, the people do. So good luck with your freaking $18 a gallon gas that's coming up, and your $4 tomatoes. Or you could actually grow your own tomatoes outside your house, free. A little bit of potting soil. Buy
What
one
kind of
tomato.
witchcraft is this? Grow your own food.
No,
somebody.
You can buy one
should.
tomato, cut it up, and get some potting soil. Make a pot, put some potting soil in, and boom, grow your own.
Blasphemy. Walmart is the only answer. This is Fayetteville, motherfucker.
yeah, I live in Fayetteville, so I'm kind of stuck. But dude, but I mean, especially around here, I feel the tension like in the air because I live in Walmart country. I feel like shit's gonna hit the fan pretty quick because I'm in Walmart and Tyson country. It's both. It's like two of the major freaking corporations in the world. It's so, and I'm sure it's the same way for people like in San Francisco, the tech corporations. Everybody's just like, I can just feel it, Like, bro, this shit is not going to get better anytime soon. But I'm going to roll with the punches, and oh no, it's just I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I'm just going to say, you guys freaking better start figuring this shit out. Don't watch the news and believe a goddamn thing they say on the news at all.
I heard that the Ukraine people were evacuating. In other words, they got their ass kicked and they had to pull back because they're not doing so good. So apparently Russia is stepping it up. So they probably were trying to hide that.
Putin is just as actually. I'd rather Putin be my president than this motherfucking Biden. But I'm not saying I support Russia or whatever. I'm just saying Biden's a dumbass. All I'm saying. I don't like any presidents of any countries, but I'm just saying Putin is a stud. I mean, he's a horrific stud. He's like, I think if it came down to it, who could kick whose ass, Biden and Putin? Dude. Anyway, but no, I'm not saying I'm a fan of Russia. Actually, I am a fan of Russia. I mean, they've been no matter what happened, but we've been told stories about, we have a very limited idea of what happened through history. It's only about 200 to 300 years of actual history, physical things that we can go back and say, hey, this person ruled at this time, and blah, 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 blah. But what actually happened in Asia, Northern Asia, where Russia is, Mongolia and all this stuff, we don't really have the full story. And as far as World War One and World War Two goes, there's a lot of bullshit involved with the story that we've been told in America about why they went over there, how they went over there, what was involved, who they attacked, who they were allied with, the entire story. I don't buy a goddamn thing that I don't buy any of it. I think it's, we're really in a, from like early 1950s up to now, this is kind of a naked society in America, in my opinion. You have to believe me, because we were lied to about a lot of shit in World War One and World War Two, and what it took to actually go over there, get involved in the wars, and why we were there, what we were defending, and it was really, I think, everything that we were told about why we were involved, that was all fluff to prepare us for what's coming, and it also involves what happened in on 9/11 and Vietnam, which is just like a splinter of it, There's so much more. And it's more spiritual than physical, and we're just like we're the goats and sheep riding along because I mean, look what's happening. It's just we're a filter class for the elite. It's like they're riding on us. They're shepherds, but they're bad shepherds. That's all I'm saying. It's gonna get worse before it gets better, but hey, I'm not a doomsdayer. Might get better a little bit, but it's always gonna get worse before it gets better. Unless you're self sufficient. But I'm not saying I am, I'm just telling you it's gonna get worse before it gets better. And they freaking lied to you about history. Complete bullshit. Like, oh, well, I took a college course on history. Well, your professor believed that shit, and so he taught it to you. Well, my professor wouldn't lie to me. Well, he didn't. He thought it was true, too. And his professor thought it was real as well. So don't feel stupid. Just feel betrayed. Nobody responding. Am I muted?
I've heard every word you said.
No, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting to me. I mean, hey, call me a freaking weirdo conspirator, tinfoil hatter, but that's the way I feel.
Weirdo, conspirator, tinfoil hat.
There you go. Thanks, Flatty. I love you. It's like I'm not right about everything, but at least a portion of what I say is complete truth. Yeah, I mean, it's just like how. Why would they lie? Or is everybody lying? No, they believed it and they taught it to you, and it's not your fault or their fault. They were bullshitted too. It's not their fault. This earth is not what they told us it is. Not their fault or anyone else's fault. My motorcycle and a switchblade knife, handful of grease and my hair feels right. But what I need to make me tired of those. Come on, somebody. Oh, man.
Cougars.
Cougars. There you go, Larry. Cougars. No, we did have. I thought that ladies' night compared to the past couple weeks was decent tonight. I have a recording of it. I'm going to put it up later. I have to edit it because I didn't stop it early enough. Pretty good. I love the ladies. I love them ladies. This Millennium Envoy. Have I ever talked to Millennium Envoy? Well, yeah, VC verified Millennium Envoy. Have you ever talked to us before about the nature of Earth? You should have access to your microphone.
He says only a couple of times.
Well, talking about in the voice. We're not so scary. I mean, we might seem intimidating, but we're really cool.
Are we?
Well, we am I not? I know sometimes I get out of control, but
You're always out of control, Helia.
Naffy has listening pass. What did you do, Naffy?
I think they're deafened.
Oh, Naffy's deafened.
So Helia, how do I find out how long I've been on this server? How does one do that? What's the command?
You're not going to be able to use it. You're going to have to. Even though I'm a moderator, I can have access to that, but I don't know how to use that.
Isn't it?
Another moderator that does know how to use it.
I'm just trying to see. I got it. There we go. So guild join date is 28th of June 2020. So
yeah, I've never
almost...
used the bot. I just I use my voice and I never used the bot. So you joined. Wow.
Almost 2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yep.
Can you do mine?
You want me to do yours?
Yeah, do mine. Do mine.
I think this is correct.
Disapprove. This is the same account I joined with.
All right, let's see if this works. Yeah, there you go. You joined 2019 Saturday, the 24th of August.
Wait, account creation. Hold on. See it?
Yeah, you created the account 2017, but you joined this server in 2019.
Well, I was there in 2017.
I doubt it.
No, I fucking guarantee you, because this is the second server. That's why it's called 2.0.
That's true. That is correct. That is correct, sir.
5 years.
Wow.
5 years I've been helping all you people try to find truth.
5 years and you still don't know the arguments. Wow.
Truth season, proof season. I still don't know their argument. What am I supposed to be arguing against?
Supposed to be arguing against a globe, of course.
My globe. The obvious globe, or the provincial globe, or the
obvious measurable globe.
All right. So how would I go about measuring the globe? If I were to attempt to measure the globe Earth, where should I start?
You could start with geodetic surveying.
Unfortunately, I've looked into that, and I don't. Geodetic surveyors don't actually measure the globe.
They don't? What do they do then?
They measure sections of flat and then put mathematics into the measurements.
Right.
There is no such thing as what would you even use geodetic surveying for? Because you're not using it to build anything. Surveyors, I see surveyors work all the time. The geodetic surveyors don't actually have a practical use in the real world.
So what happens when they measure spherical axis?
They can't. Because I don't.
They do though.
Really? When? Where?
So, for example, when they measure reciprocal zenith angles. It's you may laugh, but this is the truth.
All right. So, can you give me an example of when they measure these reciprocal zenith angles?
Yeah, sure. I can post one in the chat if you give me.
Maybe I can Google it before you can fucking actually post it. Hold on. Find out.
That's a chat. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you'll be able to beat me. So there's a measurement done. Oh, there we go. I think I beat you to it.
Ah, shit.
Bang, bang.
Boom. All right. So we have these reciprocal zenith angles. All right. So what is that supposed to mean to me?
All right. So these are two theodolites pointing at each other. Do you notice how the zeniths are not parallel? If the Earth was flat, these zenith angles would be parallel, but they are not.
There's one straight line on there.
So yeah, so those straight lines that those vertical straight lines that you see, they should be parallel if the Earth were to be flat, but they are quite clearly not.
There's one straight line. Are you talking about two theodolites pointing at each other?
Indeed, sir.
All right. So, are they pointing directly at each other?
Yes.
Right. So you have. So what is that straight line?
Which one?
The baseline is two dots.
So the one where it says 17,828.689 meters, is that the one?
Oh, there's two. There are lines that are pointing away from each other. I'm talking about the one straight line. There's a dot on the baseline of the only straight line in that picture. Well, I mean, it's two straight lines going vertical, but the horizontal straight line. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, so that is the line of sight.
That's where the theodolite is, right?
Yeah, that's the line of sight between the two theodolites.
So are they? So they're leveled and they're pointing horizontal.
So yeah,
toward each other.
Yep. So both theodolites have established level, and they are sighting one another, and they are seeing that the verticals, the zeniths, are not parallel where they should be parallel if the Earth were to be flat. I think I've just proven
There's
glow
too
Earth.
little information to really go through a lot of that on here.
Well, look, this is the data that has been collected by the.
What are they? A mile apart? Is that what this says?
No, they're definitely more than a mile apart. They're 50.
Yeah, no, fuck, that's even worthless. Because theodolites can't measure that far.
Says who?
Says me. They're not designed that way. Who the fuck gave you that picture? That's ridiculous.
Look, this has been measured by
What,
a prominent
58,000 feet? Fuck you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't use a theodolite to measure that far. Who the fuck told you can? That's retarded.
Well, look, I don't know if I can.
No, you have none. It's over. If you're trying to measure 58,000 feet, with a theodolite. No, it's just
I'm sorry
ridiculous.
I'm sorry that the number scares you.
It doesn't scare
but,
me at all. I just know
well,
I know that theodolites aren't designed to measure that far.
Yeah, it says they can see 1 centimeter at a distance of 2 kilometers. Is about it.
Yeah, right. But the fact of the matter is here that we are
Also,
establishing.
what's the curvature
10
between
miles. You cannot use a theodolite to measure 10 miles. That's ridiculous.
Well, what's the curve between those 2 points anyway?
10 miles would be like
67 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that screwed up your diagram. Where'd you get that?
So this is data that's been collected from a data collector from either theodolite. This is raw data that has been.
Yeah, you're freaking hilarious, man. That's funny. Did you get that from? Did you get that from a Globie, and they actually were serious when they were
something? Yeah.
Look, guys, this is globe proof. I'm sorry that it scares you guys.
Scared.
I'm sorry that it destroys your flat paradigm, but it is what it is. We can't really deny it.
Dude, but this kind of pisses me. If you really got that from a Globie, they could. To an ignorant person, they could probably be like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, you have to sit.
It's kind of scary. It's just like an ignorant person would be like, "Oh, okay, theodolite. Oh, okay, well, that's an instrument that surveyors use, and they could measure 10 miles with this fucking theodolite." Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, my bad. I mean, yeah, I guess the Earth is a globe.
The Earth is absolutely a globe.
Yeah, certainly, because show me a diagram of how a theodolite measures 10 miles.
I just did.
Yeah, certainly did.
So sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, JD. Sorry.
How much drop is in this picture? This data?
How much drop, you say? Well, if it's 8 inches per mile squared.
See, dude, Globus, you're too good at playing the Globie. Weird.
Am I?
Yeah, he's pretty good. Good point.
He is. He's like, well, he's not playing the Globie. He's just like playing the antagonist. He's just like, so you haven't. What are you arguing about? What I just posted? I mean, hey, I know what I'm doing. I just posted something. What's your problem with this? Show me. That's why I jumped in. I zoomed it in. I was like, no. You got two what busted you was just like, I have two theodolites pointing at each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I knew you were busted, because that's not the way they actually do it. Anyway, but ignorant people won't know that, but that's okay. But I mean, any Globie can come in, with some similar shit and just take the piss out of somebody.
Well, look, Helio, I'm not here to take the piss out of anyone. I'm here to just provide data, evidence, and watch you guys scrutinize said evidence.
Well, I scrutinized my part, and somebody else was going to pick up where I left off. That is funny, though. I mean, you have a good approach, because we did that earlier too, and I was like, man, Globus is
yeah, I don't mind playing the Glover. I'm just here to steal man their argument as best as I can.
There you go.
It's interesting. It's even dazzling.
And see what the response is.
Yeah, if you got JD to come in here and open his microphone, bro, that's something, because he never comes in here.
Yeah, look, JD is a smart man.
He is.
And if I've gotten him to attempt to rebut my point, then I'm sure.
Yeah, but JD, you got to come in here and talk more, man.
I hope JD is. He's gold. Good. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, he's been here for a long time, but he rarely talks. So he's always in here, but he just rarely talks. So you got him to open his mic. So cool.
Look, I'm kind of offended that I haven't achieved that status yet, but I mean, it is what it is.
No,
I suppose I haven't rubbed against the right shoulders.
No.
But
Bro.
I'm only joking. I don't care. It's all good.
I endorse Glowers for gold.
Yeah, thanks, Vladdy. But yeah, I don't come here often enough to sort of reach any sort of sub mod status.
Well, nobody comes here for status or
Absolutely, I don't. No, absolutely not.
Dude, Globus, man, you've done well tonight, man. I'm gonna put that up there for you.
Thank you.
You're a funny guy. And you're also, you understand the argument, and given this image, I've never seen that before, and the way you presented it, that's hilarious. And yeah,
I agree. It's interesting to hear you.
Look, my aim these days within a lot of these servers is to steelman the globe position and to see what the flat Earth rebuttal is, and to see if it's adequate. Because I find that a lot of the times the response isn't adequate, and I'm trying to sort of bolster
really, you're taking the piss out of them, and you leave them speechless while you're steelmanning their argument, because they won't respond while you're supporting their argument. That's what I like about it. I like it.
Look, I've been told by a lot of globe earthers that I make a good solid globe earther, and
that's what I like.
Yeah, absolutely. By the likes of Kosho, riding on eggshells, a lot of them have actually told me that you would actually make if you really get into it, you make a good globe earther, and
a good assessment.
Yeah,
there's something about Australians that it just are really good at taking the piss out of any type of argument.
I don't know about that.
Is that racist?
It's not racist at all, because Australian wouldn't be a race, but
I know.
Yeah, look,
but there's something about Australians that's just like you're really clever. That's all I'm saying. You're clever and you think about it, and sarcastic and stuff. I love the way that when I love a lot of the Australians that come in here, man. I love their fortitude, their attitude, their creativity, and everything. They're just like passion, the passion of the argument. And so, yeah, so far I like what you got going on, Globus, man. Good stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm here to see what the responses of because this is quite a prominent flat Earth server, and it's a server that's really close to my heart, because, like I said earlier, I started off here. I started off here as a glober, and this is some of the arguments and some of the people in here turned me into a flat earther. So I really want this server to be at the forefront of what I think is the cutting edge.
Did you make similar arguments when you were a glober and now?
No, definitely not. No. My arguments were not as sophisticated as some of the globe proponents have
postulated.
You
know both sides now, and now you make them a different way, maybe kind of to kind of take the piss out of the globe argument, I guess, because
look,
the one you were just making.
Yeah, I personally think that I steelman the globe position quite accurately, to the point where I know what the main points are. So I pride myself on the ability to rebut those points, because I've steelmanned them accurately. And that's what I think a lot of the flat earthers should be able to do, to not misrepresent the globe argument. Because if you do that, then your rebuttals won't be accurate and won't be to the point. So that's why
At the same
earlier,
time, if you're going to come and defend the globe, you should know the flat Earth arguments as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Absolutely, you should know the arguments, and you should be able to still man the flat Earth position.
Sure.
But what I find is that a lot of the times, each side will strawman each other's position, and that's pointless because we don't really get anywhere with strawmanning each other's position.
Sure, but since we're live streaming, you have to make a conversation happen because we want more new people to join, and we definitely don't want to hear each other just steelman or strawman each other back and forth. We want new people to join and have a conversation with them. So that's the purpose of this room, the live stream room, is to get people from all different from YouTube or wherever we're streaming, get them to join the server and get involved in the conversation. I mean, if it's a doke, if it's a dead air or whatever, sure, man, go back and forth. People can listen, they'll get familiar with the argument, and then get involved. If they feel like clicking the link, they can go to the check-in room, come in here, freaking ask their questions, and then we'll calm the conversation down, introduce the new people. That's pretty much what we're all about.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. And look, all I can say is that at one point, I was an ardent glober. I was a proponent of the globe belief, as I term it these days. And a lot of the people in here changed my opinion, changed my view on the world.
Hey, you're not the only one that's been in here that came in as a Globie and kind of.
Wow! Congratulations.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but yeah, you're not the first.
But it happens.
It does.
Yeah.
Your mind is working good, dude.
Thank you. Yeah. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Is another one that happened to, isn't it? Sorry, how you go?
Come again, Flavie? I didn't quite understand that.
Can you hear me now?
I had somebody message me earlier. Go ahead.
I was just saying, crit is another example of going from a globe side to the flat side.
Crypto? Really?
Crit. Crit.
Crit. Yeah. Crit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's been several. There's been several. We don't talk about it a lot, but it's just like if you get involved in this argument, back and forth, it's almost like you're making the same argument, but you're gonna have to pick a side at a certain point, and so it's not picking a side; it's just understanding Earth for what it is. And if you feel like Earth is the third rock from the sun, yes, you're on that side. But I've never seen Earth as well. I used to see Earth as the third rock from the sun, but I've never been on the it came from nowhere, evolution, Big Bang kind of stuff. Even as a little kid, and when they started telling me that, and I saw it on TV and stuff like that, I was never on that side. I never thought that Earth just happened to, just come from a Big Bang and evolution and all that kind of stuff. They started pushing that nonsense when I was a really small, when I was a small child and stuff. I was like, no, that's not how God did it.
Yeah.
Because it's not. That's not how God did it. And nothing happens on accident. Especially something as complicated as humanity and consciousness and all the complications that go involved, with this, this very amazing creation. No. So I never bought their evolutionary nonsense.
Yeah, but some proteins came together.
Proteins, what are those?
If I were to say that
those amino acids came from nothing. Go ahead.
Now, if I were to say that this existence is subjective, would anyone agree with me?
Existence is subjective?
Yep.
No. I would disagree.
You would disagree?
Yeah.
So, as it pertains to the behavior of light, would you disagree?
My existence is objective.
Your existence. Okay, so what would you discern from the double slit experiment? What is your conclusion?
To be honest, I can give a shit about the double.
All right, so you don't care for it. Fair enough.
No, I mean I think it's interesting, but to be honest, it really doesn't. I mean,
it doesn't.
It doesn't prove anything about.
It doesn't. So if it
doesn't,
if
wait,
you think
wait.
it doesn't,
What?
so
What?
yeah.
All right, wait. What, in your opinion, what does it prove?
All right. To me, it proves that in order to collapse the waveform function, it requires a conscious observer.
Well, that's very interesting, but I'm still here whether or not anyone ever performed the double slit experiment.
That's neither here nor there, though. Whether or
Okay,
not,
well then, why are you asking me about the double slit experiment? I'm here
because
I'm a part of creation. I live here. I
Yeah.
have consciousness.
All
What
right.
does it have to do with the double slit experiment? Yeah, it's interesting
But
to you.
okay, so
Freaking art. Talk to other people in freaking quantum physics channels and shit. No, I don't give a shit about that, to be honest.
all right, so I shouldn't bring that up here. Fair enough.
No, bring it up here, but not with me. Bring it up with Quantum Racer. You can talk to him all day about it.
The thing is, I absolutely agree with Quantum Eraser in this paradigm.
I kind of do too, but I don't totally understand it. And I also, do I have to understand it to understand that creation?
No, you don't.
Okay,
but
well,
I think
I don't want to talk. I don't really completely understand it, so I don't really give a shit.
I'll take a synopsis.
Go ahead.
Well,
no, I want to hear the synopsis so that maybe I can understand it, because I haven't really. Because I ain't gonna lie, I don't give a shit about it necessarily. But I mean, if I had a good overarching synopsis, because I've heard QE talk about it, and that shit goes over my head. I ain't gonna lie.
And this is something QE has said, and I agree with. This is an overarching synopsis on the whole effect. Say you and I, Helio, were to visit a secluded beach where you and I are the only people in existence that has experienced this beach, and we look out onto the horizon and we see that there is an island that we both agree that's there. We both agree, we both see it, it's there, it exists. If we were to then both hop into a vehicle and get into a car accident, and we were the only two that have experienced this island, and we were to both die with this information, then that would mean that island does not necessarily have to be there. It doesn't need to exist. Is that not mind-blowing?
So
it only exists because we both have the knowledge of that existence. But if we both die with that knowledge, then that island can either exist or not exist. It's a probability distribution of whether it exists or not. There's a chance that it exists, and there's also a chance that it doesn't exist.
Well, that part to me makes sense, but that's only the knowledge of it from a conscious entity.
Right. which is required.
No shit.
Yeah. So
is that the extent of it?
So, well, that's subjective then. The knowledge of this island is what really makes it exist. Purely
I don't necessarily buy into that part of it. I mean, because it can still exist without you.
Right, but it can exist or not exist. It's a probability. So if like I said, if you and I both get into a car and die, then that knowledge then that disappears. That's no longer information. Because information requires a knower. You and I are both knowers.
All right, your dead body still has cells that have information.
All right, so your dead body is not a conscious knower of it cannot process information.
All right, so it's quantum physics or this quantum, is it quantum physics? Or what do you call it?
Quantum mechanics?
Quantum mechanics, yeah. So this requires the knower, but doesn't involve physical reality. It's just kind of like a...
It absolutely involves physical reality. We're talking about light.
Well, I mean, but
photons.
But you were just telling me that once I die, I don't know anything more, and I don't exist. Because you said me and you were in a car, both died, we don't exist anymore, and neither does our our quantum idea.
Neither does that information.
The information that's in our soul.
The information that the island is there no longer exists. It dies with us.
But is that your soul, your consciousness, your mind? And the answer is yes. I know that already. The answer is yes.
Well, yeah.
I get that part of it. So I guess I do get it. Anyway, but whatever.
I think you get it. Like you said, originally you said that
well,
reality
I mean, as far
is
as
objective.
As far as the double slit experiment, it doesn't matter how many times I go through it. It doesn't all the way make sense to me.
I just showed you how that reality is subjective. It's
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like but at the same time, as and this is what's fun with me and John we go at each other sometimes, but not necessarily about this because he's much more experienced on talking about the quantum physics part of it. But we're both spiritual men. We believe in the creator and everything. It's like your physical body dies.
I have a question.
Alive.
Can I ask?
Your spirit's still alive.
Yes, you can, Sasha.
About your example, you said you and Guy died, and that there is no more knowledge.
There's no more information.
Yeah, but there is no more anything to discuss after when you eliminated people.
This is what I was about to get to, Sasha. Go ahead, brother. Hey, I'm gonna go smoke. You guys hash this out. You know where I was going to, Sasha, right?
You don't have nothing when you don't have people. You don't have information. You don't have really nothing. You are in.
I mean, you're saying he was pretty much saying that your body contains all the information. No, you only you're. So, in my opinion, you only your body is what drives your spirit. It's the vehicle that drives you.
Yeah, I agree. So, but if you have nothing, like Sasha said, then that island that Helio and I observed doesn't need to be there.
No, that island is there, and it will be always forever there. But
no, not at
yes,
all.
listen this. Nobody will discuss about that because there is no people to say anything about some islands or anything. But island is there because it was
Right.
there. But, yeah.
But the information that the island is there requires people to be able to interpret that information. So if there are no people, then that island does not need to be there.
Yeah, like this discussion also.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, like this discussion. If there are no people to discuss this, it doesn't necessarily have to be a discussion. Then that doesn't necessarily have to be this particular server. It doesn't need to exist. But the fact that there are people that know about this server, then that's what makes this server exist. Those are the implications from the double slit experiment.
So it's basically like that old saying, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? But you're going one step further, basically saying, is the tree even there?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be there. That's why it's a subjective existence. You know, there needs to be a knower in order to for that tree to exist, to interpret that that information.
And that it's Big Bang.
You guys are talking about philosophy? Like, what are you?
Creator.
Essentially, we're discussing the implications of the double slit experiment.
As pertaining to what, light?
Yeah, light is everything that we perceive. So sort of that pertains to everything.
We're talking about information, receiver, sender.
Yeah, knower, interpreter of information requires a knower. Yeah.
Well, to interpret information, but information. Do you think information can stand to be without anyone's existence? Like,
no.
Can creation exist without people, or does people have to be there before creation?
Well, I think there needs to be a creator before there is information.
For sure. But I don't know. I thought maybe the discussion was leading off to like an island and people. Like, does the island have to be there? I don't know. Is that what you were saying? Or
yeah, well,
because if there isn't any people at all to know about the island being there, the island's existence is not existent. I don't know. Is that what you were saying?
It can be there or it cannot be there. So
right, but
there's a probability of whether it's there or not there. It's a probability distribution.
Well, actually, there's a perspective that we can't achieve or ever achieve, which is the sender is the one who actually put it there. So the receiver of the information would be the created. So anything created has the information received, but the sender has the information given. So if it's given to whatever for creation, it's independent from the receiver. We are the receiver from the creator. That's just a different perspective. I don't know. Maybe that's what you were saying or not. But like, if the island was there previous to the people perceiving it, it was because the sender of the information put it there, and it was independent from the receiver.
I agree. So that sender would be a creator. So a knower.
Yeah,
That is a knower.
Necessary antecedent for the island being there would be the creator.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I don't disagree.
Yeah. But for the perception of that, as far as people goes, yeah, there has to be a person there. But the island would still stand be created regardless if the person was perceiving it or not. So it would still be there because it was independent person.
Yeah, but if there are no perceivers, then the island does not have to be there.
Well, if there are no perceivers, then the island doesn't exist because there wasn't the sender of the information, which is the creator, was the one who put it there. So if it was not there, he did not create it. So everything in creation was given by the creator. So it doesn't matter. People are independent from the information that we have here on Earth. So it doesn't matter what you say about the creation. The only thing that matters is what the creator put on for the people on Earth to interpret that. So if we're here, or creation was here before us, which it was, then everything must have been, the conditions for us were already met so that we can exist within creation. So everything was created previous to our being here. It had to be, because conditions have to be met before our bodies, which are meant to be in this place, were created.
Yeah, I don't
Otherwise,
disagree with that at all.
yeah, otherwise life would not exist. So perception happened when the first person was able to see all of the things that was created in creation and say that it was good for the body. Like, it wouldn't destroy our bodies to be in this existence. So everything that we have, as far as like our bodies, were kind of like a machine. We're designed to exist in this creation.
Yeah, don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, I don't know, double slit. It's just people trying to understand the handprints of God. And people in our kind of like our very I don't know what you want to call it, our attempts to try to figure out God will never achieve the heights of his complexity, his intricacy. We attempt to achieve something that is unattainable always. And that's why we can never reach that, the limits past where his handprint describes design. There's always a limitation because we can't know the unknowable, and it feels like the harder we try, the more confounded we get, because I think the mind to perceive that would be the mind of the creator. And our I could say feeble attempts at trying to explain and have others understand what we mean, it always falls short. Always. We can try. There's an attempts that people try to do it. I mean, but you can see that we only can get so far. Even the double slit doesn't give us like a empirical evidence as to what light is. People are still asking the question, well, there's a hot debate on what light is. What is the energy or the force that, the laws of nature are governed by? Nobody knows. They just are.
Yeah, look, I personally think it isn't really complex as to what the double slit experiment explains. All it really sort of explains is that you need information in order to. Sorry, you need a knower in order for information to exist. Just like, for example, when it comes to viruses, which are essentially RNA strands, which would sort of denote that there is information, right? So that information, it requires an origin, and in the sense in this particular argument, that origin is the creator, right?
If you're talking about like bacteria and all that, I don't know, viruses are something a bit. Aren't they different than bacteria? Like if you're talking about how
Yeah.
people get sick.
They're definitely different. So, like I said, a virus is RNA. So it's essentially instructions. It's information. So that requires an origin, a knower, someone to interpret those instructions.
There's a hot debate between that. I don't know if you know that, Globus. They debate viruses.
Yeah, there was.
I don't have a dog in the fight, but I'm just saying there is a hot debate on viruses being legitimized, whether they are or not.
Right.
Yeah, there isn't
your
a hot debate. Hang on, Helio. There isn't a hot debate because there may have been, perhaps 30 years ago.
No, I'm talking about today.
No,
yeah.
It's even hotter now than it was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
No.
I think I want to say
you're talking about the RNA world.
No.
So the RNA, no.
Yes and no.
All right. So what's the RNA world then?
You talk about ribonucleic DNA or whatever. All this.
Yeah,
this
the
is
RNA is ribonucleic acids.
But
all right, so
though
yeah, go sorry.
30 years ago, in that study, which it's very modern if you consider it, because as far as we know, ancient cultures weren't studying RNA, DNA, and all that stuff, but maybe they did. But I think I just wanted to say this, and you guys continue this talk after this. But what Mickey brought up about what he was saying before was very pertinent to the overall conversation about the existence and with quantum mechanics and everything involved. That I think that's more pertinent. I think what you were like what he was saying, and you brought up RNA. It really is not. It's a non sequitur.
It's not though, Helio, because the RNA world would postulate that RNA, which is, if you want to break it down into layman's terms, it's basically information that would exist prior to there being.
The reason I say it's non sequitur is because they really don't have a solid proof of this. You can't even contain a virus. You can't.
I'll give you an example, right? The thing that's been happening recently as to why people have been getting sick. They're using that as a weapon against that is like a fearful tactic that's been pushed on the people. And I'll stay away from names to make sure that we're PC, right? But like that thing that they're talking about is what you're describing is real. So you would agree that everybody needs to put a face diaper and such. And the thing is, people are disagreeing with that and saying that this is just a control method, a fear tactic used by those who can, control you. In other words, you have to take this medication several times to keep up to date with the latest preventative measures of becoming ill.
In other words, it's witchcraft.
Yeah. But you would agree with the status quo, and to say that this is correct to do because you stand for that this is a real thing, where others would be like, this is not real because I've been around somebody who's been that ill and I haven't gotten ill myself. So if that information of what you said was true, then that person that was around that sick person would become ill themselves. But it's not. So therefore, there's these other ideas where, oh, that person's asymptomatic, so they didn't get ill. But it's not even that. If it was exactly how you said, it wouldn't matter what the person was. It would get ill either way. But it doesn't work that.
Yeah, and even with that, some people get test, right, to see if you have this, even though you're asymptomatic. Let's say you have it, but you're not displaying symptoms. It's like, well, do I actually have it?
Yeah,
Well,
see
yeah, because the test said so.
Right. So
look, I disagree with that postulation. I actually don't agree that these viruses are actually something that you can contract.
not according to them. You're saying one thing. They're actually they're using that narrative that you're talking about to push another one. And so what you might think is real science, they're using it as pseudoscience, and they're pushing this on the people, and they're controlling them with that knowledge. So it either is or it isn't what they're claiming it is. And so maybe you have a viewpoint on it, but they're not saying what you're saying. They're actually pushing it a step farther and saying,
And you know what's really sad about this is they can say it. They can say it on YouTube, but we can't.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not using their narrative for it.
No,
I know,
I'm
that's
just saying. Yeah,
you hear what I'm
I
saying,
think
though.
we're kind of all on the same page, but we have to be really careful about what we say about it here.
Yeah, I know.
They can say whatever they want to on YouTube, but we can't.
Look, that's why I was trying to distinguish between the RNA world, which has been long debunked, like I was trying to say, 20 or 30 years ago. Because in the RNA world, there is no origin for that RNA. But we all know, and it's demonstrable, that DNA makes RNA, makes protein. That is the sequence. But they are saying in the RNA world and in this particular paradigm of that CV that they talk about, that the RNA, i.e., the virus,
we shouldn't even.
independent.
Let's just move away from it because we're getting.
Yeah, but we're not using keywords that YouTube can pick up on. We're really not. So, yeah.
For a little bit longer, and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Because we're in dangerous territory.
Are we?
Well, not for me. I mean, I wish I could talk about it all day long.
He
Just saying.
Globally about all viruses, not about one particular.
No, but I mean, it's the essentials are part of the clue of how they,
All right. So in essence, what the RNA world sort of talks about is that these viruses, i.e., RNA, exist independent of DNA. So they are they're natural. They occur naturally. So it is to say that like this RNA occurs naturally. So there is no origin. But that to me makes no sense because, as stated previously, it requires.
That's because I have an opinion about that I'm not going to say on here.
Yeah, so if RNA is information, which even a lot of the proponents of this particular virus adhere to, then in order to have that information, you need a knower, you need an origin. You just can't have information without a knower. So you can't have these viruses without an actual origin.
It's like you can't have creation.
They can't just exist. They can't just exist independent of anything. They can't just be out there in the. You can't just find a wild flu virus, for example. It just it can't be. This information cannot just exist independent of an actual, for example, an actual cell. But they say that these viruses exist independent of cells.
All right, so let's move on. let's make a disposable YouTube channel to talk about this on sometime.
Like I said here, I don't think that we've violated any of the keywords that would actually.
Are
Look,
you
I'm
a
quite
YouTuber?
careful.
Are you a YouTuber?
I am not a YouTuber, but
okay. Well, I'm just telling you, we
look,
can't talk about this on YouTube.
I know, but I'm a moderator on Geo server, and I know the guidelines. I know what we can talk about and what we can't.
Well, we're already targeted here, so I'm pretty sure
Look,
that
like
we
I
get
said,
dude, I get copyright claims every day.
Dude,
don't worry.
I know. I'm sure you do, but
I'm asking you. Just go ahead.
All right.
Globus,
yes.
I want to hear more about the double slit.
Yeah, let's talk about quantum. The quantum eraser.
So let's let's talk about the does anybody know the repercussions of the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment? What was the purpose of that experiment?
I didn't see it.
So we don't know what the purpose of the experiment?
As far as I know, they were what was at the end of the they had a light path, and they were splitting the light path on whether it's observed or not observed, and the results of the two.
Right. So the whole purpose of the experiment was to basically differentiate between whether or not the collapse of the waveform function was due to a conscious observer, or whether it was due to the photoelectric detectors detecting the witch path. And
did they ever figure out that which one?
Yeah, they did.
Right,
they did.
What did they figure out?
They figured out that by not including any sort of witch path detector in the quantum eraser experiment, they figured out that wasn't causing waveform function collapse, because
the observer, meaning someone looking.
The conscious observer was actually the knower was actually causing the waveform function to collapse. And I can go through an actual depiction of the experiment if anyone would like.
Hey, Globus, I've never heard of like this explained. Like, I mean, I've heard of it explained, but this kind of thing has like implications as to like we can affect our known reality by just our presence of knowing, like sight. Maybe we can see things and things are affected by our sight.
Yeah, the one video says that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So this is a really trippy thing to me about the quantum eraser experiment.
I'm kind of thinking like this borders like the supernatural, right? Because I mean, you're actually interacting with your environment in a very real way. Like your sight does affect things. Like the sight is powerful enough to change the composition of something.
Right. It's almost like during this test. Well, I don't know how. This is what's
that's the implication, isn't it?
It is always what's confusing to me about this experiment is how it's like, how can you test it and know that it's being tested but not observing it?
You have to observe it. Yeah.
I know, it's just like you have two sides of it, but you're observing both sides, but you still have the observer, but you don't.
But what are the implications of this test to say that if the conclusion is when you see it, it changes? What does that mean?
Yeah.
So Globus sounds like you're really you're knowledgeable about this. Can you explain it to us?
Yeah. So when you know the witch path is when when you observe the diffraction pattern. So when you know which path the photon has traveled through, is when you see the diffraction pattern.
The interference pattern, yeah. And from what I understand, they put a photon detector and then didn't look at it, and the photons were in the slit position. Is that right?
So in the quantum eraser, so the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, there is no which path detectors, so there is no photoelectric detectors. That's the whole point of the experiment, to take that out of contention, because originally it was thought that perhaps the interference of the slit detectors is actually what causes the wave function to collapse. But when you totally deduce that from the whole experiment, is when you find out that you don't need that in order to get this diffraction pattern.
Hey, is there a chance you can, while you're explaining this, send us some images so that you can go through the experiment?
Yeah. I can. Let me.
Because I'm.
It's kind of cool that there's a science behind this, because they're testing this thing, right? But I'm always about, like, what would be the end game, the end result? What are we talking about? Like, what does this push the limits of saying?
So,
like, what are people trying to say at the end of it? They're trying to discover, the mysteries, right, of light. But are we affecting light with our sight?
Yeah, so that we're affecting light with our with a conscious observer, essentially.
Yeah, it's more than just light. Yeah, and this is what's really fascinating about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about, Helio.
Yeah.
It's more than just light, but it's creation. You can affect creation with it, with your sight.
It's consciousness.
This is intense, though. I mean, we're going down it's
No,
not
but
so much.
this is why, I mean, QE understands this completely, but he's not. Hey, no bad to QE, but he's not. He's impatient with people. He can't explain it fully, with it.
He'll rip your head apart,
without,
dude. If you.
Yeah, I know. Without
Yeah.
getting into details, he already knows it, but he just
But
he
look,
just gets impatient.
If you ask him about this, he won't rip your head off, because he's quite passionate about this subject.
No, sure,
And-
yeah. I want to explain to me, because I've heard him talk about it many times, but I want to understand it in detail so I can make a so I can.
He has several
come to a
videos
conclusion.
about this.
I know. Like I said, I'm impatient. I want you to go ahead and explain it your way, and then I'll go back with him later and we'll talk.
So, let me see.
I mean, I've pulled up some images of double slit. Let's see this one.
So the double slit pattern appears when there's the photon detector, right?
No. When there's a conscious observer, a conscious observer that knows which path the photon has traveled through.
That's intense.
So,
I don't know what about you guys. That's intense.
I know, it's just really hard.
The whole point of the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment was to get rid of the photoelectric detector, because a lot of people there was two camps. One camp thought, okay, so it's the photoelectric detector that actually causes the waveform function to collapse. And there was another camp that was like, okay, so it's the knowledge of which path the photon has traveled through that has caused the waveform to collapse. And when they removed that variable, they realized that it was purely knowing which path it had traveled through that actually caused the waveform function to collapse. And if you look at the experimental setup,
This is why I never get it. I mean, I hear the same thing over and over, and it still doesn't.
No, you know what?
I have the same thing, Helio. I have the same thing.
I've heard of something like this, but you can also use sound, not just sight, but sound also works that same way. There's a TikTok video that has this thing where it has like a sound that you hear, and it says brainstorm or green needle, and you play the sound, and it sounds like the sound is saying, if you're looking at the words green needle, it'll say green needle, but if you look at the word brainstorm, it'll say brainstorm. Have you seen that? And it's using your sight and the sound combined, and it's the same. The sound is the same, but your brain is
that one,
interpreting.
is that not just Green Needle, but I've heard some other stuff like that. And it's just like you can watch somebody saying something, or
if you look at the words, because maybe you're not even staring at the screen, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at the words, your mind can interpret what the sound sounds like.
It says the same exact thing while you're watching it or listening.
Right. So your sight and what because it says stare at the words and let your mind perceive like what the word is in your mind, and you look at the word and then your mind hears that word, even
Now,
though
that
when you
one
look,
I can get. Is this something similar?
that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't this like perception? Like because you're viewing the word, but it sounds like a different. When you look at the other word, when you see it, your mind starts perceiving that word, and then you hear it for that.
It's just like, how can you observe something without observing it?
Yeah. Let me. You mind if I get one of those so I'll put it in the live stream that you can click on it.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting, but I'm thinking this sounds like exactly what. Hang on.
Yeah, this is really fascinating, and because
No, it is. I mean, I've
always wanted to understand this, because I love QE, man. He's a great guy, but he's. I'm not saying he doesn't explain it well. It's just something I just don't. It doesn't hit me right like a lot of things do.
It took me several times to look over his videos and play them over again to actually understand it. So I implore anyone that's looking into this, which I think sort of, it sort of explains our existence.
For several years, so it's not like I don't trust him on this.
No,
I'm just saying it doesn't hit me that way, when it comes to this.
But
I'm not saying it's wrong. It just doesn't hit me the same way it does a lot of people. You know what I mean? And you know what's really crazy about it is there's shitloads of globies out there that get it, but I can't. It doesn't hit me. You know what I mean? There's globies that be like, oh yeah, the quantum eraser experiment, that shit works out, and Earth is a globe. Like, really? Okay.
Has anybody here actually seen a video of the experiment being done and actually seen it done?
Yeah.
So
I've seen that, Chad. Yeah, I've seen the.
Have you got a link?
Well, if you see a video, then you're watching it being done, and that you're observing it. So
I'm asking if anybody has got a link to the experiment actually being done. All I've ever seen is reports of it and pictures and things like that.
Yeah, man, I've been trying to understand this for a few years now, and it just hasn't hit me. So I want to have.
Have you actually seen it done with like a laser and a slit and everything like that?
Oh, but you don't use a laser.
Or whatever. I don't. Whatever's used. I'm not. That wasn't what the point of my question
emitter
was. The point of my question was: have you actually seen it done?
You can definitely use a laser for it, Helio.
No.
Yeah, you could use a laser.
Has anyone seen it done? That's the question.
To be honest, I personally haven't seen it done.
Okay. Right, that answers my question.
There's probably thousands of people. There's thousands of people on YouTube. You can look it up on YouTube. You can look it up on YouTube and find thousands of people attempting it. I'm not sure if they were going through the scientific process, all that kind of stuff. People attempting it, but in detailed process, you have to find the right video, the right scientist, people that
that's what I'm asking.
No, you found the right video and
the right scientist.
I'll try to find a decent one, but it's still, even with a video's not going to actually, a video and a video of the test of the experiment is not gonna
Hey, Helio.
You're not gonna see
Helio,
the
are you there?
experiment in a video. Yes, I'm here.
Click on that TikTok video I just put in the live stream voice text, and Globus, you too. Everybody check this out, because it's kind of goes into kind of what you're saying, but you'll see in a demonstration of what I'm talking about. And maybe
Hey,
this kind of elucidates the point. But yeah, you might want to turn your volume up so you can hear correctly. And
Yeah.
stare at the words like this guy's just watch the it's a short clip.
If I play the audio here, would it be similar, or do you have to watch him talk?
You have to watch it. It has to do with you seeing the letters, like the word.
I know.
Globus, if I've never seen the experiment being done, does it
He's
actually
muted.
exist?
He's deaf and BG.
Well, Miggy, I'll ask you. If I've never seen the experiment, does it actually exist?
You're getting into philosophy too. Like, yeah, dude. Yeah, but BG, check out that video I put in there. You're gonna really like it.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
You seen it?
Times before. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy though? Isn't that crazy?
It is.
People and like we don't like this is something else. And there's other videos like that. Green Needle Brainstorm. It's the same thing.
Now, I know this is a kind of a touchy subject to some people, but with this double slit thing, you think this could be like the cause of the Mandela effect?
I don't
perceiving things.
Yeah, people have heartburn when you use that word in here.
Well, I know, and I don't necessarily agree or disagree with the whole Mandela effect thing. I just kind of bring it up, you know.
I think it's media only.
Yeah. Daughtry, did you see that video that I put up?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's okay. So
I kept doing it again and again.
Other ones that are way stranger than that one, but yeah.
But what I'm saying is, though, you're watching the words on screen, and your mind is perceiving those words being said. When you switch over and you look at the other words, the character is saying the very same words. There's nothing changing.
Yeah,
but your mind is the one that's perceiving it differently.
You do it. Keep doing it and doing it and doing it, and read the one, but put the other one in your mind. And try to flip it and do all. I was doing all kinds of weird stuff. It's pretty cool. There's some info in there to tease out.
Right, and this is what I'm saying. Like, there's implications in what's being said and what's being presented with that double slit. Like, there's something there, and this right here is kind of exposing that in a very real way, because you're seeing something.
You can't get a grip on it. It's slippery. Try it. Keep trying it and trying it. Do the other. Put one on the screen and think of the other one, and try to flip it. It's crazy.
Yeah, your mind can switch. It can switch back and forth from.
Yeah,
I can do it.
And this is what I'm saying. There's implications.
Wait, your mind does it automatically. You hear what you want to hear a lot of times.
This is the reason why.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, don't fool yourself. Bro, all of us do this every day. You hear what you want to hear. Even if it's straightforward.
Even if it's straightforward, yep.
You hear what you want to hear. Don't fool yourself. But anyway, I think we should have a session with Quantum Eraser and other people, like Gobus, that are very familiar with this experiment. Have a talk for a couple hours about this with some images and stuff, so they can go through this and explain it to us. Do you guys think that's a good idea?
That's probably a better idea that I've heard. Yeah. This flipping thing, and when you keep doing it over, it's creepy. I wonder what's behind all this.
Dude, Now, John's a ball buster. You already know. So, but I think it'll be fun. I think I think you and John would get along. Have you ever talked to Quantum Eraser before, Globus?
Yeah, I have.
All right, cool. So I think you guys could go through the Quantum Eraser experiment and kind of explain it to us dumbasses about it, and really kind of like go through it if you wouldn't mind. I'll try to set it up. It doesn't have to
we have this.
happen tomorrow or anything, but what?
I think quite simply, it doesn't have to happen. We have the
No,
same
it doesn't.
conclusion because, like I previously
Did we
mentioned,
already come to the same conclusion?
well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
W-
Well, hey,
so
but I think it could be beneficial to other people that are
yeah,
confused about this.
and I'm happy to do that. Essentially, if I can sort of dumb it down a bit, is at one point, when the double slit experiment was performed, there were two camps. One camp sort of postulated that it was the fact that the photoelectric detectors were interfering with light that were causing the waveform function to collapse. And there was another camp that was saying it was the knowledge of which path, so the knowledge of which path the photon had traveled through, that was causing the waveform to collapse. So when it came to the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, they deleted they erased, therefore, quantum eraser. They erased the whole photoelectric detector from the experiment, and once they saw that, they realized that
they observed it afterwards.
What they observed was they knew which path, with the experimental setup, they knew which path the light had traveled through without a photoelectric detector.
So they observed it after it happened with no observer while it was happening, right?
No, they were still they did actually have an observer.
Yeah. How were they observing it while it was happening?
How were they observing it when it was happening?
Yeah. All right. So, how could you ever know it was happening if the observer wasn't there?
All right.
So can
okay.
you observe it afterwards, before, or after, or during? Which one?
So the experimental setup actually allows for this. So there is a particular path that allows you to know the which path. That's why I'm trying to get a.
See, that's my question. It was like, how can you not be an observer the entire time?
Let me see if I can actually get.
Yeah. Good luck.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're saying, Helio, that how can you observe the distinction when it becomes like where you actually view it if you're never viewing it in the first place?
Yeah, pretty much.
I hear you, man. But check out that other
Past,
video.
present, or future.
Let me print screen here.
I mean, I'm not trying to deny the experiment. I'm just trying to understand it.
Yeah, so when particles go through a double slit, they cause an interference pattern. And then when you send electrons, subatomic particles, through the double slit, they cause an interference pattern, right? How are they detected that they cause the slit pattern?
So
that's not the question.
They cause
that's the cause. Right? No, the cause is going through the interference pattern. The effect is what we're studying.
So they only cause
why
an
it's
interference.
happening the way it happens is what we're trying to understand. Now, whether what is and the
They only cause.
relationship to, and actually when it see this is why we need to have a deep discussion about about this experiment. Even amongst flat earthers, I mean, we should have a deep discussion about this, honestly, because this shit is really good. I've been trying to understand this shit for years. Still doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all.
They only cause an interference pattern when the knowledge of which path they have traveled through is known.
Knowledge of which path? Whose knowledge?
The knowledge of the conscious observer.
Really? Okay.
So when did they see this slit pattern?
Whose knowledge? Who saw it?
Or whoever's observing the experiment.
All right. So when they weren't observing the experiment, how did they know it was happening?
You don't. When you're not observing.
Well, that helps me a lot. That helps me understand a whole fucking shitload about science. When you don't understand, you don't observe the experiment. When you don't observe the experiment, nothing happens. No shit.
It's not when you observe the experiment. It's when you observe which path it has traveled through.
All right. So when you do observe, shit happens. When you don't observe, other shit happens.
No. It's not when. It's when you know which path it has traveled through.
All right. If you make a prediction about what it might or might not do if you observe it a certain way,
right, so
but if you don't observe it and you predict that when I don't observe it, it's not going to happen. And when you don't observe it, hey, no shit, nothing's going to happen when you don't observe it.
It's only when you have knowledge of which path, say A and B are the two paths. If you know that the photon has traveled through B path,
all right,
then
so
on that detector,
all right, so
you will
you're going to
see
start it.
interference pattern.
You're going to start it. You're going to start it.
In only the B area?
You're going to start it. Don't look at it. And you already know what's going to happen, but you don't look at it. And then, from the prediction, you're going to say, hey, this happened. And, I got a result. Boom, boom. But while you're looking at it, there's a different process. What about the one where you start it and while you're looking at the whole time? Is that a different thing? Do you get 3 different observations while you're looking at it the whole time when you start the process?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
That's because you're scared of answering the question.
I'm scared. I'm definitely not scared.
Well, it's just not.
You're not scared. You're scared of answering the genuine question I have about this.
No,
what you call an experiment. It's just like, hey, I'm going to hit start. I'm not going to look. Boom. Here's my prediction. When I'm not looking at it, I'm going to hit start. Boom. Oh, here's the result that I want. And then, all right, I'm going to look at it. Boom. I don't know. It's just weird.
Look,
so there's only 2 results. 2. One when I'm not looking at it. The other one when I am looking at it.
It's not that you're looking at it. It's that you know which path.
I know that.
You don't, but you keep saying that.
No. But it's all right. I say looking at it, but that's
give a picture.
It's simple. No, yeah, sure. I mean, because I've seen several pictures. Yeah, observation. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I still don't understand
about whether it's observed or not.
Yeah. So when you know which path the light has traveled through, that's when you get waveform function collapse.
Collapse meaning
when does this happen in the experiment?
When you know which path the photon has traveled through.
How do you know? How do you know which path?
How do you know? So, all right. So in the
all right. So if you're not observing it, hold on. In the prediction, if you're not observing it, which path would the wave go through?
You wouldn't know.
Oh, really? So
yeah, how would you know?
How the fuck do you know what it's doing when you're not observing it?
All right.
It's all right. He's not explaining it. Yeah.
Okay, so the whole point of a slit detector is to know which path it has traveled through. That's the whole point of a slit detector.
So there's a detector on the slit that can measure how many went through?
It measures which path it went through.
I'm sorry for my
and that's what collapses the waveform function, which will if it collapses the waveform function, then you will not see a diffraction pattern. You will see what's called a. I think it's
you
called
understand my frustration. How can you do something like this? If you're not looking at it, it's doing something when you're not looking at it. But I promise it's doing something. What the fuck?
It's hard because the word observation sounds like you have to actually be looking at it. So, Globus, I'm listening to this, but it sounds like how can you observe something without looking at it? Because observation has to do with sight, right?
That's why I think it would be fun for me, you, and QE and this dude
but I'm not
coming to talk about this shit one night.
Yeah, when it like I'm not disagreeing with anything. I'm just trying to understand. Like it sounds like an observation is literally seeing it with your eyes. Like if you're not seeing it with your eyes, is it an observation or you're just observing the data that you collected? What are you observing with sight or observing as in just looking at data? Like what are you doing here? Like in this?
It's kind of like you taking a flash picture on your camera when you're facing away from it. Boom!
Hey, Globus.
Black room.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Collapse in the waveform function. What does that mean? I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I'm an idiot too. I'm trying to understand this whole shit, bro. Dude, let's go through it, man. If you're knowledgeable about this quantum eraser stuff, I mean, freaking throw it out there, bro.
So do we know what a diffraction pattern is?
Interference pattern, yeah.
Yeah, interference, diffraction, same thing.
Dude, I've been looking at this ever since quantum
don't say that.
Talking about it still doesn't make any sense to me. Just saying. It's like if you're not looking at it, it doesn't work. I don't.
So at the slits, there was a photon detector or a particle detector?
Well, it's the same thing.
Oh, just a detector. Okay.
Yeah. So whether or not at this stage, whether or not light is a particle is not in contention, right?
This is about.
So we have the photoelectric effect
hold on,
and Compton scattering that both
this
sort of.
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Is this a test whether or not light is a particle or a wave?
No, that's long been settled.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. Then
so that's settled with, like I said, the photoelectric effect and
cool. Yeah, that's done. That has nothing to do with this test at all.
Hang on, Hilo. Are we talking about that's settled that it is a photon, right? Because I know that's quantum's big beef when people come and say that it's both, and it is, right? Is it not?
No, well, I don't think.
That's what we're saying. Is it settled that you're saying?
I guess I wouldn't call light a photon, but anyway.
Globus, I don't know. Are we saying that? Okay.
I'm just called light a photon globus.
Yeah, absolutely, a particle.
Okay, particle, photon. Okay.
Yep.
Well, there you
All
go.
right.
All right, go. Well,
I'm not
continue with your teaching for us about the quantum racer experiment. Tell us.
Yeah, so that's not in contention whether or not it's a particle or not, right? Can we agree to that, or is there any disagreement?
Well, I mean, if you really want to elaborate on that, how is light a photon? I mean,
but he could finish. It could finish like going through it, I guess, and then you could maybe poke more questions on it. But yeah, go ahead, Globus. I mean, Jay Daughtry was asking you.
I don't know. I'm just still trying to go through some of the finer details. So when you shoot a particle gun at the slits, you see an interference pattern.
So you only see an interference pattern when you don't know which one of the two slits the photon has traveled through.
So if I'm watching it and we're looking at the experiment and I shoot my particle gun, what pattern do I see?
Interference pattern, if you don't know which of the two paths it has taken.
And when do I see the slit pattern?
So when do you see a waveform function collapse? Is that what your question?
No, but the collapse is after the.
Yeah, so he's asking when do you see anything other than a interference pattern, which is I think it's called a collimated pattern, something along those lines.
Okay.
Okay, so when you see that is when you know which of the two paths the photon has taken.
Okay, is that before or after the particle gun is shot?
So that's after it's been shot.
After the fact?
Yep.
It changes after the fact?
So, yeah, it changes.
You brought up collimation. That's only when you're shooting a light pattern.
Yeah, but this is after the fact. This is after it's already. If it was an interference pattern, right? Like as you said, before you make a determination, then after you make the determination, it changes to like where you think it was predicted to go.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the, and that's actually
the whole point of the
implication-
test. Yeah.
That's an implication from the delayed choice quantum arrays experiment, where
Well, hence the
use
name
different
delayed choice.
mirrors, and then you have a
Hence
lens
the name
at the
delayed choice.
end.
Okay, yeah, I get it now.
The slits and stuff, and then you
Yeah,
test.
so-
But this is this has ramifications of epic proportions, man.
Absolutely.
I mean, doesn't it, Helio?
It does, but at the same time,
come on, man. You gotta admit this is really trippy. Like this, dude. If people listening to this aren't really tripped out right now by like what this means, there's implications, man. I don't know. Like it's truly something that you're okay. So,
well, and I think that's why Quantum Eraser gets so QE,
gets upset.
So upset. It's just like, don't you understand this really simple? But at the same time,
Globus, what do you think about this? Like, I
get frustrated with us because we don't understand it simply. But
there's one thing to actually observe all of this, Helio. Like, but there's another thing to like understand the implications of it. What are we saying about this?
I'm with Helio.
There's this is,
dude, it's very difficult to understand. It's taken me years to kind of get through the minutia of this.
I agree. It's something, Helio.
Simple.
It's a detailed mind or something. It's blocking. It does.
Because it stumps the mind for like, how is it possible that the outcome of the thing is only determined by what you think it's gonna, the pattern which you thought it.
Hold on.
Right?
Quantum Eraser experiment is not going to save humanity, bro. The the creation has already saved everyone. We don't have to depend on this.
Yes, I know.
Creation is obvious. We've talked about this many times over and over. The quantum racer experiment, but it's pretty cool. And see, it's like every time I hear people go into detail about the quantum racer experiment, the light diffusing itself or whatever, it can only exist in creation.
Wait, what do you mean?
Dude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that collimation, the reason that's where it kind of hit, wasn't it, Miggy? The collimation.
What's
collimation? Only work inside the test.
What were you saying?
The collimation
go ahead.
can
Go ahead.
only work in the double slit experiment. The collimation, the split. Now, whether or not it's observed, I still don't understand that.
That's a delayed choice.
What don't you understand?
It's a delayed choice, right?
What don't you understand?
What do you think I don't understand? And what do you think it has to do with my choice about
what don't you understand?
What does it prove about creation of Earth?
I still don't understand it.
What don't you
Do you understand it?
About the experiment?
The delayed choice. Yeah, sure. It's still weird to me. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, if you look at it, it does this. If you don't look at it, it does that. Ooh,
it's really confusing.
Fabulous.
Yeah. What is it? Is that the part that you don't understand?
Well,
yeah,
it's not really
pretty much. Pretty much.
Or do you understand
pretty much.
anything else?
On.
Or is that the only thing?
Hold on. I want you to explain it to me. Why does it act different when you don't observe it?
Well, that's up to you. You got to think about it.
Okay, I don't have to think about it at all because I know.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean that I don't have to think.
What do you mean about how you don't need to think about it?
Why are you interrupting me when I'm answering your question? I mean, I don't have to consider the quantum eraser experiment at all when it comes to creation. That experiment has nothing, though it has something to do with creation, but it doesn't prove creation overall because I have hundreds of proofs of the Earth being a level stationary plane and created by a designer. I don't have to use the quantum eraser experiment to prove Earth as a globe or a flat Earth or anything like that. The Earth is a realm. We live here. You've lived here for your entire life. It's not anything that I have to prove to you.
Helio, like I tried to say earlier, what it does prove is there is a subjective existence. So what you interpret
subjective.
as a knower,
exactly.
So what you interpret as a knower, for example,
subjective.
So my example with the island that doesn't need to exist, that has you could call that a superposition. It either it can be there or not be there. Both. It can be both. And that requires a knower. So if there are no knowers, it either can be there or it cannot be there.
Right, and that's kind of the way I look at this quantum eraser experiment. It was just like, hey, I already know Earth is Earth, and I've been here the whole time. And I grew up here on Earth. But I find the quantum eraser experiment, very interesting, and I want to understand it.
Look,
and so that's why I was asking the questions. But it doesn't prove a goddamn thing.
All right, so let me put it this way: your house, wherever you live right now, doesn't actually have to be there. It only exists because you know it's there and other people know it's there. But if all those people were to simultaneously die for whatever reason, then your house doesn't need to be there.
Globus, I'm going to tell you something. Some people would say, just because you don't grasp the entire argument about the quantum eraser experiment means you're dumb. And
that doesn't mean anything, though, Helio. It's not about being dumb.
You know,
or
I
being
know it
smart.
doesn't because they don't fucking understand it either. So,
right, but I'm trying to be.
Fuck you if you think I'm dumb. You try to figure this shit out.
I'm trying to
See
be
what
as
happens.
simplistic as I
I've
can.
been trying to figure this shit out for 5 years, and I can't fucking figure it
I'm
out.
trying
either.
to be as simplistic as I
Weren't
can
you
be.
trying to figure it out for 3 years?
5.
You said 3.
This what we were just talking about, this quantum eraser freaking non-observer freaking shit back and forth.
The delayed choice.
The delayed choice quantum eraser shit. Yeah,
Helio,
it's fucking bullshit in my mind. Fuck it.
Bullshit. All right, so the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment only.
All right, what did it? All right, in your mind, Globus, what does it prove?
It proves that there needs to be a conscious observer in order to collapse the waveform function.
So
You don't make any sense.
Somebody has to be looking at it.
Somebody needs to know which path the light has traveled through.
All right, well, welcome to spirituality, bitch.
Freaking Helio, dude.
When do we see the column pattern and we're expecting to see the interference pattern?
So if you don't know which path the light has traveled through, you will see an interference or what is known as a diffraction pattern.
Hey, shut up, Globus. Hey, Issa.
All right, sorry.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I just see Issa in here. I haven't seen him in a long time. Issa, man, are you there?
What up, Helio? How you doing, brother?
Oh, bro. Did you hear us talking about the quantum eraser shit?
Just the very last bit right there.
No, you don't have to. No, we're not going to go back over.
I'm still wondering
I'm done with that shit.
What is
I can't believe we're still wondering what it means.
Hey, you guys talk to Issa.
No. Listen, I'm still wondering what is meant by the collapse of the waveform function. What does that entail?
Okay,
exactly?
so that delineates a very specific pattern that is observed on, for example, a photographic plate. It will show where the particles have hit, and it'll be like it'll correspond to both slits. It'll look like
I gave you the opportunity to go ahead to go ahead and explain the entire experiment, and he was like, "Here's what might happen if I understood the entire experiment, and here's what happened when the waveform collapsed." But you gave up, man, early in the game.
I did?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, you did, bro.
Helio, do you have a video of this?
No, I don't give a shit about the quantum eraser.
He doesn't.
Sounds like you do.
Oh, I'm quite. Yeah, I'm not familiar with what.
I mean, it's pretty confusing.
If you guys think it's important, fine. Keep talking about it.
It's pretty confusing though. Like, from what I've heard, I don't really understand everything, but from what I'm getting, it's
obviously, but that's okay. You don't have to. See, I'm comfortable with not be like this is the edge of everything, and I understand. The quantum eraser, like the field experiments and shit.
Helio, could you explain it to me?
No, I can't, and I don't give a shit about it. I don't have to understand that shit to know the Earth is flat. I mean, why the fuck should I?
Well, because you can.
Look,
No,
this is
really. All right, so since I can't explain,
Well, tell me what you know.
Since I can't explain that shit, that means the Earth is a globe. Is that the thing?
I'm just wondering when
the
I see
answer
what
is
pattern.
no. So just say it. No.
I mean, it's up to what you want to think.
I don't give
Come
a
again,
fuck
JD? What did you say?
What pattern do I
Very
see when I'm not
interesting.
supposed to see
Hey,
it?
I just talked to you guys about.
Helio,
I just talked to you guys for over an hour
Helio,
about the quantum eraser
please,
shit for
Helio,
an hour.
please, sir.
JD,
What pattern do I see when I'm not supposed to see it?
Please stop talking. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, please let someone else speak.
But who's telling you to stop talking?
Yeah, that's okay. I'm good with that because I go.
No, somebody actually asked.
I'm gonna stop talking.
What pattern are you not supposed to see when you're not looking at it? Is that what you said?
Yeah. What pattern do I see when I'm not supposed to see it, etc.?
All right. So when you don't know which path the light has taken, you will see a diffraction pattern, an interference pattern. When you know which path, one or two,
How do I
A
do
or
that?
B.
You mean aiming the gun?
All right. So no. So you have.
Where did the gun come from?
You have a photoelectric detector which will detect which path,
Wait,
which
what do
A
they
or
mean by
B.
gun?
I thought it was a laser. Sorry to interrupt.
A laser gun, whatever you want to,
Oh,
whatever
my
you
bad,
want
my
to call
bad.
it.
Sorry, I
So when
misunderstood.
the bullet goes, like when
No, not a bullet. It's a
when you
laser.
fire the bullet,
It's a laser.
the bullet travels through.
It's a it's a laser.
It's not a bullet. It's not a bullet.
Yeah, it's a
So
laser.
when you
It's not a
know
bullet.
which,
So what does the gun fire?
so when you know which of the two paths the light has taken, then you will see a waveform function collapse, which will be like a collimation pattern. It will not be a diffraction pattern. Did you understand that, JD?
And when I observe it, it's the interference pattern.
So when you observe which of the two paths, not just when you observe it, let's not be that vague. When you observe which of the two paths the photon has taken.
So am I staring at one of the slits right now?
No, what you're interpreting is which of the two paths the light has taken. So if you have a photoelectric detector, it will tell you which of the two paths the light has taken. So either A or B.
Yeah, so what I'm understanding, Jay Daughtry, is this is happening after the fact. After you fired your gun, after it's already, the interference pattern has already taken place, then you're going to make a decision which path it's taken. And then afterwards, it's going to change the fact that it actually now it's taken a specific path, the one that you predicted it was going to go to. After the fact that you've already, it's called delayed choice, meaning that it's going to change after the fact that it's originally went through a specific way. If I'm understanding what is being said correctly, I'm just trying to explain exactly what I'm listening to.
Yeah.
But that's changing after the fact, not during. Like, it's once you make a decision which path it's going to take, then it matches a prediction, but it doesn't do that previous.
Miggy, you're not
Thank you for
making
that.
decision.
I get it. That's
not-
weird though.
Are you
So
guys familiar? Are you
Okay.
familiar?
You are not making that decision.
But it's a prediction that you have, right? Because I predicted it was going to go one specific way, and then it winds up going that way. Isn't that right? Or it just goes the way that it goes, no matter what prediction I have.
Yeah, you can predict whatever you like, but the fact is that the light will travel whatever path that it wants to travel, not what you predict.
So it's independent from me perceiving which path it's going to take. Is that right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you think it's going to take. It will take whatever path it wants.
All right. So previous to
wait, what's causing the independent light path then? What's the cause of it?
What's causing the independent light path?
Yeah. Do you listen to yourself? What are you saying?
It's a waveform. It's a waveform function. It's a probability distribution. It's a mathematical distribution. It's mathematics. It has a has a probability.
Okay, fine. I don't want to listen.
All right.
If it's only on paper, that doesn't make any sense.
No, I was trying to find a distinction between whether you affect your reality and by way of observing this in after the fact, kind of like, okay, which pattern do you think it was going to go through? I say that it went through this specific pattern. It then changes because at first it was going like as you described, interference. Like it was just nobody. It did what it did. But now that I'm thinking about which pattern it went through, it now changes to which way it was supposed to be going in the first place. Like I don't. This is weird.
It doesn't change.
No changing whatsoever.
No. It's detected to go either through path A or B.
But after, right? This is after the test.
Well, this is during the test.
While I'm watching it, while I'm seeing it.
You know
whether or not.
You know what's really.
Sorry, Globus. I apologize, man. Maybe it's me. It's not getting something, but you probably did explain it. I need to pour myself over the information.
He might be part of the interference. The part of the test that's interference. I'm not sure.
Whether or not you observe it doesn't change which path it travels through. It does that independent of you viewing it.
Who's viewing it? Who's viewing it, Lopez?
It could be anyone, you know.
Yeah, who's doing the test, I think. Did I get that right?
Oh, wait. The observer is viewing it, right? Oh,
yeah,
shit.
No.
They're not supposed to be there.
No.
Who else would be viewing it? Or what else would be viewing it?
So how's he viewing it? How's he looking at the photon? Like, how does he know that it takes a random path?
You only know which path it has taken because you know.
You only know the random path by not observing
let me finish. You only know which path it has traveled through because of the photoelectric detector. It will signify which path it has taken. Or
when you look at
which path it is not taken. Come on, man.
For example,
it's which
in
path
the delayed
that
choice
has been taken.
Or, for example, in the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, the experimental setup will actually tell you which path it has traveled through.
That shit.
So, if you have in the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, you have 5 different detectors where the photon.
The 5 different.
Wait, let me finish.
Up and down.
You have
left,
5
right,
different. You have
east,
5
west,
different.
North, south. All that shit.
You have 5 different detectors where the photon can end up in, right? So I think it's
so now we're in Enduppin. Can you spell Enduppin?
Enduppin. Come on, Helio. So I think it's photo detector either D3 and D4. I think those particular detectors you actually know the path information to. So if the photon hits either D3 or D4, then you will always get waveform function collapse. You will not get that diffraction pattern. So the experimental setup allows D3 or D4.
What's
D3 or D4?
So those are the
Wait, Helio, what are D3 and D4s?
Give a shit. To be honest, I was just being an asshole. It's my job.
I do work.
I do know something about it, but as far as the details, I mean.
Oh no! Tell me.
Tell me about what? I mean, what details?
D3 and D4.
E3, D4 inside the experiment of this.
What do you mean?
No, you're talking about the quantum eraser experiment. It's like,
yeah, no, I'm talking
it's
about
like,
that.
where am I shooting the photons toward a refraction mirror, and then they're going to end up on a different plate, and they're going to show me whether or not I see different. I don't really give a shit about the photons. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing about Earth at all.
Do you guys know about the cock goblet effect?
What?
The what?
The cock goblet.
Yeah, if you see a wave, you're gay. If you see a particle, you're not. Just kidding.
Awesome.
Hey, thanks, Ethan, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, we've been talking about this stupid waveforms and shit. I don't really give a fuck about that. Earth is not what they told us it is. So all these details really don't. I mean, if you really want to, fluff your feathers, it's like, Earth is this. I mean, even if we're all flat earthers, people want to get fluff their feathers about religions and shit. I mean, dude, that happens amongst flat earthers as well. It's just like, dude. I mean, look what they're saying to everyone. They're presenting the Earth as if it's this third rock from the sun, when that's impossible. So you're here just like debating minutia about, the quantum eraser, this. It really has nothing to do with the
Hey, you see this new monkeypox fucking bullshit coming out, and the WHO setup.
Yeah, I'm already kind of on top of it, but
good.
It's like I'm kind of backing away from it. I'm just like, should I just slam everybody with their just right with it? It's like, all right, because I was riding in the car today. It was like, hey, we have the first case of monkeypox in Florida or some shit. And I was like, monkeypox? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, WHO is like they're having a meeting this weekend about all the countries like signing over certain authorities to the WHO, which I'd remind everybody that under cooperative federalism, they don't have the authority. So take that into account.
What was it?
The World Health Organization.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no, you're good. Their leader though is a guy who's allegedly a quote unquote Ethiopian freedom fighter who was backed by China for during the 90s and shit, and he's probably just gonna implement more lockdowns and shit.
Just check this out, Issa. I mean, monkeypox. This is the next big thing. Monkeypox. Holy fucking shit.
Hey, Helio, they were calling it Harambe's Revenge.
Holy shit.
Elijah,
talk about a broken system. All right, as far as spiritually and mentally, most people buy into that shit. They'll just be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my Harambe fucking revenge vaccine or my monkeypox vaccine. It's like, I just want to protect myself. I don't know what's going on. I'm just.
Elijah, are you there, sir?
I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No need to say sorry.
No, man. Dude, Globus, I've been doing this for fucking a long time, and I'm getting very, very frustrated with fucking
And you're wrong
idiots.
about you're wrong about everything, Helio. How does that feel?
No.
I'm only joking.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wrong
I'm
about
joking.
everything, and yeah, it's getting very frustrating, even though I'm
How does
here
it feel to be
6 years
wrong?
later. Feels pretty good.
So
Hey, man, I
Elijah, you're
see
not there?
Elijah's in here. I see you're in here. One Big Pond. He's over in Australia, too. Have you ever talked to
Is he?
Tony? Yeah, One Big Pond. He's in the chat room. Hey, One Big Pond, get your ass in here, man. You got a fellow Australian talking to us in here.
Exactly.
And he's
Yeah.
in.
You're
Good
asking
morning.
for you, One Big Pond. You're here, Elijah. Good to hear.
What's up? Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you. So, did you hear our discussion earlier on the nature of light?
I just got in like maybe 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, when you first joined, Elijah, you sound like you just woke up. You just woke up and fucking turned the phone on, and you're like,
Okay.
So,
Well,
you ain't even had no coffee yet. And you just like,
can you draw any conclusions from the double slit experiment?
I mean, based on what is said, somehow the way that I have imagined it is that thoughts are actually sending, and they're going and coming, and that's why you get the interference, maybe. Or
So
do you
you
get the
think?
interference when you're not watching? Which one is it?
So
yeah,
you would get the.
Elijah, you're kind of where I am at on this because it's like I've been looking at the same test for years, and I really don't fully understand it.
So according to the
And I
experiment
guess
itself,
maybe you're not supposed to. I don't know, because I think I should have figured it out by now.
Yeah.
So according to the experiment itself, you would see the interference pattern when there is no knowledge of which path the light has traveled through.
Well, I think that's what
Then
Mickelson Morley and Mickelson Gale were trying to study as well, and so it's kind of like, we're kind of in the same debacle, I guess. You know what I mean? But it still has nothing to do with shape of the Earth, just like I said 5 minutes ago. So that has nothing to do with shape of
That's
Earth.
fine. The supposed shape of the Earth, it's already settled. That's not in contention.
Yeah, but there's no shape of Earth. Earth is Earth. It's a realm.
Helio, I kind of wanted to like.
Go ahead, Elisha. Sorry, brother.
So yeah, that's actually backwards from what I thought. So
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's all good. So I just thought maybe you had an input on what we were discussing, but it's okay if you don't. That's fine.
Yeah, no.
And that's all good. No,
were you saying that?
Since I first heard about it, the thing I wanted to do is go to like a university or somewhere and actually see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was the same. And I actually messaged QE about this, and I was met with a little bit of hostility. And that's fine. I mean, it's all good. When I tried to say, where can I experience this experiment? Where can I, buy my own photoelectric detectors and do this experiment? That's all good, Perhaps he thought I was. What was that, JD?
I put an article, Popular Mechanics, surprisingly explains it a little bit better.
So the cause is so. Wait a minute. The phenomena is diffraction, right?
Yes.
And so we're trying to figure out.
Oh.
I'd say it's not really diffraction. It is I think it's called a collimation pattern or something along those lines.
Hold on.
So it's the opposite of the diffraction pattern. So what you see is a something. It looks like two bars instead of that diffraction pattern.
Bro, that's why we should have a talk, with with QE and other people. Because I didn't understand it fully, and I still don't.
It'd be great if Q is here, but he's not.
Well,
there's definitely.
I think that
collimated
article
light can't be. That can't be the phenomenon, right?
I think the article kind of explains it, Globus. If anybody wants to read the article out loud for everybody that's listening right now, it says what you said, but it just says it a bit different. It's a bit different, but it's kind of like what you were saying. Or you could agree or disagree. It's in Popular Mechanics. It's
the one that JD posted.
Yeah, that's the one.
Right, yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it.
I can go through real quick. It says here, ever hear of the double slit experiment? It's one of the most bizarre experiments in modern physics and cuts to the heart of the weirdness of quantum mechanics. Basically, waves that pass through two narrow parallel slits will form an interference pattern on a screen. This is true for all waves, whether they're light waves, water waves, or sound waves. But light isn't just a wave, it's also a particle called a photon. So, what happens if you shoot a single photon at double slits? Turns out, even though there's only one photon, it still forms an interference pattern. It's as if the photon travels through both slits simultaneously. It gets weirder. As an episode of PBS's space-time travel shows or space-time shows, just by observing the double slit experiment, the behavior of the photon changes. The idea behind the double slit experiment is even if the photons are sent through the slits at one at a time, there's still a wave present to produce the interference pattern. The wave is a wave probability because the experiment is set up so the scientists don't know which of the two slits any individual photon will pass through. But if they try to find out by setting up detectors in front of each slit to determine which slit the photon really goes through, the interference pattern doesn't show up at all. This is true even if they try setting up the detectors behind the slits. No matter what the scientists do, if they try anything to observe the photons, the interference pattern fails to emerge. Yes, it gets even weirder than that. A group of scientists tried a variation on the double slit experiment called the delayed choice experiment. The scientists place a special crystal at each slit. The crystal splits an incoming photons into a pair of identical photons. One photon from this pair should go on to create the standard interference pattern, while the other one travels to a detector. Perhaps with this setup, physicists might successfully find a way to observe the logic-defying behavior of photons. But here's the weirdest part. It still doesn't work, regardless of when that detection happens. Even if the second photon is detected after the first photon hits the screen, it ruins the interference pattern. This means observing the photon can change events that have already happened. Scientists are still unsure how exactly this whole thing works. It's one of the greatest mysteries of quantum mechanics. Perhaps someday someone will finally be able to solve it.
That's how it works.
Interesting.
There it is.
Oh,
That's
man,
what it says.
You can't predict anything about light if you don't understand that.
Yeah, so it's almost like light knows where it's going to go before it's gone there.
Because it's already there.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know because nobody else does either. So fine.
Well, the quantum eraser delayed choice experiment sort of highlights that because, as mentioned, it splits these photons into an entangled pair, and they hit a detector, and whenever that detector hits, whenever the detector actually shows an interference pattern, then the other sister photon will hit an unknown pattern.
A column.
Yeah.
A column.
And whenever that detector shows a collimated pattern, then its sister photon will actually show a collimated pattern. So it's almost like I said, it's almost like it knows where it's going to go before it's gone there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's already there. Just like I said, just like Mickey read. It's like everything is already there. It doesn't happen before or after. It's already there. The pattern, if it's filtered, I don't think this.
Look, it's
I
the
don't
phenomenon.
think this. I don't think it's phenomena, which is not a phenomenon. This.
Where's QE when you need him?
Okay, I mean,
why?
Dude, I will argue with QE about this shit.
Oh my God, Helio! Just go back and listen to the last 5 minutes and just be a little less than what you're being, bro.
Sorry, guys, my bad.
No, don't say sorry. Go back, listen to the live stream for the last 5 minutes, and just be a little less so that I can appreciate you being in this conversation with us, because it's a little difficult right now. That's all I'm saying. But it's the whole, I don't know, man. It's the phenomenon for me. I don't know. That's the thing that bothers me.
Well, if there is a true constant in both experiments, the double slit and the delayed choice, is that whenever the which path is known, that the wave function collapses. That is a constant. That's undeniable.
Right. So in this case, for whatever intellectual reason that I'm still not grasping, we can forego that the first step is a natural phenomenon. Because I'm not sure. I'm like the natural phenomena is what? Like, and how would you have come across, like, how
The
do you not
natural
have to know that
phenomena.
you come across the natural phenomena? Because it almost sounds like it's conjured in the experiment, the way we say other things. It's not an experiment if you're conjuring the phenomenon. Right? Obviously, the information is you're not conjuring that. So I don't know. It may be my way of thinking, but that's why I just want to see it first, because I kind of haven't really thought about it, because I'm
Plus,
like,
you're
well,
talking
I want
about
to see it.
a natural experiment, which is experimenting with something we see in nature. Why is something in nature is taking place, and using that information to put it into an experiment, right? I mean,
Interference that light creates.
right. But what light?
Yeah, but
Electricity?
we're not talking about interference, because the phenomena is what. Because didn't you just tell me, when you look at it, there's not. Which one is it? When you look, what happens? You have the diffraction pattern, or you don't.
So when you have the knowledge of which path the light has traveled through, either A or B, 1 or 2, then you will get waveform function collapse. So you won't get the diffraction pattern.
You'll see the columnated pattern.
When you
Yeah.
know, when you know.
Is that
When you don't know.
in other words, the collimated pattern is the interference pattern, is what you're saying?
No. It's the opposite. The interference
Right.
pattern is the diffraction pattern.
So you're not seeing the phenomena.
It's hard to explain, but I mean, like,
yeah,
No, you're not. You're
But
not
the
seeing
whole
the phenomena, though, right?
you're not. Yeah, no. When you know which path it's traveled through, then that's when you see the phenomena or phenomenon.
In the apparatus. I don't know. Because I have a dogmatic view because I've just learned about all this, right? And one thing that was drummed into a lot of us is that the phenomena can't be conjured within the experiment. You had to have seen it, and it's like, well, we see diffraction, but we're not. That's not what we're saying. The observation is. So the only time to observe something is after you've set up the experiment. Typically, we tell ballers that's not an experiment, but in this case, we're saying it's an experiment. It's like, all right, could be my ignorance. I don't know.
So the observed phenomenon here is waveform function collapse. That's the observed
it might
phenomenon.
just be interference from light.
The observed phenomena in the Cavendish experiment is balls moving together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, but then you need to attribute a cause to that.
No,
gravity.
Yeah, I hear what like
yeah.
we see waveform functions like unless you use an apparatus to detect that. You know what I mean? Like even if it's there, like I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just saying if we're gonna
it's not even really a wave. These are like what we're talking about. Like, or we're trying to describe something that we actually can observe. Like, look, as a matter of fact, look at what I found on wave interference. But I mean, obviously it works the way it works, but for some reason this is supposed to be how I'm supposed to picture it. And I'm like, but is that what's really happening? So wave interference, a simple form of interference pattern, is attained if two plane waves of the same frequency intersect at an angle.
Right. So,
well, what does that even mean if we're not talking about actual waves? Interference is essentially an energy redistribution process. The energy which is lost at the destructive interference is regained at the constructive interference. Honestly, I don't even know what that means.
So the interference pattern is the effect.
I mean the what they're trying to get me to conceive, the images in my mind, the way the words read. I'm like, how do they know that? Like what are they telling me when they're what is a wave? Like I thought we understood or supposed to have understood that actually it's not a wave. It's a wave distribution probability.
So the wave distribution is where on the photographic plate the photon will strike. So it's a probability. It can strike here. It can strike there. It's a mathematical probability of where it's going to strike the plate. That's the wave of where it's going to hit on the photographic plate. The light is a particle that's going to travel, but where it's going to hit, where it's going to strike the photographic plate, that is the waveform function. And it can be, anywhere within the peak or the crest. Sorry, the crest or the whatever the opposite of the wave is of that crest.
Trough.
That's the word I was looking for.
Well, if it hits the back wall, it's a particle by then, right?
Yeah, but where it hits, where it decides to hit, that is the wave. That is a wave, not the actual photon itself. Where it's going to hit is the waveform function.
Yeah, because the wave is
I'm not rolling.
The wave is in and of itself is not an actual thing. It's what the photon does within the medium that it's in. So
right, exactly.
That's why they.
Well, how can we?
Yeah.
Oh.
I heard Witzig
So
give a
in other words, I mean, because what you said, there's a medium that we can't perceive, but it must be a medium because the photon must be doing something, and it's also not actually traveling. By the way, am I right so far?
The way I heard Witzig describe it yesterday was imagine two people are holding a string on one side of the room and the other, and then you do like a wave motion and then ask how long it took the string to reach the other side of the room. Well, the string was already there, of course, right? The wave is just a function in the medium.
I get that. That doesn't help me at all. I mean, that's no different than when Matthew gives me an example. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, understood, but still.
Well, like you're saying, it's always there. It's not really traveling. It's just illuminating.
No, I don't know how to conceive it at all, but people are telling me how, and I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. I can accept it for what it is, but I'm not accepting how people. I'm only going to accept what actually is perceivable. But all of the rhetoric around it, if I don't have to accept it, I'm not.
And you know what I look at it like, Globus?
Because I'm asking questions, but it's almost like there are no answers. It's just more telling me of what I already know, and it's like, okay, cool. Then that's all it is.
You know what I see it like, and I think I can observe this in nature. If you see lightning strike, if you notice the pattern, the lightning actually goes. It's like the lightning already had a pattern. It's just illuminating the pattern that it's actually traveling on. But the pattern was already.
You can actually see lightning travel.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is like the pattern that it actually is taking, like the path. Like let's say, for instance, that the lightning would strike the ground. When it actually does strike, it just like illuminates the pattern. The pattern was already there. It was just like illuminating the pattern that it was going to.
Well, you could say the same thing about how water trickles down a wall. I mean, that's essentially what I mean.
Yep.
But no, you can't.
Why is that?
No.
But why is that like it's a hard concept? Because there are certain patterns.
It's not a hard concept. We've seen it. Like I can see that. Like if I were to pour water, for whatever reason, it takes a certain path down the wall. It doesn't just do what I would expect it to do. It does this weird, I get that, but what does that mean? Other than me seeing that
there was an already path determined, whether you predicted it was going to go a certain path or not. The determined path was always the reality. So the determined path is what people are trying to discover. How is that path already there when you don't even know of that pattern? Even if you predicted it to go in a specific direction, how is that pattern already existing before your determination of it traveling that path? Is that, did I get it correctly, Globus? Is that what everybody's trying to figure out?
In essence, yeah, I agree with that.
There you go. That's it. Actually, not that I understand like the nature behind it, but I understand the argument. Like I can see why people are confounded by this. And the gentleman talking about it just right now being like a pattern that exists in nature that people are trying to discover. How are these patterns already existing in nature when we don't even know, we don't perceive these patterns? We don't know where they're at. Like how do we know the path of lightning? Because if we knew the path of things we're going to take, then it would be easy to predict like how we can avoid, you know what I mean, like or harness nature. I don't know. Does that make sense? Like I'm trying to.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I'm rolling with that because I'm intrigued now. I'm like, okay, I get that. I do kind of whether the water is traveling or not. Like, still, it does appear like the path was already. I don't know.
Yeah.
Am I back in the question?
It was
I don't know.
already there.
But that's what's happened. But I can see. It's like, how
You're
do things know to do what they do? It's
right,
like,
and it's independent from your determination of whether it's going to take a right or left turn. The water will just continue to go down a path that it was already going to take, regardless of your viewing it or thinking it's going to go somewhere. It's going to take the path it's going on, and that pattern already existed, and it was supposed to go down that pattern. But your predictions of it was independent from where you thought it was going to go. But people are trying to discover, why can I just see the pattern before it actually takes the path, so I can understand why it would take the path that it does.
And this is a single photon, right? Not like a beam of light or anything. It's a single.
I think it's
both.
Well,
see, that's what gets me.
Help me understand this. When I think of a photon, I think like a marble, right? Like a marble.
Use Elijah's example. I want to actually use Elijah's example. Imagine if the little droplet going down the wall was the photon, right? I'm just thinking about it. The path that the water droplet's taking is independent from like what your prediction is going to be. There's already a pattern carved out, which it's taking. So I think what they're trying to do with the photon is understand why the pattern is following the pattern that it takes, because it was already there. The pattern was already there, independent from where you think it's going to go. Even if you view it, it sounds like, this path it's there. The photon's elucidating the path that you're noticing is there. Like you're seeing it.
Right, and this may sound like a dumb question too, but is it given like the I don't want to say illusion, but like the photon is here and here at the same time, like it's here and there? Is it showing
No,
up like something like that?
It's traveling in a path that it's going to take, but the end point and the beginning point have already been determined. Where it's going to end up and where it started from has already been it's a determined path. So the water droplet going down the wall, when it reaches the ground, it's already the path from that water droplet going sideways and left and right, and it's
Right,
already
like it's following a crack in the wall.
Yeah,
or
like it's
something.
following a path that you can't determine where it's going to go, but it already has its end result. Like it's already, if you could be at the ground if you knew the path that it was going to take and you put your finger there at the ground where it was going to end up at, and it ends up because you knew the path, then that means that you understand patterns. You know.
So let me see if I understand this right. So when you do the experiment, before you know which path it takes, you see this diffraction pattern. And then once you figure out where it went, then it turns into this collimated pattern, right?
Yep.
Is that?
That's correct.
And then you, and then
That
you
is
figure out,
that is freaking crazy.
That's crazy, isn't it? So what, dude?
You could predetermine the path if you knew the path of least resistance, because everything is equilibrium, right?
Yeah. That's
That's
good.
why
That's
it's traveling in the first place.
That's good, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the prediction that you've gotten, because if something has a specific path that you can't see or know, then it even if you use the path of least resistance, that could give you a good indication of where it might be, but it doesn't give you a certainty of knowing exactly where it is going to be. So it gives you high probability, but it doesn't give you a definite. You know what I mean? Like that could give you that does give you an indication, because using that information, it's pieces of the puzzle people trying to figure out, like I said before, the hand of God. Like if you understood the patterns and pathways of everything, then everything would be understood. Like you could tell people, don't stand over here because lightning is going to strike right there where you're standing. You know what I mean? Like these things are already, in other words, everything's determined already. It's already.
I don't think you could make that inference. Like it's a leap of logic for me because it's
So why
like
not? If things are already supposed to happen,
because we're talking about things happening, or well, in this case, we're talking about light doing something or not doing something because we perceive it. So the leap of logic is saying, well, I'm perceiving something, and if I understood what I was perceiving, I would be able to tell you what's going to happen. I think those two things are connected.
no, not what you're perceiving, Elijah. Not what you're perceiving, but the pathway. If you could perceive the pathway, not the actual phenomena.
Well, the perception changes the pathway. Like this is what we're talking about.
No, it doesn't change the pathway. The perception is like you noticing the droplet of water going down the wall. But if you understood
Right,
the path,
but in the delayed choice, that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is actually observing something, and once it's observed, it's doing something different from when it wasn't observed. But that's not what we're talking about when you're talking about seeing something happen in a medium that we can't see in a predetermined pattern that isn't that is there that we just haven't understood.
well, that's the way I've understood it. But I don't know if Globus can talk about it differently. That's the way it seems to me. Like there was already a path that these things were going to take, regardless of whether we decide they're going to be. Path of least resistance could give us an indication for sure, because we could give like a better indication of how things operate, but it doesn't give us a definite understanding of, why they end up where they end up.
Well, our perception causes the change. It's not like we can apply that understanding to say, okay, I'm gonna perceive something. It's like no, the you perceiving it or not perceiving it in both instances, it concretizes what is gonna happen. You can't, but you can't say that one day maybe I'll understand when something will happen when I perceive it. That's the leap of logic I don't understand. I
I don't think
understand what the delayed choice is saying, but what you're inferring from it, I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I was merely saying that uh if people understood these pathways of like how things travel and why they take it, if the path of least resistance could give us an indication why they travel the way they do, where they end up, but it's not a definite understanding of why that pattern was there in the first place, why that electricity followed the specific pattern that it took, or why the photon traveled the way it did to hit the plate. There's no real way for us to know why that, like, and I use that string example like the gentleman was saying. It's like there was a string that's there but we can't see it, and this photon's traveling along the line of that string, kind of like following this pathway. We can't see the string in this instance, but it's like it's already there. So it was already from the beginning to the end, it was already there. Like it didn't need to travel distance because that pathway was there. The little photon that was traveling down it was just elucidating that pathway. It was making it visible to the viewer, the different way it was traveling through the pathway.
Yeah, so
that may be true, and I totally can totally get with that. But that's I don't think that has anything to do with the setup itself and what the setup is telling you.
So he's kind of esoteric,
So-
but I put a video of a guy who kind of demystifies it. He said it might just be a phenomenon of light. I think I'm starting to agree with the esoteric guy.
So like my example earlier of the island, it doesn't need to be there. So, did you guys hear my example earlier of the island?
No.
Right. So, I'll go over it again. So, for example, Elijah and I, we stumble upon a secluded beach where we look out onto the horizon and we spot an island. All right, so we spot that island. That island is there. We both agree that we've spotted an island. You know, it has palm trees, whatever it may be. So now we both hop into a car. Then we get into a car accident. We both die, and because now we've both died, that information is essentially erased. It's no longer there. There's no longer a Noah to know that information. That island that we both spotted when we were at the beach doesn't need to be there. It can either be there or it cannot.
I heard you say that. But to me,
So
that,
there's no
that kind of sounds like
It
it's
doesn't make
getting
no
into
sense.
the realm of simulation theory or something. Like things aren't there until I get there. They kind of render in.
Yeah, well, that's the implication of the double slit experiment.
You know why this made why this made sense to me, Globus? Like when I was starting to explain it, like the way the gentleman was saying about the string, because it's got a biblical reference that I tied it to, like in my mind, so it made sense. Job 28:26 says, "He made the laws for the rain and laid out a path for the lightning." That's what it says in Job 28:26.
Right, but and I can accept that without even thinking about the delayed choice. That's what I'm telling. That's what I'm telling you. Like what you're saying is not linked to what's going on in this apparatus. Like I
The
get what
apparatus itself. I mean
like the conclusion to the test from the hypothesis has nothing to do with what you're saying. That's all I'm saying. And I can totally get and understand and accept what you're saying. Actually, I believe the same thing. But what does that have to do with the phenomena and the experiment?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's what Globus agreed with on the experiment.
No, I mean we understand what I mean. I understand what the experiment is, and what you're saying has nothing to do with it. Like talking about a string and this and that. Okay, I get that. Talking about now, what does that have to do with the mountain being there, not being there?
Well, I
Nothing.
don't know that, but the mountain.
That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with the phenomena in question.
Yeah, the mountain has maybe a different argument attached to it, or maybe it's the same. I don't know what that has to do.
Yeah, it'll make no sense to me.
Basically, just saying, why does our perception change it? And I guess mainstream, that's unanswered as well, right?
Well, it's these I like the analogy that you come up with is something to try to describe what this experiment is informing you of. But my question is, okay, but what's the natural phenomena?
I think it's just light interference. I think that's all it is.
We've seen light interference, yes. So it's like, what's the cause of light interference?
No,
our perception.
Well, I think.
But when I asked Globus, he said it's not that.
It may be more related to the nature of consciousness, right? Which we definitely don't understand consciousness.
That's what I thought.
It may never be explained till we get a little further along with, consciousness as a.
But that's what I thought. I said, okay, so if I think something, I'm assuming I'm thinking, and somehow some material, immaterial, supernaturally, right? Like the things that I'm thinking are a part of this connected highway. I don't see now. I'm trying to integrate what Mickey's saying because I agree with him. No, I agree with you, but it doesn't belong there. I'm making it like I'm making it make sense. It's not necessitated by. I'm just discovering this. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
but
I'm
so
yeah.
so I'm saying that you have this. I thought, okay, I'm thinking something, and that thinking is interfering. It's actually interacting and doing something with reality. But Globus said, no, that's not what happens. Because I asked him, okay, so when I'm so the phenomena is the I'm getting confused between diffraction pattern and interference pattern. Are those the same thing, or diffraction and interference is different?
No, they're both the same. The phenomenon is the opposite of the diffraction pattern. So that so-called collimated pattern.
Exactly. So my conception of thinking and then having an interference is the incorrect way to think about it, because actually, if I were to think something, that what we're saying is, well, now there's this collimation of light, which is the opposite of what I was thinking. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I don't know how to think about it now. But I'm totally with the predetermined highway thing. Like that makes sense to me.
Yeah. I think a lot
Yeah,
of
but
people that
like I said, that predetermined highway doesn't need to be there. It can either be there or not be there.
Every time I'm like, my mind is at easy, and I guess that's what this does. It fucks us all up. It's like, what is happening?
Look, it doesn't need to be there, which means there's a probability that it's there, and there's a probability that it's not there.
Yeah, but that's almost like saying that because you don't understand it, you're going to put that into question. And
I
that's
agree.
not up it's not up to you. It's only the only end result that so the beginning and the end are all that matters. Is that where it started and where it ended up. And so whether or not you accept that as a reality is not up for debate. It's it's a human mind trying to reason with why things are the way they are. So at that point you're trying to conceptualize it by saying it can and cannot be there and both simultaneously exist, and it's not the case. Because in this reality something has the beginning and the end already. The pathway has already been existing since the very beginning. So you're trying to understand it as in it can exist and not exist. It's illogical because it has to exist, otherwise it wouldn't take the path that it took. So
Right, but
you know what I mean? Like it's you trying to
yeah,
reason with the fact that you can't understand it. So you insert this notion of, well, it can be like Schrodinger's pathway. Like the pathway can exist, but at the same time, it doesn't have to. Like, and then you only find out, like in Schrodinger's cat, when you uncover the box and you see the cat is either alive or dead. So in this way, you actually see the pathway it takes from beginning to end. So at this point, you say, well, the pathway either exists or it doesn't exist. And both simultaneous reality, it can be said that it can exist and not exist, but it's not true because the pathway always existed, regardless of your conceptualizing it to be a reality. And that's the hard pill that people don't want to swallow because they're like, well, then that means that everything has a path. Like it's all determined. But you trying to make it sound like it doesn't is not helping the cause.
Yeah, I don't think it's related right.
Yeah.
That's that's what I've been saying. It's not related.
It's not.
But it's not. But when I say not related, I mean not related to what's being said in the delayed choice. Like what you said is not related. That's what I said earlier. I was like, what? Why are both things like married? I don't get it.
Right,
But
but
like it sounds like what you said in a nutshell is, wherever you go, there you are. I mean, come on.
So that presupposed determined path can only exist if there is a knower to know that path.
Of course. That's great.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
It's,
No, wait. But Miggy, you said the path exists, period.
Yeah, it exists, but
because it's predetermined. And I think the answer is for us, obviously, because the creator made it that way. That's the opposite. That's the opposite takeaway from this, though.
Yeah, because it's human conceptualizing what has been.
Man.
We can't conceptualize it, so we throw it into question as in something to think about, as in there and not there at the same time. You know what I mean? So like when we talk about it in this way, we can't perceive it. So it's like, well, it can exist and not exist, and that's not the case. If the knower, right, the creator, had set this forth into motion, predetermined already.
That's what's contradicting this whole thing. That's what I'm like. I'm saying.
It's a blatant contradiction of the reason why people are trying to say that it exists and not exists at the same time. And I'm okay with that, but people are not. And that's fine. People are going to the end of time, be thinking that it exists and not exists at the same time. I'm like, I know that the knower set everything into motion. Every blade of grass swaying in the wind is predetermined path of everything has to be the way it is because the knower set it into motion. Now, whether or not people actually come to the realization and say, okay, God did design everything with an intention of having a design pathway for everything, or people are going to say, well, God has given everything a freedom of the will, where each thing can independently move without anybody's understanding of why they're doing what they're doing. I don't see it that way. I think from the beginning to the end, the knower knew what he was creating because he designed it that way. So every pathway, every intricate detail of creation has been set forth into motion, regardless of how we're perceiving it. But we're trying to figure a way out. We're going to make man be independent from this creation. But need is a creature word. We need things to exist. So everything needs to have a specific pattern, a path, a design, and we can see the fingerprint of how everything's made. And we don't understand why a tree grows in a specific direction, or why, something grows and it doesn't form it. We're trying to figure that out, but the pathway it takes will always be left up to the knower, the creator. And it's not up for us to we can try and say that it's, and that's fine. If people want to keep it to where it's like we know and we don't know at the same time, that's great. But all I know is that if this pattern hadn't taken place, then his design would not be what he determined it to be. It would be what we would think, that because everything's just random movements and there's no rhyme or reason. So I don't know. That's my spiel. Anyways.
I agree. I think I agree with that. But
Yeah,
do
I
you
agree to
agree
a
that
certain
what you said
extent.
has nothing to do with the experiment? It's I feel like if I understand it correctly, what you said is antithetical to the experiment.
Are you asking me or Globus?
Everyone who's listening. Am I crazy
Well,
for saying that?
no, you're not. I would agree with that because in the experiment, I wouldn't personally invoke the knower to be the creator. I'd say that we are the knower in that experiment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I agree. Only he knows, and so that's kind of conflicted. Well, not kind of. It's conflicting.
Blatant.
Yeah. So we can't really test the creator in that sense.
Exactly. That's my point. So back to my original standpoint, people trying to figure out the handprint of God, in which they will never know because they're not the knower. We try to usurp that knowledge and say we are, but we're not. We're just a created thing in this earth.
Well, I should just This reminds me of a story. This might help you understand a little bit. A couple of years ago, I bought a scratch-off ticket. I brought it home. I put it on my table. About 2 days later, my wife asked me, she said, "You don't scratch this thing off?" I said, "No." She asked me why. I said, "Because as long as I don't scratch it, I could be a winner."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I like that idea.
That's good.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a millionaire. Could be. We don't know. That
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Schrodinger's lottery ticket. Okay, let's go with it.
Schrodinger's lottery ticket. Yep.
Lottery ticket.
I like
That's
that.
good.
Yeah, that's a great one. This definitely been an interesting conversation.
Yeah, it's
Help
always.
me. I didn't understand the experiment until you actually spoke about it in that way, and I started piecing together. So now I have a better understanding, I should say. But yeah, it's really helped me piece together more solid foundation of what I stand firm on. It kind of only reinforced what I know.
How?
Confirmation bias.
My question.
I mean,
my question is, how did it do that?
I haven't talked to you about my specific viewpoint on biblical scriptures, so I doubt that's
No, I mean, how did this experiment give you the view which is antithetical to what you would have seen in the
right.
experiment? How did
So
it do that?
okay, so man, and what I mean man is like people. People are perceiving this in a very specific way, like the way Globus was saying. The knower is you in this case. And so there's a lot of confusion as to how it's possible. There's a mystery here. And of course, Popular Mechanics article kind of elucidated to that point. But it seems like they're trying to discover something that either is or is not happening, and they can both simultaneously exist in the viewer's perspective. I guess the person who's actually doing this test. But the reason why it makes sense to me is because I know that the knower is not the person; it's the creator. So from my perspective, it made sense to me that people are trying to discover something that only God knows. Like, and it can get into the point where people are making it sound like they're very intelligent and they got this test, and it's okay for me. Like, I'm satisfied with them trying to figure it out, but I know that they're never going to, because it's always going to remain in the realm of they have to look at it like Schrodinger's cat. It's either exist and not exist at the same time, and I know that that's illogical for me, because if we're
So,
saying if well, I would say it like this, Elijah. If we're saying we have a sovereign creator who knew from the beginning of time what his creation was designed to do from the beginning to the end, right? Genesis to Revelation, then we're saying, in essence, that the creator has sovereign ability to create his creation the way he wants to and designs it. And we're trying to figure out why things are the way they are. And it's a lot of, it gets into like determinism and what is the other one? The opposite of determinism is like freedom of the will, or independent, random. And I think that that's another philosophical debate, but for another time. But that's the thing here in this specific test, is what people are trying to figure out, and the reasoning they come
oh,
behind it. It can exist and not exist at the same time, and that stands to them as something logical because they can't understand the mystery behind.
so
Go ahead.
I'm trying to I I feel like you're missing what I'm saying. So let me because I'm still trying to understand why this is different from a ring laser gyro experiment. Yeah, I said it the way I said it on purpose. It's like, so what philosophy could you give me from a ring laser gyro experiment?
Are you asking me or just the whole room, or
You.
What philosophy? As far as like people trying to discover that the Earth is rotating on its axis, and
Based on the information that they've got from the apparatus, what philosophy can you garner from it? The way you've done with the quantum ratio experiment, for some reason.
honestly it always leads back to them trying to figure out what God's doing in creation. So why does the Earth spin on its axis? Why does the cosmos act the way they do? And they feel like with this apparatus they can determine whether or not the Earth is actually in motion, according to this globe understanding, right? So they're measuring the drift within the way the laser fires, and this is how I see it. They're always trying to figure out reality using a very feeble way, a feeble attempt at doing it, which of course they're like leaps and bounds away from like even flat earth reality, right? So they don't even they're how can they understand earthly things, right? And that's the scripture that comes to mind. But when their mind is like completely confounded as to like deceived even as to what their senses are telling them. So I'm just tying it back to like why they're trying to insert this nonsense. It's really a deception away from the reality, and then from the reality you have to like either stand to know or not know, like because we can know the Earth is not moving, right? So we know that because of the vestibular system, so that we have in our inner ear. So there's indications that the Creator has given us, which we can determine whether we're in motion or not. So there's ways that we can tie into like how we know that they're lying, right? Obviously, but not only that, it's like their apparatus in which they're using.
But you're saying it's illegitimate, but you're legitimizing the 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 quantum erasure experiment or the delayed choice by saying, well, I understood from what Globus explained.
Yeah.
Then from that I built on that understanding and figured out, oh yeah, there are pathways that are already determined. So I'm saying, but I really think you didn't need the delayed choice to know that. So in the same way, I'm saying, because I'm like, those two things are totally separate and have nothing to do with. But so now I'm saying, okay, so then do that for Cavendish or do that for some other non-experiment. I'm not ready to. I'm not saying that the delayed choice is not an experiment. All I've asked is, what's the phenomena? And I don't understand when I'm told what the phenomena is, because I'm like, but the phenomena is. It becomes something we're not seeing. Like what we can perceive is not what we like. The non-perception is. Man, I don't know. I don't care.
I know. I'm tracking, man. You keep going. I'm tracking with what you're saying. You don't have to stop. I'm following you. So I think you need to finish your thought. That way you could like air it out. I would suppose, because once you do, then it'll start to make sense. But I'm with you, man.
I'm just saying with the delayed the whole point of this is the knowledge of the path is what makes the change. But I mean, again, that's the same thing as saying wherever you go, there you are.
I think he's saying the knowledge of Globus. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it the knowledge of the prediction? Is that right to say the knowledge of the prediction of where they thought it was going to go?
Well, they said they put up detectors both before and then finally they put up detectors after the double slit. And it still happened even when the detectors were after the double slit.
Okay.
All right, so
how did that happen? That's weird. Like, it's wow.
Let me.
Wouldn't a natural phenomenon just be light?
No, because if the natural phenomenon was light, then we would try to determine the cause. That's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
one of the things, does this delayed choice thing, does that make it so that no light hits the? Because I mean, I thought this esoteric guy says it might be light, just random light and different random phenomena that already happen with light. That just, he said it, light might hit our eyes and then bounce back, and that might cause it, or the apparatus, the camera.
This esoteric guy probably doesn't. He's still even trying to figure it out himself. He probably has like an explanation that could probably be a little bit better than, but it's
See,
not.
we talk about experiments all the time, and it's pretty much one and done. Then we talk about this, and it's doing this, and that right there is what makes me skeptical. Is like if we were talking about boiling water, it would have been done in 5 minutes or less. But talking about this is like, oh, you people that can get a basic understanding of what cause and effect is, now for whatever reason you're not getting it. Why is that? Am I dumb? What I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here around this subject, especially when it comes to light, which no one really knows what the fuck it is. Energy is not really what it like. The energy is defined as what you can do. It's defined as what you can do. Not it's not actually defined in itself.
That's
It's just
work.
defined based on what you can do with it. And it's like there's nothing wrong. I don't know. I don't even know if there's anything wrong with that or not. I'm just when it comes to thinking, some of us, including myself, haven't done a lot of that. Some of us haven't actually like we've studied material things. We haven't studied philosophy and the ways that a mind can really think and I think that's important to do for me. That's important because that's what I'm doing when I'm trying to figure out what logical fallacies are and I'm listening for the form or the structure of what someone is saying. Like that's what I'm doing at that point. You know what I mean? Like so
Yeah.
like how can I better do that?
Well,
All this doesn't confuse me.
You're talking about having a basis, Elijah, and for lack of better words, it has to be a biased basis that you have for your foundation, something that you can stand on to pit against, illogical uh, reasonings. So if somebody's trying to propose something to you, be like, well, that doesn't fit something that we could reason with because it sounds very illogical. Like, how can this? It contradicts how you can even reason with. I can't reason with somebody that can't perceive, reality in a way. Let's say they say everything's a simulation, or you know what I mean. Like we can't know everything 100%. Or if you have a basis or a foundation which you can pit that against, you can actually say no, that's incorrect. If you don't have a foundation, then you can't do that. That's why it becomes a gray area, so to speak. So that's why my only thing was that I understand why people view it that way, that it exists and not exists at the same time. I see why they're saying that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I can see why they're saying that, though.
So I just posted the basics of the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment in the live chat. Does anybody see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to Globus, appreciate it for you going through this. I know we've been kind of difficult with you, or I have anyway.
No, not at all.
Yeah, everybody.
Not at all. No one's been difficult at all.
Appreciate
Absolutely
it, man.
not.
I'm gonna step out, but you guys have a nice morning or afternoon.
Me too. Later, man.
Likewise, Miggy. Have a good one, man.
Hey, you too, man.
So that's slit and that's what that is.
Bottom line on that one, Elijah. I mean, does light travel? Or is
I don't know.
Is it instantaneous?
I don't know.
I don't either. That's
Yeah. Look. So with the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, the main goal of said experiment is to differentiate between a photoelectric detector causing waveform function collapse and a conscious observer causing the collapse. So, in the experiment, they absolutely erase the possibility of there being a photoelectric detector, right? So there is no slit detector. At either slit A or B, there is no slit detector, right? So that already answers that question, right? So there is no slit detector.
Which question
So
does it answer?
okay, so it answers the question of whether or not a mechanical slit detector, whether it be a polarizer or a photoelectric detector at either path A or B, whether or not just the interference of that detector, whether or not that actually establishes a waveform function collapse or not. So if you get rid of that, then you're going to know whether or not it's just the fact that there's an observer or there is a detector. So if you get rid of that, then you definitely know for a fact that it is not the detector causing that waveform function collapse, and that's what this experiment shows. Because if you have a photon fired out of path
A
B,
detector cannot cause anything to happen.
Yeah, well, I agree, but there was a time when people were contending this. What was in contention, whether or not
just by definition, a detector cannot cause anything to happen.
Well, yeah, I agree, but this is after the fact. Some people thought for a while that the detector itself, the slit detector, was actually causing the waveform function to collapse. So the opposite of an interference pattern.
If I may, and I'm with Elijah on this, and Elijah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what he's asking, what was the natural phenomenon observed these people to set up this experiment and say, hey, let's figure out why this is happening?
Now, yes, that's exactly my point. However, every time he explains it, I go, man, that's significant as fuck. Why is it doing that? But am I afflicted with the same thing that the Cavendish? Well, there's something happening in there. What? Why is it? Is that me right now? Because I still think. What? No, Kevin. No, let me not disrespect this with that. Hell no. Like, because we're really talking about, for whatever reason, we have set this up. Like, so just that in mind, it's like something changes, and the difference is whether you perceive it or not. That is, it still blows my mind.
Yeah, so it's when you know which path the light has traveled through, either A or B. That's when you get waveform function collapse, when you don't see the interference pattern. And the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment aimed at, like I said earlier, it aimed at determining whether or not it was the path, the slit detector, or whether or not it was just an observer. And if you delete
but you observe it, but you observe it after the fact. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, you observe, yeah, you know which path it's traveled after it's traveled it
directly,
yeah.
or on path B, you're observing it after the fact.
Well, of course, it's after the fact because you're observing which path it traveled. So that would.
And that was the question. My question was like, as far as does light travel, or do these photons travel? Are they traveling, or
I would say they're
instantaneous?
I would say that I don't think it's instantaneous because of this particular experiment. Because if you look at what I've posted, Do you see where it says Glenn-Thompson prism? In that depiction?
Prism. Yeah, I mean, I know.
Right, so
this argument's been going on for
yeah.
almost a
Okay, so
century, right?
the photons that travel through that Glenn-Thompson prism and hit D0, which you'll see at the very top, they hit before any of the other photons. Because once they travel through that prism, they
So is that
basically
prism the key of the experiment?
Well, no. Well, that prism, what it does is it divides a photon. It's called. I'm sure you've heard. I don't know if you've heard quantum razor say explain spontaneous parametric down conversion. And what that is when a photon travels through a nonlinear crystal and splits into two photons of lower energy. So when that happens, that's two entangled photons. That arise from that. Yep.
Wait. So what? Wait. So there's a quantum. That's what we're talking. That's what the photon is, right? It's one quantum.
Yep.
Now, what you just said is that when you send this quanta through this crystal, it creates two weaker quanta. And so now there's two quanta weaker than the original one. Are you saying that it was divisible?
Well, it's divisible into a lower energy state. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I think Arwen has asked whether that's possible or not.
Well, this is demonstrable with spontaneous parametric down conversion using a non-linear crystal.
Let me hold on. Let me pull that up real quick. Say that again. What is it?
So it's spontaneous parametric down conversion.
Yo, I'm mad that it didn't just come up because who's saying this in any other like it's a whole bunch of other words. You know what I'm trying to say if I'm saying spontaneous parametric. Get out of here.
Yeah.
All right, so spontaneous. Oh God.
Spontaneous.
Parametric what?
Down conversion.
Down conversion. Okay. Why are they keep changing it to continue? Okay, quantanious. Quantanious. Am I correct?
I haven't heard that terminology. Spontaneous is what I'm looking for.
Oh, okay. My bad. Oh, okay. My fault.
Oh, good.
Hmm. Yeah, sorry, I didn't have it. This is just something.
What is the point of bouncing these using these prisms and mirrors to bounce this light? You know,
one thing I heard.
What is it supposed to prove about light itself, or the function? I mean,
well, it's quite interesting. It's the fact that when you split these photons into two entangled photons, and like I said in that example that I showed, when you get a photon that hits D0, whenever you get that photon that hits D0, and that photon experiences, for example, an interference pattern, then its sister photon will also display an interference pattern. And the photon that hits that D0 hits, I'm not sure how many nanoseconds before, but it actually hits that detector before its sister photon hits that detector. So that's to say that it knows where it's almost like it knows where its sister photon is going to hit before it hits there.
Well,
so it's like it knows which path it's going to take before its sister photon takes that path.
So
is that represented by the
these
red and blue?
scientists have figured out that light does light, doesn't it?
What was that?
Is that represented by the red and blue line coming out of the lens?
Yeah, so the red and
in the system.
Yeah, the red and blue lines delineate which path a photon has taken.
Okay, well, I was just confused because I thought they split through that Glenn-Thompson prism, but it looks like it's splitting after the lens.
So this takes away any kind of light kind of artifacts that might be around the observer or the knower?
Takes away. What was that? Can you say it again?
Well, to go back to my esoteric guy, he said it might just be light hitting our eye, bouncing around, etc. So this takes away all that, right?
Well, in essence, yeah.
What's the big bright blue dot?
The big bright blue dot where it says coincidence counter? Is that what you're talking about?
It's got the.
Well, to me,
that's just the photon. I mean, I this is a screenshot of a video.
Also, it's like this is where the photon is traveling.
Yeah. So a photon that's come out of B path. You see A and B at the very start of that experiment. Where that's supposedly an argon laser pump.
Okay.
Yeah. So anything that comes out of B path can only hit D3. Like it can not that it can only hit D3, but if D3 is hit, for example, we know that it can only come out of the B path because of the way the experiment is set up. So you see, it's fired from B path. It goes through the prism. It hits the beam splitter at A, and
so A and B are those colored lasers, or
yeah. So A
lasers.
and B are both are two different paths.
But are they the same, or are they the same types? But
what do you
just
mean the same
introduce types of photon emitters or lasers or whatever.
All right, so there's behind A and B. There's one argon pump. So it's a laser. So behind A and B, there isn't two.
Are they equal? I mean, are they emitting the same?
The A and B aren't emitting anything,
or whatever.
A and B are not emitting anything. They're just two slits.
Oh, so they're receiving. See, this is where the shit gets.
Well, they're just two slits, and then you fire a laser, and they either travel through slit A or slit B.
See, I thought that the slits were the light, the photons came through A and B. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. They either go through slit A or slit B, but there's only one laser.
Yeah, I was looking at the diagram backwards myself, but I see what's going on.
Oh, okay. See, I'm not the only one. See.
Okay,
well,
so
first, but I get it now.
If D3 registers a hit, D3, we know which path it came from. It came from path B, right? Because if you follow that blue line, it goes out through slit B, hits the prism, hits the beam splitter. The beam splitter then hits D3.
You said out, like it's coming from the slits.
Yeah, right. Because it's traveling through the laser pump, then it goes through either A or B. But if you register a hit on D3, you know that it's traveled through path B. Just like if it hits.
I think I'm ever going to get this shit. I promise. I don't think
just like if it hits D4, you know it's traveled through path A. If you follow the red line, if you look at the A.
Lines, but,
all right, so
I'm just trying
if you
to
look
figure
at
out
A,
where the line. Where did it come? What's the source? Where's the source?
The source in this particular experiment is an argon laser pump. So it's just a singular source.
From what in this diagram? Where's the source?
All right, so it may not be in this diagram. You could say it's that.
Shit! No wonder I can't figure it out.
All right, okay. So let's
Helio,
say.
I mean, seriously, man. Like
yeah.
A and B, those are the slits, and it's like those.
No, I get that
red,
now, but I'm
and blue-
trying to figure out the source.
What? It's a diagram, man.
Just imagine A is a source and B is a source, and it's coming.
No, but he told, but that's the slits, and they're receiving.
Yeah. Imagine.
No, it's not real, bro. Like it's a diagram.
Imagine that if I could share my screen, this would be so much easier. Imagine the light blue sort of rectangle. That is the light source. So the biggest light blue rectangle that you see there, that has A and B superimposed upon it. That is the light source.
It's the source and the receiver.
Yeah, that's the laser. What receiver?
I mean, you said. I mean,
the light is pumped, and it either goes through slit A or slit B.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to take me to freaking square one on this shit. I'll never be able to understand it unless I start at square one, hanging the line.
All right. So the biggest difference between this experiment and a double slit experiment is that there is no photoelectric slit detectors. That's the biggest takeaway, in my opinion, from this experiment. The fact that has been erased. That's the whole point of the eraser.
Yeah.
Is that the photoelectric detectors have been erased from the original double slit experiment. Which was the biggest question in the whole in the whole double slit experiment. The biggest question, like I said, and I don't want to repeat myself, the biggest question was, what causes the waveform function collapse? Is it the conscious observer, the conscious knower of which path, or is it the slit detectors themselves? And if you get rid of the slit detectors, then you know that it's not the slit detectors.
Right.
It's that simple.
So what was the result of this delayed choice?
So, like I just said, the result. It wasn't the slit detectors causing waveform function collapse. It was the conscious observer.
So, without the conscious observer, this experiment had the interference pattern?
Yep.
How do you know?
Exactly.
Yep, that's well said. Yeah, JD.
How do you know?
You got it.
No, shut up. It's because it's like seeing a dog walking right in front of you across the street, and then that dog is cute. Well, how do you know? What dog?
No, that's cool. Hey, to be honest, I'm totally freaking. I need to start from square one. Like I said, I need to go just like from the beginning of this.
I can understand
I
that.
don't understand. I don't understand.
Helio, at 44 minutes past the hour, I provided QE's sort of run through, if you will, and I think personally he describes it very well.
Okay, cool.
He's not the first person I've heard describe this experiment, but he does describe it in detail and correctly, in my opinion. But yeah, like I invite you to have a look at it, run through it, see what you think. But essentially, he's saying what I'm saying.
I have to start with the base premise of the entire thing because I don't even know what it's supposed to prove at this point.
I just told you, dude.
That was my problem.
No, I get that. I get that. I get what, but I'm just saying the base premise.
Well, Globus, how you explained it, and I don't know who the other guy was talking about.
I'm not saying you did a good job. I'm just saying I have to go. It's going to take.
Well,
so what doesn't make sense to me about what that esoteric guy says is about the light hitting your eye, causing it like that is before you know what slit it goes through. You are observing a diffractive pattern, right?
Yeah, if you don't know which slit it goes through,
right. So
if you don't have that knowledge,
you're observing this, and you see the diffractive pattern. But then when you figure out what slit it goes through, then it changes. So that how the esoteric guys explaining it doesn't make sense because you're observing it at both times, but at both times it's different.
Wait a minute. No, wait. You said you're observing the diffraction pattern. Earlier, when I asked if you're observing the diffraction pattern, you said no. Maybe it was how I was asking. So again, so you're saying you seeing or you being the observer is what causes the disruption.
you knowing which path it has gone through causes a waveform function collapse.
It's not really observed. We're
Wait,
supposed to
waveform function collapse, aka diffraction, aka disruption.
No, not AKA diffraction.
Oh, so it's the opposite. Okay, so then I'm still.
Diffraction.
So then you're not observing diffraction then, but he just said you're observing a diffraction pattern.
So you only ever observe a diffraction pattern if you don't know, if you have no knowledge and no information of which path the light has traveled through.
Right, within the setup, but you don't ever actually the phenomena is not actually observable because it's when you don't observe it, that's the phenomenon.
You shouldn't even be saying
No. When you observe it, you acquire the waveform function collapse, which is the phenomenon
in the experiment, but it's not the phenomenon. But it's not the phenomena in reality. That's the whole thing.
It's not the phenomenon in reality.
Like if we're doing an actual experiment and not a pseudo experiment, we've said this time and time again.
And you have an unlimited budget,
bro. Then you're gonna have an observed natural phenomena, and then your question is, what's causing that? Which is not what's happening here.
So your presumed cause is what, in your opinion?
That's a burden of proof reversal, isn't it?
No. I'm just trying to see if you understand my premise.
Okay, so you're saying the presumed cause is what? A knower, but a cause of what is the question? That's the thing. Okay.
My presumed cause is not a knower; it's information.
Right, but that was
Okay.
my question earlier.
Okay,
Remember when I said, what did they see to say, hey, we need to design an experiment to find out what causes this? Like, what in nature? And I think that's what Elijah's trying to get at, is what is being observed in nature for people to say, hey, let's put together this experiment right here and figure out the cause of it.
No, but in the experiment, you realize that the phenomena is not observing something.
No, the phenomenon is observing what I think is a collimated pattern. That's the phenomenon.
Right. But
which requires observation. It requires conscious knowledge of which path. Yeah, sorry.
But in reality, like light through like a slit in an attic, you experience a diffraction pattern because you're looking at it.
No. Again, you experience a diffraction pattern when you don't know which path the
No,
light
I'm
has traveled
sorry.
through.
I'm sorry. I said in reality, in an attic.
In reality, in an attic, yep.
Then when light comes through a small slit, what you experience is diffraction.
Yeah, if nobody knows that the light has traveled through that slit.
Why you keep saying? Why you keep doing that? You keep not the experiment. We're talking about observing. See, this is indicative of how there isn't a natural phenomena observed in the first place. Because what I understood, especially when people are talking about diffraction, they describe what I just described, something observable. But what we're talking about in the experiment is completely separate and devoid of what I just said.
Why you can't create a hypothesis
Right.
with it,
bro. Hold on, Helio.
So that diffraction pattern only ever appears if you don't know the path information.
In the so-called experiment. That's the context for what you can only respond to me within the context of this experiment. Now ask me, tell me I'm wrong. Just like whenever we're asking Globers, right? And we're like, okay, well, this so-called experiment, what was the observed phenomena? And they're like, well, in the experiment, what you're seeing is, and that's what you're doing right now.
Right. So when you manipulate the proposed cause is when you will get that collimation pattern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when you know which path it's taken, that's when you experience that pattern. Otherwise,
right. I don't disagree, but do you acknowledge that you're doing what I said? Like this is more about the epistemological than it is about the rhetoric. I'm saying what is actually taking place in this conversation is you're telling me what's happening from the viewpoint of inside the experiment. Now, just like we've heard Ethan time and time again tell Globers when they're talking about the ring laser gyro or they're talking about the Cavendish experiment. That's the parallel I'm trying to make to you.
No, I understand that, but the repercussions of this experiment is is how light acts, which is what we see, which is reality. We perceive light through our eyes, so that's going to have consequences to our reality.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to get at, is that whatever the repercussions of this experiment actually then follow through to what we see on a daily basis, our reality.
Correct me if I'm wrong. If a flat earther has said if you don't have a natural phenomena, then it's not an experiment. Is that valid to you?
Yeah, agreed.
So what's the natural phenomena observed?
That when you do not look at light, it behaves differently? Really?
The natural phenomena observed is a collapsed a waveform function.
So in order to see this natural phenomena, we have to set up this apparatus first. Is what you do you agree with that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's typically the problem. That's the problem the flat earth debate panel has had with Globers for years. And if that's what you're saying, then I mean, on principle, it should still be the same. It's like, okay, the phenomena was conjured in the experiment, therefore it's not an experiment. I'm I'm not saying that about this. It's just the way that you're arguing it right now is what's I only know how to respond this way because this is how I've been responding on principle to anything that sounds like this. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Like for anybody,
No.
hold on, Chris. For anybody else, am I wrong? Like, am I missing something? I'm asking somebody else
no,
other than.
That seems to
that's what I was
be
asking.
the glaring objection. I see what you're saying, Elijah.
It's pretty.
But is the effect, is that not natural?
Well, I don't. Can you give me an example of this collapse that, like in just my everyday life? I mean, maybe help me understand that because that's what I was at. This waveform function collapse.
Similar question here. Globus, so does light behave differently when we're not observing it?
I would say.
But we don't know the path. So that's not really. Okay, my question's kind of invalid.
All right, so I'm not sure what you're asking.
Right, I was just. So, I mean, I guess I was asking, when does light behave differently?
When does it behave differently?
Well, that's the same question because you said does the light behave differently when you're not looking at it? So now you're just asking him when does light behave differently? It's like, well, does it behave differently? Well, that seems to be what this is saying here. Is like it behaves differently when we're aware of it or not, and it's like, okay, but what's the so like the other guy said previous? Okay, it's the collimated light. So it's like, when do we observe this? Other than when someone just shoots a laser beam, it's like because that's a collimated light from a collimated light source that we can observe, which only happens when we're not observing it in the experiment, though.
But in there two experiments, there's like the double slit, and then there's the quantum eraser.
Yeah. We just went. Yes. It's not the slits. I know. Yeah. Yes. It doesn't matter. Right now, we're talking about what the effect is and how, like, because that would have to be the thing that was observed initially to test it and figure out the cause of it. If we were talking about the scientific method and following those steps.
So, are you contending whether or not the pattern, the collimated pattern, is a natural phenomenon? Is that what you're contending, Elijah?
It sounds like I'm asking what because you're asserting that it is, and by the natural progression of the argument, it's like, so it's a natural phenomena that you're trying to establish the cause of. Okay, so we're trying to establish the cause of collimated light, which we see. No, because first of all, in this experiment, you get a collimated pattern when you don't see
Right, but when you do know the path information, then that's when you observe the waveform function collapse, which is the effect. So that tells you that knowing that that path information.
Okay, so you're saying when you view
all
it,
right.
then you see the collimated light.
Okay, so let's go through the hypothesis. In my mind, the hypothesis would be if, right? So it's an if then that statement, right? So if the if the knowledge of which path the light has traveled through is known, then
No. Wait. Time out. Hold on. Wait. Let me think this. I'm not the smartest. Let me think this through. So if the knowledge of the which path
is known.
Okay,
so that would be your cause.
Right.
That's your independent variable, the knowledge, the information. Then you will experience a waveform function collapse, the collimated pattern. That is your effect. So it's if, then that statement.
Okay. Yeah. And so we figured out that by not observing it, you don't get that pattern. So now correct me if I'm wrong.
I want to be more specific.
What?
Can I be more specific? Not just not observing it. Let's just be specific about what we're saying here. By not having knowledge of which path the light has traveled.
Okay.
So so that would be you could say the null hypothesis. If you don't know which path the light has traveled through, then you will get the opposite of this effect. You will get a diffraction pattern.
So wouldn't the natural phenomena observed be me seeing moonlight come to my feet if I'm standing at the shore, like the edge of the water? Because I'm observing what appears to be a collimated light, right? Like it's in line from the you can see the light coming to you. However, obviously, when somebody else is looking at you, obviously it's at them because that's what they see. But they can't perceive what you're perceiving. No, because there's two observers at that. No, that can't work. I don't think.
So the fact that you're observing it come to your feet would in essence conjure it to into existence.
Because
the very fact that you're observing it
actually see that the other person literally doesn't see what you're observing.
The other person, well,
like if I
but the fact that you're just
I'm looking at you, and it's like I'm looking at nothing. I'm looking at not the effect. Like I'm kind of like me as an observer is like if I'm looking at you, you obviously can see this effect, but I can't, which means that it depends on you, the observer.
Yeah, well, you are looking at the effect. Wherever the light hits, if it's at your feet, that is the effect.
No, that's the point, but I'm saying the fact that if you're looking at someone else, you see that there is actually no light going to their feet, but you know that that's what they see though, because you're seeing that to your feet wherever you're at, but you know that they're experiencing that over there. That's kind of the trippiness of what this experiment is alluding to.
Not sure I follow, to be honest.
Right, because in the delayed choice is once there is a knower, something happens. So, but in this case, like we're both knowing, but we're only knowing individually because on an individual standpoint, both of us each have a light coming to our feet. But I can look over and not see that happening for him. He cannot see that happening for me, even though individually we see it happening for ourselves. And isn't that kind of indicative of, well, I'm kind of, man, I'm not manipulating anything. I'm not doing that. But the fact that I observe nothing where someone observes something is kind of the only thing I can say would be the natural phenomena observed.
Okay, so if you see that moonlight hitting your feet, he will also, the other observer will also see that moonlight hitting your feet. He's not going to have a separate interpretation of that.
That's incorrect.
No, he's not. He's going to see the moonlight.
It's never been observed. I wanted to add that I think potentially that you guys are crossing purposes here or describing two events. The knowledge of which path is how it affects just the light. In the first instance, it comes through like a wave-like pattern or a tendency or a probability to strike in multiple places. And then once there's an observer, it then travels straight through that hole and behaves more like a particle clustering rather than a scattering due to probabilities. So it's not necessarily the one where Elijah's describing if one observer sees it or another observer sees it. That's almost a separate issue entirely. But it is something which is so strange that we cannot see the light at the foot of the next person. We only see the light hitting our feet. So if we have 1,000 people standing along a river, then every person's going to see something different.
I thought so. I was trying to make it work, but I knew that maybe it didn't work, and you're basically saying it doesn't work, so that leads me back to what's the natural phenomenon observed then?
I disagree.
So for the double slit experiment,
how can you disagree?
Because, like I said, whatever is observed.
No, I'm sorry. What are you disagreeing about? Like, tell me what did I say that you disagree with? What repeat me what I said, and then tell me why you're refuting it.
Well, the fact that other observer will see that light not hitting your feet. Of course they will.
From the moon?
They won't see it. You won't see it. You won't see it reaching the other person's feet. You will not see that.
What do you?
What do you mean you wouldn't see it? Why wouldn't you see it?
I think you're confused.
When you're
at a beach or a lake, and the moon is out, or as a matter of fact, it could be any light that's reflecting on the water. That light appears to only have a path to you. If I were to look over to someone else in the area, the light is not going both to my feet and their feet. I'm only perceiving that light path on the water to go to my feet.
So you're saying
that seems to be only present with natural light, because if that's an artificial light, you will see it. So if it's a spotlight, like an LED or an HPS light, and it's casting light down on the floor, I will see that light at the foot of whoever's standing there. It doesn't matter where I walk around that artificial light, the light is present at that observer's feet. But when it comes to the natural light, like the sun...
No. You didn't hear what I've said. Or you're basically disagreeing, but I've seen light from boats reflected on the water, and that light reaches my feet. because I've wondered why is that light. And I'm like, oh, it's just like the moon. I've said this while at the pier before. The
Okay,
light
I get
does
your point.
indeed, yeah.
So there's like an optical effect going on that the observer and the light source seem to be in a relationship. But if you move that observer, the light seems to follow him and no longer be where the original
exactly
sort of light was shining. For me, I've seen that often with natural light, with the sun and the moon. If you walk around your swimming pool or you walk around an ocean or on the beach, you'll see that little specular reflection, that highlight, moves as you move. So it doesn't remain where you were. But yet, if it's like a spotlight shining down on asphalt, it's always going to be shining there. It's not,
of course,
it's when it's coming to you as the observer that it seems to vary.
Oh, but that's not the only point the light hits.
Well, there's like three different things at play here.
Yeah, well, but that's like saying.
There's the
But hang
fact that
on.
there's
What he said is it's almost like that's the only point the light seems to be hitting.
maybe not even literally. That's all you perceive. That's all you can see.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but the reality is what we're talking about here. In reality, the light is hitting. Is also hitting the second observer.
You're saying the reality is, and then you're explaining to me conventionally what's happening when all we're talking about before knowing any of the stuff that we know, we're rewinding back to what was the natural phenomenon. First of all, Solar just told me no, the phenomena you're talking about is not the phenomena in the experiment. So forget even trying to think about what we're talking about from the beach through the eyes of the experiment and what light does. Like, first of all, it's non sequitur.
It's absolutely the phenomenon we're talking about.
But no, it's not. Or is it? Like, that's what I asked.
It is.
And
It
Solar
is.
said no. So
Well, it's fine if Solar said no, but the fact of the matter is,
don't say it is. Say what it is. Describe what you mean by it is the same phenomenon that we're seeing. What are we seeing, and what is the
when
same
I described the phenomena, you said that's not what we see, and I'm like, what? So there's definitely a miscommunication going on.
Yeah, I've tried to bring this up with QE before, because in the quantum arrays, a double slit experiment, the phenomenon that's being tested there is when you apply an observer, and you now have the knowledge of the which path the light traveled through, then it clusters like BB pellets. But yet, if you take away the observer, it creates a interference pattern of banding, and then those light particles seem to interact with one another conflictingly, causing a scattering, which allows the light to strike the light receiver with this banding pattern. But the moment you apply an observer and you know which path the light traveled through, then it behaves like BB pellets, all clustering in one spot. So that was the phenomenon I was understanding. And then you guys were talking about being down at the beach. And I wasn't seeing the link between applying an observer to create the BB pellet cluster in a beach setting. And then Elijah said, so what is the natural phenomenon which we experience? And to me, I don't see that clustering of BB pellets versus a scattering diffraction pattern in reality.
Okay,
what we were talking about was the light reflecting to the observer.
All right. So that BB pellet cluster that you speak of, that's actually what's happening in reality when you have those observers. The diffraction pattern is purely hang on, let me finish. Oh my goodness. The diffraction pattern is purely just a probability of what could happen. right, of what could happen, but it's not exactly what's happening. It's just a probability of what could be happening. But once you already have a knower, then you already know what's occurring with the light. You already know the location of the light.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yep.
And epistemology, from the standpoint of epistemology, I'm telling you what you've just done. What you've just done is told me some stuff based on what the experiment is informing you of.
Okay, so if you disagree with the experiment, then that's fine.
I didn't say I disagreed. I'm telling you what you did. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I mean, those are the implications of the experiment.
No, do you agree or disagree?
With?
It's a simple question. What you've just told me was informed to you by the experiment. And the experiment is how you perceive what you're telling me.
I don't disagree. Yeah, the experiment tells us what's going
Okay.
on. Yeah.
And what I've said earlier is if I'm being principled, then that is akin to every time we've told a glober that you've conjured the natural phenomena up in the experiment. Now, I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying based on how you're arguing and my understanding and me having been principled all these years in this debate, that's what you're doing now. And then I asked earlier when I said this, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
There's no conjuration, though, Elijah. What am I conjuring when these are the direct implications of the experiment?
Implications of the exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are the direct. Sorry, let me use another word. These are the direct results of the
No, I
experiment.
understand what you're saying, and you're not understanding that I'm telling you that that's a logical problem.
Okay, so give me an example of how the Globers do this. In what?
I just did.
For example? No, you didn't give me an example.
Cavendish?
Cavendish. All right. In Cavendish, they don't even have a viable hypothesis. So how could you possibly juxtapose this with what I've just said?
A hypothesis is that you saw a natural phenomena, and then you applied if this, then that phenomena.
Okay,
You're
they
not
don't have
doing,
this.
You're not doing that. They didn't do that with Cavendish. You're not doing that with this. That's the only that I.
Are you
That's
serious?
what I'm doing.
I just went through the if this then that statement with you.
No. But you're skipping the whole natural phenomena part.
How am I when I already named the natural phenomenon?
No, the natural phenomena is inside the experiment, not outside first in order to ask the question in the first place.
The natural phenomenon. What is the natural phenomenon in your opinion?
That's what I'm asking you.
I already told you though. So if you don't know, then you haven't been listening.
What you told me has only been conjured up inside of the experiment, though. I asked you, where do we observe this in nature? And you said, well, it's a part of nature. And I'm like, isn't that begging the question? And you're like, well, let me explain again. So it's been very circular so far.
So if you observe a waveform function collapse, right?
In the experiment.
Right, this
so-called.
experiment.
So this is what Elijah Globus, what Elijah's trying to say to you is like in the Cavendish experiment, you saw two balls being attracted to one another, but never in the real world have you ever seen any object be attracted to another object by its sheer mass alone. So what was seen in the Cavendish was only in the apparatus that we saw that effect occurring, because it doesn't happen in the real world. So now you talk about wave function collapse, waveform collapse, and the only place to see that is in the apparatus, which somehow proves that that really occurs in the first place. So Elijah's asking you, where have you seen that in nature prior to seeing it in the apparatus?
Right, so but the apparatus uses light, which is natural.
Yo, I can't believe this is happening. This can't be this can't be this can't be it. This
Yeah,
this
this
is
is the crux. This is the crux of what we've been what Elijah been bringing up a lot about our conversations.
Maybe I can ask it a little different. Where do we see waveform function collapse outside in the natural world, outside of this experiment?
Whenever
but
that's
hold on, Globus. It's worse than that, Sonny. Yes, I've been talking about epistemology and philosophy a lot more, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's how all I'm talking about is thinking logically. Like, and that's just off GP, general principle. Like that has nothing to do with my feelings or so all I'm doing is applying the same method that we've been applying all this time. And
I know.
I'm gobsmacked that we're talking about the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment right now. Because I've asked this question numerous times and I felt like, well, obviously, since since this has been brought up by people who know way more than me, then the question I'm asking, I must just be missing something. But here we are 4 years later, or 3 years later, talking about what the natural phenomena is, and you're like, light exists. And I'm like, whoa.
Well, is light a man-made phenomenon?
Whoa.
The light coming from a laser.
So
Is that light that emission? Is that
black?
emission? Is
Let's
that
pretend that I'm
photon emission? Is that man-made?
Let's pretend, because I heard you the first and second time, so I know you didn't have to repeat it. So we're trying to find the cause of light, are we?
No.
Oh. And what are we talking about?
We're talking about the nature of light.
So we're trying to find the cause of light, are we?
I already answered that.
So then it's not an experiment.
We're trying to find how light acts. The cause. We're trying to find the cause to the effect, and the effect being the effect is a collimation pattern. That is the natural observed phenomenon.
7 times in the last 10 minutes, and as many times as you said it over and over. I've told you what the issue with what you're saying is, and you just keep asserting it like I don't even have to. I'm not doing all that. What I'm saying is I have to disengage because at this point something is very fishy here, and maybe you're not the person to. Yeah, I'm. I'm failing to understand how you don't see that you're doing what what typically happens when we question globe earthers about pseudo experiments.
Like I said, it's not a pseudo experiment. I've already outlined the hypothesis, and
Well,
it seems to me
globe earther would say when you're talking about Cavendish. Like I don't understand how you.
All right, you can. Do you want me to go through the supposed hypothesis of the Cavendish experiment? That's absolutely a false analogy, because yes, it is. Because I actually outlined a cause and effect relationship, whereas in the Cavendish so-called experiment, there is no I can't even finish, can I? Like this is impossible if you're not going to let me finish.
You're not being truthful, because a glober would say the
What do you mean I'm
cause.
not being truthful, man? Come on, don't put that bullshit on me.
Because a glober would actually say that the cause and effect in the Cavendish is the balls moving together. So
I
gravity.
don't care what they would say. I'm actually telling you what the actual cause and effect in said so-called experiment would be. They don't have they can't formulate a hypothesis.
See what they're doing is wrong, but you're justifying what you're doing. And it's actually the same exact
Because
thing.
it's not the same thing. It's very different, and I already went through it. I outlined a cause. I outlined an effect.
Experiment. Yeah, the
Dude,
effect is
come on, man. You can't be talking through everything I say, man. Come on, you're better than this, dude.
because you're repeating yourself. The
I'm
effect
not
that you're
repeating
talking.
myself.
The,
I'm trying
the
to.
effect. So then
I'm
I'm
trying to say
about to
my
say.
piece.
I'm about to say exactly the only thing that you have said, so that you know that you're repeating yourself. The effect that you're talking about is only viewed in the experiment.
That's neither here nor there. That
No,
is
no,
neither
no.
here nor there.
That it
The
is.
the effect
It
is an
is.
observed natural phenomenon. It is independent.
That's BS.
See what I
What
mean?
you
I
said,
can't even finish. This is
because,
bullshit, man.
because what you said is BS, man.
I'm telling you, this is why this server has a limited amount of people coming to it, because you guys don't even let people finish their points, regardless of whether you think they're wrong or right. You guys always interject, and you need to fucking allow someone to finish their point before you interject.
I'd like to interject and say it doesn't happen all the time. It only happens when they disagree with what you're saying.
Hold on, bro.
And saying you guys is a fallacious argument.
Hold on. I
I've
just
been in this
spoke.
server long enough to know that you guys is an accurate representation of most people in this server.
You guys is fallacious.
I waited for you to finish berating me, right? Because I did what you said I did, and I waited till you finished fucking saying it, right? And obviously, I'm mad now. I just spoke to you for 2 fucking hours, and you're really gonna characterize the whole conversation as you guys aren't letting me finish when you fucking repeated the same thing over 20 times at this point during the whole conversation.
Earlier, you let me finish my points. Now you're not. You're interrupting every fucking sentence that I'm saying. Every sentence you don't let me finish. So yeah, I'm characterizing you as this because this is actually what you're doing.
Because you're repeating the same things you said.
I don't give a fuck if I'm repeating myself 30 times. You're not letting me finish my sentences. And this is what a lot of people in this server do. That's why you guys have nothing but newbie Globers coming in here, and no one else frequents this server because of that. That's why you never really see me here.
Okay,
And
so my bad. When you're finished, I'll continue because I'm over the emotion now, and I'm gonna get back to the logic of the conversation.
Go ahead.
Now, you just admitted that you're just trying to repeat what you've said earlier. Earlier, I let you say it. Now I'm not letting you say it. The problem is, when you said what you said earlier, I had a rebuttal that you've never responded to. How do I know? Because you're still asserting the same thing you asserted from the beginning, regardless of my rebuttal.
I already rebutted your rebuttal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when I asked you what the natural phenomena observed was, you said it's in the experiment. And I said that's a problem on principle. And you're saying I don't see the problem.
When you asked me what the natural phenomenon was, I said waveform function collapse. That is a natural observed phenomenon. It isn't man-made. It isn't man-induced. It happens regardless of what man does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It happens. It's a natural observed phenomenon.
In the apparatus, right?
In the experiment. It's reality. It happens in reality.
Because the experiment informs you that that's what's happening in reality, right?
Well, how else are you going to know what's happening?
Right.
That's the whole purpose of the experiment.
Okay. Listen, I don't have to argue. I know I've asked the pertinent questions and I hear what you're saying and I understand.
Okay, cool, man. Look, I'm sorry that it got to the point where I had to raise my voice. I don't really like doing that, but yeah. What I have noticed, and this is constructive criticism to this server, is that when someone proposes their idea, people overtalk that because they want to assert their position on it, and
But I
that
didn't know.
detracts.
Right?
Dude, come on, man! You did overtalk me several times. Don't deny that you did, that you didn't, because you did.
Earlier?
Come on, man. Yeah, you did. When I was trying to make a point, you were clipping my mic.
But
So don't say that you
Globus-
didn't, man.
But Globus, you have to admit that you're cherry picking here because not every conversation is going like you're saying it is.
Okay, not every conversation, but a vast majority of the conversations that I have experienced here.
Have you been to a vast majority of them?
Dude, I've been here for over 2 years. So yeah, I've been to the majority of conversations.
I don't like where it's going. Like bottom line is, if that's how you feel, I can't take that away from you. I mean, that's the same thing I've realized in relationships. Like that's your perception of events. I know what happened. You know what happened apparently, and okay, no beef.
Man,
You feel
no beef at all. I
How you
agree,
feel?
no beef, but it is recorded.
Yeah.
And I mean, unless I was, in a dream state, I know what happened. You were clipping my mic when I was trying to explain something. I mean, that's
Question from the
objectively
back
that's
of the
what happened.
classroom.
That's
to the
fine because
conversation.
when Mickey was here and you were here and we were all talking for a very long time, I know that was a easygoing conversation where you got your complete point out and I didn't interrupt your point and your point was elucidated and complete. And then I ask questions based on understanding your complete point. I know that was facilitated. I know that happened, and that is definitely recorded. And it happened multiple times. And I waited for it to happen multiple times because this is obviously a sensitive subject because this is the delayed choice quantum quantum eraser experiment that we're talking about. So it's like I'm not the one trying to be screaming, there's no natural phenomena. But on principle, after everything you've said, the question always was, so what's the natural phenomena? And the answer is circular because it's like, well, the experiment informs you what the reality is, which I heard you say. But if we were in another setting, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't fly. However, I know that you disagree with what I'm saying, and I don't see why. It is what it is.
Yeah, I believe I've explained why, and like you said, when Miggy was here and we were speaking, I think it was all cordial. Everyone was allowed to get their postulations, but my contention arose when you started to interrupt my sentences. That's what I was getting at. But prior to that, yeah, we did have a cordial conversation, very mature. Nobody spoke over anyone. I mean, and I want to make a big point of it, but yeah, I have realized that this occurs on a regular basis in this server, and I'm sorry if that offends anyone in this server, but that happens. And not only that, I've heard many people that do frequent this server that have the same opinion. So if anyone here is to take constructive criticism on board, they would, take that on board and say, is there a chance that perhaps we can stop this from happening? Yeah, especially if there are moderators involved. Like I know for a fact that you are one.
I think this is enough now.
The thing is, what you're saying is valid, but what you're saying is mutually exclusive to why what happened today is happening. But oftentimes, people will do exactly what you've just done, grotesquely, and which is basically assert that you're being talked over and you're not allowed to finish a point, which you've elucidated that you finished prior in this conversation just only an hour earlier. So we got to a point where after you've made your point, I've asked you questions, and instead of seeing the problem with the logic or arguing better, it became circular, in which I told you to stop repeating yourself because I already understood, which is what caused the disruption, which is why your butt hurt now.
I'm not butthurt, and the fact that you think that I was repeating my point sort of highlights the fact that you weren't listening to what I was saying. Because had you listened, you wouldn't be asking the same questions.
Okay.
Yeah. So please don't say I'm butthurt, because that's not constructive. And if anything, that serves to antagonize me. And if that's your purpose, then look, I don't want to take part in a server that's going to antagonize someone like me. That's not here to. No,
you can.
That's fine.
You
I
can.
can come and go as I please. I know that. But if you're going to antagonize someone that's not here to disrupt, I'm here to try to inform people with my knowledge, and that.
Okay. And the reason why I would have muted you, but you got quiet on your own, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you said what you said, and you said what you said about the server, and I allowed you to say it twice. Then I said what I said, because it is what it is. You have your view, I have my view. You can't tell me what to say to you, because I'm not disrespecting you. You said what you said. I said what I said. It is what it is.
I'm not telling you what to say to me at all. I'm just giving you and everyone within the server constructive criticism on my experience within said server and the experience of other people within this server.
I'm sorry, did you not do that? And did I not allow you to do it? Or was I not quiet when you said it?
I'm not telling you what you can and can't say. I'm just advising you. I'm advising you.
Globus. No, Globus. I asked you if you made your point. You said you're here to elucidate to everyone that we need constructive criticism because XYZ goes on. You completed the point. Did you or did you not? Because if you did, well, the point was received.
I'm glad it was received. I don't think there was a need to mute me, whoever that was. I'm not saying it was you, but whoever did that, it wasn't necessary.
I was trying because I'm trying to stop the argument. Like, I'm trying to stop it. You said what you said. I said what I said.
Dude, but I'm not talking through you. So why mute me? I allowed you to say what you were saying, and you still mute me.
Because
that's mod abuse. I'm telling you, that's why people don't come to this server. That's why all you guys get. That's why.
I've muted you because you're repetitive. That's the only reason I muted you. Are you going to refute that you've been repetitive? I mean, like you said, all of this is recorded. Muted right now because you're being repetitive. If you stop being repetitive, I'll stop muting you.
So being repetitive is against the server guidelines?
No, it's just not productive.
All right. So is it against server guidelines? No. So is it warranted to mute me because you think I'm being repetitive?
Moderators.
That's what I'm saying, guys. Look, I like.
Guess what? I muted you again, and that's going to be the last time I mute you because obviously you're going to still have an emotion about me muting you. So you're going to have to comment on it. You're going to have to tell me about myself and maybe not myself because it's not personal because we're supposed to be friends and we are. Matter of fact, let me add you. And the bottom line is I know you're going to repeat yourself. I know you're going to express your disdain. Sonny, anyone else that's listening, I don't want us to interrupt anything he has to say, and I don't want anyone to respond to what he has to say. So he can make his point, and then we can just let him have the last word and move on, because that's actually all I'm trying to do.
Yeah. So look, what I'm trying to get at here is purely just constructive criticism. I'm really amazed that I've been muted so many times, but fine. Look, you have the mute button. That's all good. That's fine. All I'm saying is, from the feedback that I've gotten from this server, and like I said, I care about this server because, I have my origins in this server. The over talking, the dogpiling, all those things, and I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it happens more often than not. That's why you don't see me in this server as often, and take that however you may. That's why you guys only seem to ever get the frequenting of these newbie globers, a lot of them which are trolls, but that's all you ever get in here. And that's why earlier I came in asking questions about the Coriolis effect, questions about light, questions about elevation angles, and I found that, and I'm not saying that everyone in here, was there at that time, but a lot of guys didn't know what I was talking about or didn't know the right rebuttals. It's because this server is not at the cutting edge. It's not the tip of the spear where it should be, because of the behavior of a lot of the people in here. And I'm sorry if that butt hurts anyone. That whatever. Take it however you like. And I'm not here to recruit people to another server, even though I know you guys may or may not know what server I frequent a lot of these these days. But yeah, in the server that I'm from at the moment, we don't do that. There's impartial moderation. There's no dogpiling. There's no insults allowed. All those things are very well moderated, and we get a good influx of what I consider to be, cutting edge globers. You don't get that here anymore, guys, and that's a shame because it really it doesn't allow you guys to be at the cutting edge. That's just my opinion, and yeah, no one has to respond. It's fine. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, well received. We agree. I wish Solar didn't leave.
Well, on that note, I think I'm gonna go scratch off my ticket now.
Oh man, don't ruin.
Rookie, if you can hear me, you're unmuted now. If someone's unmuted, just let you know your mic is open.
Thank you. Appreciate it. How is everybody today?
Eli, are you? Have you been invited to Geo server?
Yeah, I've been there. I've had terrific conversation.
How come I don't see you there more often?
Not a cup of tea, I guess.
In what sense?
Well, like I've done today, because I've brought the standard from FED here, and I uphold that standard. And people elsewhere don't, so I just typically don't be where people don't hold a certain standard to epistemology and methodology and things like that.
You don't think we uphold the standard of flat Earth debate?
No, why I'm not other places is pretty much that. I'm here because this is my home. I can only home one place. I can't home many places, I'm here trying to do the best that I can in this community. But I'm not going to be doing that in all communities.
That's fine.
I have to.
I don't think this is a separate community, but it's a shame because I would like to see you in that server, because I think that, and not to suck up your ass, but I think that you do have the arguments sort of down pat. And I would like to see you against these Globers because, like I said, I think the cutting edge of the Globers do seem to make an appearance on Geo's server. So it's a shame that you're here where you only get, newbie Globers, even though, I mean, that's a market, if you want to call it a market, that's still, that I think is still worthy of being tapped. But
I think that server is only good to sharpen your tools, but it's not a productive server in any shape or form. There's too many anti-flat earthers and trollers there. Way too many. That take over that server. It's not it's not a same place to even be in the longer period.
Okay, so even if they are, go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, so unlike other places, here occasionally someone I don't know comes in. Like yesterday morning, reasonable regular person came in, had a conversation, told him about the Black Swan, told him about other various things, and he received the information well and left. That happens on occasion here. Not much, but it happens. That doesn't happen anywhere else, not even on FED. So, well, it does happen on occasion at FED too, but I've never seen it happen at Geos. I've never seen it happen at gyms. I've never seen it happen anywhere else. So that's why I'm here. If it happened there and there were new people to talk to, then I would go there and talk to them because that's the whole purpose of this is talking to new people. This seems to be one of the few places that new people who are undecided come.
Right, but I postulate that it's not the new people that you talk to that should be the goal. It should be the audience, so people that you're not talking to directly. So
yeah, that's why I go on FED. But that's my preference.
Yeah, but with FED, is there really, an
Well,
audience?
that's my preference. I'm not saying it's right.
Okay,
Obviously,
yeah.
this is opinion based. No need to
Yeah,
go back.
no, that's fine. Look, I just think that a person with your intellect could benefit from being in Geos.
Why? No, there's no one there to talk to. Like, so the only benefit would be to the audience. But if that's the case, then I can just pick and choose which audience I'd.
Yeah, it's up to you,
and
man.
I've done that.
Like
if
it's up
somebody
to
was
you.
there that would help my perception, then I'm all people can add to one's perception, but I've been there and
Dude, it shouldn't be about your perception though. Like I said,
it's not about my perception. That's why I go to Nathan's. I just told you that. Because when it comes to other things, I go to Nathan's and I talk to people in real life.
But they
When it
always talk
comes
about the
to
same shit in Nathan's, dude.
right, but that's the thing about going to Geos, talking about the same shit. So when it's not about that, it's about the audience. I'm like, yeah, that's why I go to Nathan's. Like,
Dude, it's definitely not always about the same shit at Geos. I can
no,
guarantee you.
but I mean, when it comes to not talking about if we're not talking about new people, then we're talking about an audience. In that sense, my preference is to just talk to the FED audience.
Yeah, like you do you, man. Like I said, I only think that a person with your intellect could help, propagate the argument at Geos, especially when you're met with decent resistance that you're not met with here. Here, it just seems like you might get the odd resistance from a very new Glober that really knows nothing about their own model, whereas over there you have the arguments that they all sort of
But
propagate.
why would I want to do that?
Because you could help sharpen the arguments of others in this server by actually knowing the arguments that the Globers use. Like I said earlier, I came in here and a lot of people didn't even know what I was talking about.
But my new philosophy is I don't care about that stuff.
Well,
Unfortunately,
that's fine,
if
dude.
if I had yeah, I need you to. You're cutting me off because you think you know what I mean when I say I don't care about that stuff. I'm not I'm not being condescending. What I'm saying is, had I had the feeling I have now, had I had the philosophy I have now that I had when I came into this debate, I would actually know a lot less than I actually do. Because my philosophy and what I realize now is a lot of the stuff that I know is actually useless. It was only useful to refute someone who wouldn't accept reality in the first place, which has caused me, as a result, to be what's the word? Uh, out of touch with the everyday person that I may talk to on the street, at a coffee shop, my friends. That is the result of me talking to anti-flat earthers, that I don't know how to mentally and epistemologically bring my actual friends to the truth. That's my purpose. So when I realized, knowing all these other things that don't really do anything but help talk about um the globe in an indirect way, while most of the scrutiny goes to some model or some idea that I don't even uphold, answering questions that I normally typically like, and hear people answer questions that are like, oh, that they're questions that other people find valid, that I just go, I don't know. And they go, well, why don't you give them the answer, the better explanation? Is like, well, but actually this all stems from how we can know things. And if we're talking about the seasons, how would we ever have known that? We don't know. So why am I trying to sharpen arguments when actually I came into this in the beginning asking, wait a minute, people think the earth is flat. Well, why do I think it's a globe? Where's the measurement? That's ultimately what I asked when I got past um uh Aristotle and the people who have figured out the distance to the sun by presupposing Venus size and our size. And it's like, well, how do we know our size? And then you get to Eratosthenes and all of that, and you realize, oh, there's nothing there. So the bottom line is, I didn't really have to learn all of the other stuff I did, even though it's nostalgic, even though we love the last 4 years. I get all that. I'm not dumping on that. I'm just saying, I'm philosophically in a place where changing people's lives matter to me more, not sharpening arguments. That may seem hypocritical, because I've already went through the process of sharpening arguments, and I should be helping others do so. But it's now my belief that I should be helping people learn to communicate and speak with one another, so that the communication is like the information that's trying to be conveyed is actually received, because that's what's lacking to me the most. So it's just my philosophy, that's all.
No, that's fine. Well received. You do you, like I said.
Hey, Globus, I had a question regarding the collapsing wave function. Is that something that, because I haven't personally seen that anywhere, is that something that is a phenomenon that people experience or somebody has experienced other than within a quote-unquote experiment?
As far as I know, if you want to hone into the effect, the best way to do that is by performing the experiment.
Yeah, so my question was less about honing in and more about, in order to hone in on something, you need to experience it in the first place. So my question would be like the source of the alleged collapsing wave function. Like, was this first discovered with an experimentation, or was it something that somebody experienced and thought to themselves, hey, what can I do to exacerbate this situation to better understand it via experimentation or through a testing process?
Yeah, the honest answer to that is I don't know. I don't know how it was first come about, how it was first stumbled upon.
Now that's a good answer right there.
Yeah, as far as I know, wherever I've experienced it is through third parties. I haven't performed the experiment myself. I'll be honest enough to say that. But yeah, I have a belief, and I'll admit that it is a belief that the people that have performed this experiment have provided the adequate results. And yeah, I align myself with those results purely because I personally see this as something that adheres to the scientific method. It has, a supposed cause and a supposed effect. The cause is manipulated and the effect is produced. So to me, that's a scientific experiment. I mean, people may contend that, but that's my opinion on that.
Yeah, my issue with the double slit experiment is that I'm not aware of a lot of people performing this experiment. And it seems to be the results are given, right? And then we extrapolate some sort of idea as to the cause of what's taking place, as opposed to seeing something take place and then trying to presume or test or experiment as to what is the cause that we're seeing. And it seems like the double slit experiment is kind of out of reach for the average person. And I haven't really seen any good evidence for even this claimed phenomenon taking place, other than videos of CGI replications of what they did gather as far as data is concerned. I haven't seen an actual video of the experiment taking place, and maybe somebody has it and can drop it in text for my own enjoyment. But it seems like there's been a very large group of people that have come to an understanding based on the alleged effects experienced in this experiment, and have built a lot of, let's just say, philosophical ideas on this experiment. And it seems to be something that is kind of out of the reach of the average person. And there's a whole contention within the scientific community that uses this experiment as a basis for very large philosophical leaps as to the nature of light and reality as a whole. And I just don't see enough evidence for me personally that what is claimed within this alleged experiment is something that is actually taking place.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's a fair assessment. I suppose it's up to you to verify the results. It's up to you whether or not you take the results, the supposed results, into account. I personally do. And like I said, that can be labeled as a belief, and I'm okay with that. I don't care if people say that, oh, you believe in the experiment. It's fine. That's cool. I think we're entitled to do that. So yeah, In my humble opinion, it is an experiment. It has particular results. It has a viable hypothesis. It has a viable cause, a viable effect. Whereas somebody earlier was trying to compare that to the globe as, invoking a Cavendish experiment, which has no viable hypothesis. It has no viable independent variable. It has no viable dependent variable. It has none of those things. So, yeah, to me, it's very different.
I would kind of disagree about the viable hypothesis in so much as it infers, or the assumption is made within this experiment, that light has some sort of dual nature to it, both being a particle and a wave, which even that definition is interesting, because a wave is not a thing in and of itself. A wave is what something does, not a thing in and of itself, right? So that the first understood nature of light, the way that we experience it and the way that we can meter it, or I guess meter it would be the best way to state that, is in its quote unquote wave form. But jumping to the conclusion that not only is the light that we experience a waving of something, it's also some sort of physical material particle that is moving from point A to point B. I think that's kind of jumping the gun, because we haven't fully fleshed out the first and most experienced form of light, which would be light in its wave type function. Because the question as to what is waving has never really been answered. And I feel like the double slit experiment comes in to say, okay, since we can't fully describe or understand what is waving, and we may not even want to say the word as to what we may believe is the thing that is waving, we'll go ahead and assert that it is some type of physical material particle. And then now, most of the time when people talk about light, they refer to it as a photon or a particle, more so than they would a wave function.
Right. So what you're trying to say is that there is a wave particle duality. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, that's what quantum would say, right? That's what
he
the
wouldn't
idea.
say that.
No, not him, not Quantum Eraser, but quantum in general would say that. That is the alleged result, or the interpretation of the result of the double slit experiment, is the idea of a wave particle duality. Like that's where that idea is derived from, is the double slit experiment.
I disagree. I think, if anything, what it would sort of signify would be something along the lines of a contrived wave-like non-duality. So it is to say, and this is a quote from Professor Shankar, Chair of Physics at Yale. So he says that, this is a direct quote, so we have to play this game in two ways. It is particles, but its future is determined by a wave. But the wave is purely mathematical. You cannot put an instrument to measure the energy due to that wave. It's a construct we use to determine what will happen in this experiment. So the wave only determines the future of the particle, where it's going to end up. So the particle itself is not a wave. the wave only determines where it's going to end up.
Right. This is the wave-particle duality, meaning that the particle is in some sort of kind of superimposition, right, until it is manifest. And what I'm gleaming from that quote is that the wave function is some sort of, I don't know how to best explain that, but to me, I mean,
it's just the path that the particle is going to take. It doesn't in any way describe the particle itself as as it pertains to the construct of the particle. It's purely where it's going to end up, on the photographic plate, for example. It can end up here, it can end up there. It depends, because it's just purely mathematical where it's going to end up. So it's not a particle. It's not a wavicle. It's nothing of the sort. It's purely mathematical. So if it's mathematical, then it can't really describe the physics of light.
So you would say that the idea of a light wave is purely mathematical?
Well, not exactly the idea, but like I said, where the light is going to end up, where it's gonna, for example, in the double slit experiment, whereabouts it's on the photographic plate is it going to register a hit? Wherever it's going to hit it's a purely a mathematical calculation.
Right. Well, you can predict mathematically where a wave will end up, right? Even on, say, like a wave of water, you can mathematically calculate how that will propagate and where it would end up. But that doesn't change the nature of it.
Yeah, well, that doesn't change the physical nature of it. You can predict where it's going to be, right, where it's going to hit. But I mean, the physical nature of the particle is not determined by where it's going to register that hit.
But what is the physical nature of the particle? Because to me, the photon is not a physical particle in any proper definition of a physical particle.
Well, does it have charge?
It is a discharge of energy. Yeah, it's where energy discharges, but it's not Does it have any type of charged mass? Does it have any resting mass? Does it have any mass or magnitude within space?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
My understanding is no. There is no, what is the atomic mass of a photon?
Well, is it not quanta?
Can you further explain what you mean by is it not quanta?
So if it's quanta, then essentially it's a discrete chunk. So it's the smallest possible amount of mass. So that would say that it does have mass.
No, it has a energy, right? It's where the energy would appear to discharge, right? So where the energetic wave appears to terminate would be how I would say we would best define that. But a terminating end of an energetic wave is not necessarily a physical particle, meaning the physicality of a particle. And this is kind of where it gets very confusing, right? Because a photon and so a photon being a particle would lead you to believe that light is an emission, meaning the emitter emits physical particles that travel at some sort of speed from point A to point B, and then the particles hit or terminate at a specific destination. But that's not really what's experienced. We just experience energy, for lack of a better term, terminating, right? So in something like a radio, what is the particle that's hitting the antenna? Is that a photon as well?
Is that a photon? Is that what you asked?
Yeah. So is there physical particles that come in contact with your antenna?
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. No.
Would you equate radio waves to light waves, or would you say that they are something altogether different?
I'd say they're definitely different. Because
different in their
as I said
nature?
before, well, yeah, even different in their construct.
Well, they're different in their vibratory nature, so their frequency and amplitude, they're different in that. But how else would you differentiate a radio wave and a light wave, or an infrared wave, or a ultraviolet ray wave? How would you differentiate these various forms of visible and non-visible light other than their amplitude, vibratory frequency?
And frequency? Well, I think the amplitude and the frequency are actually big differences.
So, for lack of a better analogy, the frequency and the amplitude of waves within my pool, does that change the nature of the water in which the wave is being propagated?
No, I don't think so.
But the effect on the side of the pool, right? The frequency in which that wave would be hitting the side of the pool. So let's say it's making a noise. That can be increased and decreased based on the frequency and amplitude of the waves. But does that change the nature of what is carrying that wave to begin with?
No, I don't think so. No.
Would you think that this is a grossly inaccurate analogy?
No, personally, no.
Okay. So within the realm of waves of energy, if we have waves of energy and we're associating a particle to one specific wave length or frequency and amplitude of a specific energetic wave, how does that translate across the whole entire spectrum?
Good question.
Because this is my kind of issue with the focus on visible light and trying to equate it to some sort of physical material particle, when I am of the opinion that what we experience as visible light is an expression of energy, which energy is not very easily defined, nor have I been able to find a very good concrete definition of energy within science when it comes to things like light and radio waves and all that kind of stuff. But we're trying to give physicality to something that doesn't seem to be of a physical nature, but we can experience it in the physical realm. But we only experience it in so much as it allows us to see, and we see the light or the visible light itself. And once you start to get off the visible spectrum, you're not changing the nature of the energy as much as you're just changing the frequency and amplitude of the waves of energy, and how that manifests as different modalities is not experienced in the physical realm within really any of its states or modalities. It's not experienced as something you can touch, you can quantify, because the only portion of that spectrum that we see is a very small portion of it that we call visible light. But for some reason, since we can see it, we're trying to equate that small spectrum with some sort of physicality that it doesn't seem to have.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of what you've said. However, when it comes to light, we don't really see it as a particle, in what you could call three-dimensional Euclidean space. It's more like an elementary particle. So, do you know what an elementary particle is?
You could define it for me.
Yeah, so essentially it's a particle that has no measurable internal structure. So it's so you don't know whether or not it's comprised or composed of other particles.
So is there a list of elementary particles?
I think there is.
Just off the top of my head, would there be more than just an electron and a photon within that list?
Yeah, I think there are muons as well.
Like muons and quarks and all these
Positrons.
things.
I can't really think of any others, but yeah. I'm not sure if neutrinos maybe. I think they're also considered elementary particles. Boson, gluon. I'm pretty sure gluon is another one.
Yeah, quarks, gluons, bosons, all that.
Yeah, bosons.
Stuff,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Which to me, when you get down to this level, even though we're trying to give it some sort of physicality or measurement, it's really not a measurement, in so much as what we're measuring is the termination of energy. So to me, they're all, well, everything is of a energetic nature, right? And I don't know, maybe you've been able to find a good definition or some sort of something that we could equate energy to. In my opinion, energy is all around us, and we know that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed. And as energy transforms, we try to give it physicality. Sometimes it does manifest into a physical nature. But I think we're trying to quantify energy that has not manifested in a physical nature so that we can quantify it, work with it, measure it, give it some sort of physicality that we can point at, even though we don't have any physical nature taking place there. And I feel like that has kind of been the goal of the double slit experiment, in stating that light has some sort of dual nature to it, meaning it's both a particle and a wave depending on a observer, and somehow the observer is what causes this energy to collapse into some sort of physical presence.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the correct description. Like whether or not an observer or a knowledge of which path the light has taken actually tries to sort of in a way say that light has a physical nature. Although in a way perhaps it does, because it has implications in the physical world, in what we see. According to my understanding, anyway. That's what I think the double slit experiment sort of outlines. Is it outlines and demonstrates, what we experience subjectively in the physical and natural world. That's what I think. The whole experiment is about. You know which path it's traveled through. Therefore, the outcome of knowing that sort of determines the outcome of what you see at the end of the experiment. But yeah, other people can tend that, which is fine. But I mean, that's my understanding of it.
So what would you say the overall implication of the double slit would be? Like, what would you say is the knowledge that is garnered from the double slit experiment?
To me, I think it sort of indicate a subjective reality. So that is to say that, like I used my example earlier, I'm not sure if you were here, whereby there are two observers over a secluded beach that no one has ever been to. They look out onto the horizon, they spot an island. These two observers obviously agree there's an island out there. We both observed it. They then get into a car. They get into a car wreck, an accident. They both die. That information dies with them. And because that information dies with them, the information of the island being there, then if someone else is to arrive at that beach, that the island that was spotted by these two observers doesn't necessarily have to be there. It both can be there and can't be there. Like there's a probability that it's there. There's also a probability that it's not there. So I think that to arrive at my original premise is, I think that it's subjective. The reality is subjective.
So kind of a Schrodinger's cat kind of situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Subjective, really?
Yeah.
To me, that gets people's minds into an interesting place where objective reality becomes subjective, and this starts to bleed over into ideas of morality as well, right?
Insanity, you mean?
Insanity.
Well, it's continuing to, I mean, exponentially, we're seeing it grow within society that many people have a subjective take on morality or life in general, as opposed to an objective morality or an objective truth that can be known. And it starts to bleed into the consciousness of people within society that we have the ability to do as we will, and that there is no objective right or wrong. There's no objective basis for anything within the world, which I think is a very slippery slope for people to take on that mindset.
I don't think it really implies that necessarily, because what I mean by objective reality is, like I said, whether or not something actually exists. So to then say that that has implications morally, whether or not you do something that is considered to be morally right or wrong, it isn't really what I'm saying. I'm more saying that subjective means that because you and another viewer both view something and agree that it's there, brings it into existence, so physical existence. And if that information is then to be completely erased, then the existence of whatever's being viewed doesn't need to be there. So this doesn't.
Like saying that if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, then it doesn't make a sound.
So to me, that kind of implies that the living things that we have within this world are only there because we are observing them, and it kind of takes away the overarching knower, right? I understand this starts to get into a deeper conversation, but it kind of places humans above the creator in so much as this creation is not of a larger knower or creator, but is something that we manifest.
I don't think so personally, because in order for that information to be there needs to be an origin for that information, and that origin to me would be a creator to actually create that information. So that's where the origin of the information that's being viewed is.
Yeah, but you're kind of implying that the information is not there until a human observer experiences it, meaning that the human observer is who is manifesting or creating the objective world around us subjectively.
No, the information is certainly there. It only needs to be viewed. So that's where we come in. It only needs to be sort of processed. So that information is there already. So it's when you process it as a knower that then that information sort of becomes reality. So the information is there, and that information requires an origin.
So would you say that information is there but not manifest until a conscious human observer experiences it.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I would say.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, I think it's interesting.
Well, I personally it's backed up by the double slit experiment, so it's more than just an interesting idea to me, anyway.
Yeah, and that's why I have some contentions with the double slit experiment, because to me it's one, it's not easily obtainable, right, to prove it one way or the other for the average person. And the implication of it is less scientific and more philosophical than anything.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's more philosophical than scientific.
I say you gotta be careful of it, but
So let me ask you a question then. Do you think that other beings are also involved in this equation, meaning other animals, plants, anything, right? Because your reference to something like an island earlier would imply that the existence of the rocks, the trees, the flora, the fauna, all the animals are not existent until observed by human beings. So do you think that the humans are the only ones that manifest or create this reality?
That is a great question.
That is a good question.
I don't. It's a good question, and it's a question I don't know the answer to, because I you know I think that perhaps fauna has the ability to process information. At what level? I don't think they have our level of information processing, but are they able to be adequate knowers? Like I said, that's a very difficult question for me to answer, and something I don't know the answer to. So that is a very good question again.
Yeah, and the reason I kind of asked that, or the reason I'm kind of going down these paths of inquiry, is because to me the philosophical implications of something like the double slit experiment almost remove the creator from the creation and place that on the individual in some sort of apotheosis type situation where the creation is of you, meaning you and your consciousness are manifesting the world around you, and removing the creator from situation, meaning that it is only within you that objective reality can be experienced, and you, without you there is no creation, i.e. you are the creator of the world around you. And like I said, this kind of starts to bleed into social ideas as well, of like people that come from the idea that there can be no objective truth, that we are living in a subjective reality, and that morality is subjective, right? It feels good to me regardless of any consequences of the things that I do. I am the ultimate arbiter as to what is right and wrong.
Yeah, look, it can bleed into that, but personally, I don't think, with my view, I don't think it does. Like I said, I think that the subjective nature only sort of pertains to what you experience physically. So I don't think there's any any moral implications to that subjective nature. But just to go back on what we were talking about earlier with the fauna. When it comes to the double slit experiment, thinking about it now, I don't think that there's any animal that would be able to sort of discern which path the light has. So I don't think there's any animal besides a human, if you want to call them an animal. I know, there's conjecture about that. There's a contention when it comes to that. But I don't think any other fauna could actually sort of, process which path the light has taken. So I'm not sure if that sort of takes Animalia out of the equation, but perhaps it does. I'm not sure what you think about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not in the mind of an animal, but I
Yeah,
do
it's hard
feel
to know,
that
right?
right. But I do
Obviously.
feel that they experience the same world that you and I do, though it might be through a slightly different perception. It seems as though animals can experience feelings to a certain degree, maybe some more so than us and some less so than us as far as feelings are concerned, however you want to define that, like emotions. I think anybody who's had a dog or a cat can experience that.
Yeah.
But I had something that I was going to. Oh, so kind of just briefly going back to the philosophical implications of the conclusions that are derived from the double slit experiment. I kind of look at this, and I have a better perspective of it now than I did maybe 10 years ago, right? Because 10 years ago, I thought that I lived on a spinning ball flying through space in a solar system, in a galaxy, in an infinite universe, right? And I didn't, at that point in time, understand the subconscious implications as to what that idea may do to me subconsciously, right?
Yep.
And I think the same could be said for some of the philosophical implications that are implied about the double slit experiment, right? Like, if you come from this belief system that the knower is what manifests the reality that we see, that there's more subjectivity than objectivity to the world around us, the philosophical or subconscious implications of that, I don't think are fully understood until you get outside of that. And I think, like, since the perpetuation of the globe model, we've seen a steady increase in, for instance, a more atheistic mindset. And I feel like the philosophical implications to this subjective reality outcome of the double slit experiment is furthering that into a degree that is more manifesting in society than we may fully comprehend until we kind of step back from it and analyze it from that perspective. Because I do see and this could just be correlation, but I have seen a more steady increase in this subjective morality idea permeating society than maybe we had seen in the past. And I don't know if I could necessarily equate that directly to the implications of the double slit experiment, but I think it falls back onto the philosophical implications of the ideas that are derived from the double slit experiment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, look, I see it differently. Personally, I think the conclusions we can draw from the double slit are, quite elementary. I think that, in essence, what it describes is there needs to be a Noah in order for information to exist. And to me, in order for there be in order for there to be anything that exists, any information, you or me, I consider information within this realm. There needs to be an origin for that information, and to me, that origin is the creator. So yeah, like I said, for anything to exist, and for anything to manifest itself by way of light, there needs to be an origin for that information, and to me, the origin is a creator. So yeah, I see it in that sense. So I see it to be positive, for a creator in that particular sense.
So, not to get too far into like a biblical conversation, but within a biblical context, was light only created once humans were created?
I'm not sure. I'm not really a big follower of the Judeo-Christian sort of story, personally.
Yeah, I understand. And but just to let you know, within the Judeo-Christian creation story, light was created even before the sun, moon, and stars, and certainly before human beings. It was actually the first step within creation.
Yep. I think
Well,
I heard that, yeah.
not necessarily the first step. I want to say that however you want to interpret the separating of the waters from the waters, the earth was without form and void, but the first action that we see from the creator is a spoken into existence of light.
Yep.
And I find it very interesting that it's very well defined or deliberate within that creation story that the words "let there be light" was spoken, and that light was spoken into existence. And I glean from that the vibratory nature of this energy, right? Meaning we can equate to sound vibration.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
that equating of sound to vibration, we understand that light is of a vibratory nature as well. So I find it very interesting that within the biblical context, it's very well defined that it was "let there be light," that it was spoken into existence in a vibratory nature.
Yeah, and also that light is, at its very essence, information, which to me requires a knower. It requires, and in that sort of relationship, to me, would require a creator. So a knower to know what they've spoken into existence. So that's why I say that the whole conclusion from the double slit is that in order for light to do what it does, to act in the way it does, it requires a knower, an originator. And to me, that's the crux.
Yes, and I don't think that humans influence that in the way that the double slit experiment would lead us to believe. But that's just my opinion, and we can,
Yeah, perhaps we should end it there. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
like I said, I haven't seen enough solid evidence for this idea of the double slit, but there has been very large philosophical and scientific, quote unquote, scientific ideas that have been built around it. Like it seems to be this very instrumental experiment that I feel I don't have enough personal evidence of to attach myself to the conclusions that have been drawn and the assumptions after the fact, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That is fair enough.
Cool.
Absolutely
Well,
fair enough. Yeah.
thank you for having a cordial conversation. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Likewise. These are the sort of discussions that I like. I'm letting you finish, and you're letting me finish. Yeah, that's what discussions should be.
Yeah, I agree. You have to let somebody fully express their idea in order to rebuttal it, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely agreed.
So have you been over at Geo's a lot? I go over there from time to time. I don't always participate, but I definitely take in some information over there.
Yeah, I sort of spend most of my time there. I mod over there as well. So that's not to say I'm partial to the server, but in a way I am, and it's only because of the discussions that occur over there. Like I said, we're very impartial with our moderation. We mute flat earthers when they're being obnoxious. We mute globe earthers when they're being obnoxious. We don't take, it doesn't matter, what paradigm you espouse. Yeah, so that's why I recommend it, and that's not to take away from this server. What I was saying earlier, I'm not sure if you caught it, was that it seems like at times this server has certain people.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard you previously, and I share some of the same sentiments, right? And
and it's unfortunate, man, because I
wouldn't I wouldn't say it's necessarily the server as a whole. I do see that manifest often, but I feel like a lot of that has been curtailed recently, or more so recently. Not saying that it doesn't still take place, but and I'm also of the opinion that that type of behavior, there is certainly a time and a place when it is needed. Because as you know, this server in particular does tend to get a large influx of the trolling, more so
absolutely.
than people coming in to actually have a quality debate about the topic. So I think that constant influx of trolling, people pretending to be flat earthers and all that kind of stuff does tend to get the guards up. And people are a little more on guard, right? It's like a bunny rabbit is certainly more in tune to their surroundings when they're in the middle of a field and vulnerable than they are when they're a thicket, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And I do coincide with what you just said. But sort of what I'm getting at is when that's not the case, when there isn't a clear troll, which is easily discernible. I mean, like I said, I've been in this server for 2 years, and I could spot a troll, after my first couple of months here. But when it's not that, when people aren't allowed to finish their points, and when people are dogpiled, that's where it sort of detracts from the server, and people don't want to come here anymore. And that's a shame, because like I said, there are a lot of smart people here, a lot of people that know the arguments inside out, and that have very good points to make. And the fact that you're having to deal with like newbies all the time, although like Eli said earlier, like that's still a good thing that you're able to cater to that sort of audience. But at the same time, I think it's also good to demonstrate to a third-party audience that that you can steelman a Globus position and destroy it at the same time, which is what I see happening, for example, and not to sort of mention GeoServer again, but that does happen over there quite a lot. We do sort of want to steelman a Globus position and at the same time destroy it. So yeah. And it's not to say that doesn't happen here, but sometimes it's not allowed to happen here. Like people just dogpile on a Glober that on a sort of what you would term a normie Glober that really doesn't have any of the arguments down. And by the arguments, I mean the rebuttals that, even though I don't really consider them rebuttals from a lot of the seasoned Globers, I don't think that they're viable rebuttals, but in their community, they're known as viable rebuttals. So we need to know how to counteract those perceived rebuttals. And by engaging with them on a server like Geo's, where they sort of seem to frequent a lot, because they do, it sharpens up those skills. So you're not dealing with the Glober that's going to come in and say, "Oh, explain a sunset." That basic shit that a lot of us know, can obviously destroy quite easily. You're dealing with more complex arguments, like, for example, reciprocal zenith angles, like I mentioned earlier, Earth-based Coriolis, all those sort of things. So that's the only reason why I was saying that earlier.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I experience certain things from time to time that can be frustrating. It's just kind of the nature of people in reality and conversations. Even though I don't express it often, I do get quite frustrated when I'm kind of taking point on a conversation, and my line of I don't want to say debate, but my line of questioning and things like that has maybe more of a purpose that might take slightly longer than somebody else's approach, and many times I can get interrupted and stepped on and diverted away, and somebody feeling the need to interject into the conversation, co-opt the conversation, and take it over, even though I may have had a end goal that I was going to, but my path may be a little bit long and winding. Yep. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, my true intention, especially when somebody comes in here, even if they're trolling or just new to the topic and are inquisitive, is is not to necessarily get a W in a debate, but more so for them to have more questions coming out of the conversation than they did going into the conversation, and also maybe a bit of homework to take away from the conversation and something to think about as opposed to maybe getting berated and defeated in a debate style arena. But
Absolutely.
everybody's different and every situation is different. But
Yeah.
to me, my overarching goal is for people to come to the realization that I have. And I know the way in which I was able to obtain that information. And I feel like people can be receptive in different ways, and each individual is different. So,
absolutely. So yeah, that's why I think the focus of these debates, especially at this stage of the game, 5-6 years into it, the focus should be the audience. It should be, that third-party audience, not the person that you're debating with. Especially if it is these seasoned anti-flat earthers, as we know them, because they're essentially zealots. You're not going to change their mind. They're fanatics, so they're really going to toe the line, and regardless of what the argument's going to be. So your focus, in my opinion, should be that third party audience. So that's why it's good to hone your skills against these seasoned globers, because I think they have the best excuses. And I wouldn't term them explanations. I would term them excuses for their paradigm. So if you destroy those excuses and you highlight the shortcomings, then it's easy for other members of the audience, whoever may be listening, it will be easier for them to discern truth. At least that's the way I see it. Like if I am to put myself in the shoes of like a newbie glober that's come into this argument and it's just listening, on the sidelines, I'd be like, all right, let's see what the flat earthers have to say, and let's see what the globe earthers have to say, the people that are in the know. And I might form my view from whatever the outcome of those arguments are. So that's why I think we should focus on the audience, because there's always someone listening.
Yeah, I agree. And my strong suit is not necessarily going up against some seasoned anti-flat earther, because my goal generally going into a conversation isn't to win a debate. And I experience, we have people that come in here, not even necessarily in the live stream, but in other channels to do debates, and they are debaters, meaning they'll say, all right, you give me which side to argue, and they will just argue that for argumentation purposes and for the ability to win a structured type debate. And to me, I don't really give a crap about a debate in that kind of sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
My whole objective to having conversations with people, and I call them more conversations than debates, is for one, me to possibly be exposed to something I may not have thought of, or to be put in a situation where I have to more critically think about the things that I believe or that I know, and ways in which to look at that differently for myself, as well as being able to impart my understandings of certain things to other people, in hopes that they at least take in the information and try to fully process what's being said, instead of just trying to come away from a conversation feeling as though they won the argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely.
Because I never go into, conversation or argumentation with people in real life wanting the outcome to be me in some way, shape, or form winning an argument. I go into it for the sole purpose of learning more about my position as I hear it come out of my mouth, and whether or not I can fully articulate the understanding that I have, right? So to better improve my ability to articulate what I'm trying to say, as well as the opportunity for information that I'm not aware of or haven't thought about in a specific way coming from the other individual, so that I can take away from that conversation some either homework or another way to look at a situation and really take in that information and mill it over and come to a solid conclusion on it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree. That is a noble stance. Can't disagree with it.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong, man. I have my moments where I definitely meet the energy of the other individual.
Yeah. as we all do. Yeah, absolutely.
So you guys starting to experience winter?
Yeah, sort of. Where I am, it's winters. It never really is winter, if you know what I mean. It's never really
Yeah, it's
that
pretty
cold.
mild.
Yeah, it's so mild, and I kind of wish it was sort of more pronounced, because it's. I mean, just the humid weather just gets so old. But
yeah,
it is.
I can feel you on that, man. I'm in Florida, so we don't.
Oh.
We like to say we have two seasons here. We have hot and not as hot.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought Florida would be, like that's very humid and sticky, sort of year round, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's humid and sticky right now, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Yeah, especially this time of the year. But I mean, today is probably the coldest day we've experienced sort of all year, and it's barely cold. I mean, right now it is 1 a.m. and the temperature is 18 degrees Celsius, which I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, but I think, let's see, 18.
60?
Maybe? 18 in Fahrenheit is 64. Yeah, you're not far off.
Yeah, 64. Yep.
Yeah,
That's
so
nice.
and it's 1 a.m., dude. So you'd think it'd be cold now. May 22nd, sort of almost into winter, but yeah, it's barely cold.
Yeah, I don't know where you're at, but I would assume you're probably a similar distance from the equator, just south to Florida. Probably.
I think you're right,
situation.
actually. Let's have a look at the globe, shall we?
Shiver me timbers over there, I hear.
Are you guys like having some kind of weather difference or something? Because where I'm at, it's nice and warm.
It was shiver me timbers over there.
And it's not winter, dude. It's springtime right now.
Well, he's in the southern hemisphere.
Let's
oh, my bad. I didn't even consider that, to be honest with you. Dude.
Yeah,
You gotta stop being more considerate, rookie. You really do. People's feelings are at stake here. Come on.
You know what? I'm gonna be more careful of your feelings for today.
Just everybody's in general.
Why?
Yes. So
Do they ever think about my feelings? Let's measure.
I think
right,
about
mate.
your feelings all the time.
All the time, really.
I've got your feelings tattooed on the tablet of my chest.
Why, thank you, sir. You're so kind.
Yeah, I deal closely with people in Argentina for work, so I'm pretty in tune with the fact that they're opposite seasons.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it. Yeah, that's interesting because I do forget things like that. It's easy to forget things like that. Sorry.
You're yeah. So we're actually at a very similar distance where I am in Australia to where you are in Florida with relation to the equator.
Is it true that the Australian
almost the same
space
actually.
team is it
Sorry?
true that the Australian space team is called their acronym is ARSE, ARSE, or is that a joke?
I think it's correct from
Oh, that's
what I
crazy.
remember. Australian space team. I didn't really even know we had a team. That's probably not a
Seems to me
serious team.
the acronyms are ARSE.
A possibility. Yeah, you're not wrong. Let me see. Australian Research and Space Exploration. ARSE.
Tell me something though. Is Foster's Lager made in Australia?
It might be, but nobody really sells it. Yeah, like I never see it at a liquor store here. I've never actually ever seen it at a liquor store here.
So it's kind of like Corona beer in Mexico then.
Perhaps.
Man, I think that stuff's made in New York City.
New York City. Get
Foster's,
I hope you got a full house.
Foster's in the UK. It's got a UK brewery address on it. It says brewed in the UK. But no one drinks that shit.
Well, is Ireland considered UK
nobody
or
drinks
no?
that shit. Yes.
Well, Guinness is made over there, so that's one beer that's
Yeah.
made over there in the UK.
So Foster's is actually brewed by the Asahi Group, which is a Japanese company. I'm not sure if we know that.
Yep, I knew that. That's why I was bringing it up.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said,
Interesting.
I've never ever seen it at a single liquor store or bottle shop, as we call them over here. Never
So
seen
it's
it.
literally just a marketing campaign to get people to
Yeah,
drink it.
I think it is.
Destroying
I think
yourself.
it is.
Isn't that
Yeah.
silly?
It's
How it works? It
metaphorically a
actually
marketing
works. People
campaign.
actually believe it. Well, at least I did. I was fooled by it. I kind of like just thought maybe it was made over there. I don't know. I just assumed that, I guess.
I kind of want to
You know what I
actually
mean?
have. I kind of want to try one, to be honest, because of the marketing.
Right? Yeah, just to see if it. Well, I don't know. I think I've drank it once, and I don't think it was very good. But I don't know. I don't remember. I don't
I
drink
doubt
anymore.
it's very
So.
good. If it's
Well, I
anything
doubt.
like
Well, beer
any
in
of the
general,
other
I think
Australian
is.
beers, yeah, but
There's
the
not too
Aussie
many
beers
beers
are pretty.
that I really like the taste of. To be honest with you, even when I
Yeah.
drink, you know.
And most Australian beers are like drinking sort of a watered down version.
Like a
of
heavy
beer.
malt. Oh, it's watered. Oh, really? It's like a
Yeah,
Pilsner type.
it's so watery. It's like
So you end up peeing out most of it.
Rookie, you don't always
Basically.
choose to drink beer, do you?
No, but when I do, I choose to drink Dos Equis.
When I choose to drink
Right.
Dos Equis, I usually have a colostomy bag. That's what I choose to do.
Yeah, you're gonna need that later.
I'm the most shot up man in the world.
I think
Or you're gonna need a
the
little liver.
best, in my opinion, obviously this is subjective. The best beers are Belgian beers, especially the strong ones like Duvel or Quack. They're like, well, Quack is like 12% alcohol,
Like
so it's
alcohol.
yeah. So
Belgian doubles and triples.
doubles and triples. It's the way to go. Absolutely.
Like I have a Gulden Duroc in my fridge right now, which is a
I had to clear your throat for that one.
Dark red triple.
Nice. That sounds amazing. Yeah. So yeah, I don't like these sort of weak beers that you're just drinking them, and all they do is bloat you. And
You guys know any good wine shops or anything down in Southern California where they take food stamps? I know there's a couple of them. I just haven't. I can't remember where they're at.
Food
And
stamps.
if maybe you guys can know, you know what I mean? Point me in that
That's
direction.
hilarious. Is that really true, or are you just messing around?
No, I was asking you, yeah, because we go out and eat sometimes down there in LA with the food stamp card, but we haven't found. We found like restaurants that'll serve us like single beers with our food stamp card with our food, but nowhere where we can like buy cases of beer with food stamps. They get all weird because they don't know us. You know what I mean? You have to like know somebody, or like you have to be a regular down there. I was just trying to cut.
So they do
I
it.
was just
So they
trying
do it
to.
on the side. Is what you're saying?
I was trying to get to the chase quicker. Perhaps somebody could recommend me, but I see that I was mistaken. Ha.
Chase quicker.
Yeah. Not everybody can rock a food stamp card, bro. Only the distinguished. You know.
Yeah, you gotta be.
It's a lot easier to be a millionaire than to pretend you're a millionaire. You know.
That's true.
What accent?
But if you're a millionaire and you're using an ATM card or that kind of a card, what kind of a person are you, though?
Well, I'm saying it's easier to be a millionaire than to pretend you're a millionaire. Absolutely. You know, it would be too much paperwork. How could that many people pretend?
Well, if you got money,
there's
you
just
can
too much
hire somebody to
paperwork.
do the paperwork, though.
That's just too much paperwork. It's easier to just be that than create all the paperwork.
Holiday, may I ask what accent you're portraying right now?
I'm not.
I'm not sure. Just whatever pops in my head at the time.
Hey, I'm going to pretend with you today, Flata.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Shit, yeah,
Sonny.
Yes, I'm very rich. Yes, that's
What
right.
accent is that, Sonny?
He doesn't know. Now my
Where are we
neighbor's hollering
from?
over to me, telling me to shut up in the backyard. He's,
Oh, you must
he's
have
like,
allowed
shut
them to
up
talk to
over
you
there.
that way.
Flata day.
No, we joke around with each other like that.
Flata
We do
day.
that all the time. If I hear him out here talking like quietly and on the phone or something, I'll look over the fence. I'll be like, "Shut up over there."
Yeah.
Flata
Stop being on that
day.
bracket.
I.
Flata day. Do you have any great
Aye.
Arr, not on the boat at the moment, laddie.
Oh, doggone it.
If I didn't know any better,
Ireland
I
for a
would
month.
think. If I didn't know any better, I would think that you guys are taking the piss out of me. Maybe.
No, not really.
No, we are not being your colostomy bag, sir. Sorry.
I tried to do. I can't do an Australian for my life.
I'm
Yeah,
tree. That's what I'm doing.
I've actually never heard an American do an Aussie accent correctly.
I wasn't trying to do an Aussie. I was doing like a.
Or even someone from the UK. Like
the UK.
Apparently,
Yeah,
it's really hard to do. Is it? Like, obviously, I wouldn't know.
No, if I'm around someone that has a dialect like that, I'll pick it up like pretty quickly. But if I'm not around someone for a while, or if I'm not exposed to it, then it kind of just fades. It's more like a, you learn to imitate so that people can understand you. Because sometimes you say the words you normally say, and then the people just look at you like, "What are you saying?" So I try to talk like they do. So
yeah,
you know what I
and
mean?
generally
If that doesn't work, you'd have Mentos with you.
Generally,
Should we
speaking,
try?
I think Americans do British accents by regurgitating like every single British accent we've ever heard is conglomerated into one.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
If Crocodile Dundee is a good balanced measure of it, but it's not. I know.
It's a good
then I can do
standard.
a
Yeah, no, it
Crocodile
is.
Dundee.
But also,
Well, I feel like
my Australian, yeah.
I feel like the Australian accent's hard because
Tell you what I'll do.
the
I'll go
inflections.
watch Crocodile Dundee twice, and then I'll come back, and then we'll have a little battle.
Hey, lads,
I'm kidding, go
perhaps
ahead.
you can mix Crocodile Dundee with the
Perhaps
Terminator.
you could shut up, rookie. Shut the fuck up, rookie. I slap you with my glove.
Go
Is
ahead,
Australian
Napalm. You're
kind of
trying to
like a drawn-out Cockney?
Yeah, I feel like the Australian accent's difficult because most of the time the soft A is what you guys use as opposed to like a hard A. So the word hard, instead of saying hard, you say hard.
Yeah,
hard. So the A
Yeah,
instead of being
it's
an
almost like
A
it's
sound,
almost like a Brooklyn.
It's hard.
It's almost like.
Hard.
Would you say that's similar to like a Brooklyn accent?
Yes, a
No,
softer
well,
version of a
no.
Brooklyn accent. You
Yeah,
guys
maybe
don't
so.
add the R at the end of any word that ends in A. Like Brooklyn, if you had somebody named Tina in Brooklyn, they'd be Teener.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that happens a lot with
with New York accents is the application of an R to words that don't really have it, that end in A.
Yep.
And
Okay.
yeah, but I feel like most of the Australian accent, the difficulty in it is being aware that the A sound is always kind of soft with the words that you're saying. Instead of it being an A sound, it's an ah sound.
Yeah. That's correct.
So it's a bit hard.
Very hard.
Very hard.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. No. I think you've nailed it.
See? Nailed it. Nailed it.
Nailed it, mate.
Instead of nailed it.
You nailed it, dude?
Nailed it. It's nailed it.
Yeah, you sort of extend that A and that
Totally nailed it.
I. That's pretty good.
Sorry, didn't mean to kill the combo.
No, not at all. I've always had difficulty sort of identifying where an accent hails from in the United States. Like I think I know a Boston accent. I think I know a New York accent. I think obviously I know like a Southern Tennessee accent as opposed to a Texan accent. But there are those in between ones that I'm just like, yeah, you're just American. I don't know where exactly you're from.
Yeah, like I'm originally from the Midwest, and we don't have a specific accent. At least where I'm from, there's not a real hard distinguishable accent. I'm from the middle of the country, from St. Louis. But if you get to the northern Midwest, that's when you get into like Michigan and things like that, where they start to draw out their O's more similar to Canadians.
Yeah, they're very Canadian-like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to think, what's his name that was here? I'm not sure if he's here anymore. Battle Mod? I used to think he was Canadian.
Yeah, he's from Michigan. Michigan, they tend to draw their O's out a little bit more, so it sounds a little more Canadian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, you can tell more so in the word sorry, because they'll sorry, it's sorry instead of sorry.
Yeah. Whereas we would say sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, I don't see him here anymore. What's his name? Battle Mod. I haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah, he's not in the server anymore. He frequents. Are you familiar with the Flat Earth Reality server?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's where he tends to frequent these days. But to be honest, I don't see too many people on that server that often, so I don't know. Might be taking a little break.
Fair enough. I see.
But yeah, I'm gonna be AFK for a bit. Be back.
All good, man.
Has anyone heard about precious metals? Are they coming back? What's going on? Boisterous. I realize I use words all the time that I don't know how to spell. I used to be a top-notch speller, as a matter of fact. What happened? Oh, now no one's talking.
What would you like to talk about, Sonny?
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, Globus, I'm a little distracted because it's like the first thing in the morning, so I have like things I need to take care of and fix some food. Like I'm usually moving around, so I don't know if I can be focused
fine.
enough right now.
It's all good. It's all good. So you don't want to discuss the nature of light?
The nature of light? That's not my strong point because, listen, I'll talk about this for a minute or two. My take on light is we don't know what it is, just like electricity. Now, people will disagree and they'll say, well, we do. We know it can do work. We know it can do this. We can create magnets. We can make motors. We can do generators. Like, yeah, but that still doesn't tell me what it is, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough. Like in kind of in line with the conversation that was going on previous with you and Elijah.
Yeah.
Like what I'm coming to the conclusion is the more I separate myself from this idea of atomism and pure materialism of particles and all this kind of stuff, if I'm in that realm, I'm kind of like half in the matrix, half out. And I think for me, what I need to do is I need to just back off and not make any claims that I don't know, like, because we all do it. Like I do it too, where I'll start saying something and it's actually something that can't be verified.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to start saying I don't know more and more, because what I've found in this process of discovery of the truth, the more I learn and the more I seem to know, or the more I find out, the less I actually know, that there's more that I don't know than there is what I do know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to have to start saying, I don't know. And then it actually is better because then I can let others make their claims. That's fine. And then we can work with that. So it actually gives us more of a break, and it lets us off the hook for not trying to explain things that we have no explanation for, or trying to describe things that we can't see.
Yeah, no, that's a good position to take. Absolutely.
Because my point is, if we can't manipulate, like if we can't see something, then we can't manipulate it. Now, we can see effects of something that we can't see. Now, if we can manipulate those, that's fine. There's some things we can manipulate. There's other things we can't. Like it was mentioned earlier in a conversation I was having with someone else about water. like, yeah, we seem to know that hydrogen and oxygen create water. We can split those atoms apart and create HHO gas, but we don't know what holds them together in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So in actuality, we don't really know what an oxygen molecule is or what a hydrogen molecule is. Like, has anyone seen those?
Yeah, I don't think so.
They have?
I don't think so.
Yeah. So we can look at water, yeah, but we can't tell by looking at it, even in a microscope, what's holding it together. So we can't see the intricacies of what is happening at the unseen level. So we're just going to have to say, maybe we're not meant to know this. Like, maybe someone will someday, but it's above my pay grade. Like, I don't think I'll ever know exactly what those things are.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's a good stance to take on a lot of these arguments.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, when it comes to the light argument, although, as I stated previously, I don't know a lot of. I haven't personally verified, for example, I haven't done the double slit experiment myself. I haven't done the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment myself. So, but I did outline the fact that I had beliefs in the people that had interpreted those results. But yeah, I think we're also entitled to that. But as long as we admit that,
Right.
Yeah.
You see, the thing that happens, I think, a lot here, I didn't mean to cut you off short, but the thing that seems to happen is we get to that point and then we don't stop ourselves. We just continue on with the narrative, even though we've walked into the area that we can't verify. So once we get to that point, okay, we're up against the wall. I'm just going to have to admit, okay, at this point, everything I say from this point on is going to be speculation because I cannot validate any of it. And I don't think anybody else has validated any of it. Like, yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, I've looked at the double slit experiment and those quantum things for like 20 years or longer. I started reading about those things.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't know. It's very
That's why
interesting.
usually when I go into the conversation regarding light, I take it in the more Socratic line of questioning, more so than anything, to try to remove myself from making any real specific claims as to having some sort of knowledge of the nature of light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps I was a little too headstrong earlier with Eli, with my convictions, but yeah.
I only caught the tail end of that, and it became a conversation about a conversation more so when I was listening.
Yeah, that was towards the end of it. But yeah, that's all in the past now. I don't want to sort of bring that back up again.
Yeah, that's why I always try to lead with more questions than proposing answers when it comes to light, because I think the more I ask questions and try to get definitive answers, the more so I seem to understand that most people making specific claims don't really have good substantiated answers to some of the fundamental questions of light. It's more assumptions, which nothing against you personally about it. It's just kind of the nature of the conversation. It's very difficult because you have to almost like pick one side or the other. And if you're not on the side of the atomistic viewpoint of light, it's very difficult to make specific claims because, at least for me, I don't have a definitive claim to the nature of light itself, because to me it comes down to energy, which I can't really put into words or have a good definition as to what energy really even is when we try to think about it in terms of electricity, light, magnetism, radio waves, infrared wave, like all of this stuff,
Yep. Absolutely. It is an interesting conversation, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it makes sense that, since we seem to understand that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, can only be kind of like transformed. To me, it makes sense, at least in my head, to kind of stick with the idea that all forms of what we can call energy are just different modalities of one overarching thing, and that thing is something that is not necessarily material in nature, so we can't properly define it in a way that humans would be satisfied with an answer most of the time.
Yep.
Which is why the conversation about ether becomes very futile most of the time.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
it's like, because you're typically met with Sorry about that. I kind of got a phone call mid-sentence if I cut out.
It's all good. It's all good. I think you're saying that you're typically met with... And then
you're met with kind of the the notion as to like, hey, can you give me a jar of ether, or I'd like a cup of ether, please. And it's like, well, I understand our tendency to need the edification of finding some sort of physical thing that you can put your finger on and touch and move and manipulate and all that kind of stuff. But to me, it's like the term ether implies, it's something etheric, which we can't really quantify within the idea of like space and volume.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, to me, I like to think of it as just the energetic background that allows for the framework of material to manifest from.
Yeah. So there can't be nothing. There needs to be something for this energetic material to propagate through, right?
Yeah. And even when we think of electricity, like the way that we get electricity is by inducing it from what people would basically say out of nowhere, right? Like you have a magnet passing through a copper coil, and that induces what we call electricity. Well, where's the point of origin in which this energy is originally coming from? Because no matter where you put that AC motor on the earth, it's still going to be able to manifest energy due to the movement of the magnets through the copper coils. There's not energy in the copper coils, or there's not electricity in the copper coils. There's not electricity within the magnets in a conventional sense of the term. But the relationship between them, those two things, and the way that they move seems to induce this energy from literally nowhere.
Yeah. It definitely seems that way, right?
Yeah. So I just kind of, from that idea, come to the understanding that that energy is already there, and the way in which that operation is taking place transforms that already existing energy into a state or a form in which we are able to utilize it, and we call that electricity.
Mm-hmm. It definitely seems like a viable proposition. It's hard to find fault with what you've just said.
Yeah, and I understand people's propensity to really fight against the idea of ether. Like, I get it, because being in the topic of the server, like, we understand how important it is to really have empirical evidence for what we're claiming.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand the fight against the idea of this energetic background or medium or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't know if there's necessarily a word that is going to be sufficient to describe the field of energy in which we exist. Because the minute you try to call it a medium, then that implies physicality. We try to describe it with analogies of like water or air or something like that, but we don't have a real physical nature to what's taking place. But some of the things that are taking place seem to follow the same principles as the way things move through a medium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to come up with said the correct terminology for people to accept it, because as soon as you come up with something to term what you're saying, then someone's going to have a contention with maybe even just the terminology that you're using. So yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah, because I understand that's really the way that the mind works, right? Even if people seem to have some sort of conceptual idea as to the term like spirit or the spiritual realm or something like that. Like, most people can seem to have some sort of idea of what that is, but when hard pressed, nobody could really physically prove the spiritual world, even though we all seem to have some sort of inherent understanding as to what is meant by the term spirit or spiritual.
Yeah. Agreed. Absolutely.
And since we don't have that ability to really like quantify it, people also have the propensity to be able to throw it out altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you can't necessarily fault them in doing so, because that's kind of the nature of who we are as individuals. If we're going down a path of inquiry, we want to have some sort of empirical, solid evidence for what we're talking about. And if somebody's not willing to accept something that is not a solid empirical evidence, I can understand that. Like, I can understand that. Whether I agree with it or not. Yeah, whether I agree with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Totally agree. Completely agree. Anyway, guys, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to take my leave. I wish everyone a great day, great night, wherever you may be situated on this flat plane.
Thanks.
Yeah, likewise.
Have a great day also.
Thanks,
Always
guys.
good combos, man. Take care.
Likewise. See you guys later. Bye-bye. You too.
Did you guys ever believe in flat Earth truth?
Believe in flat Earth truth. Is a truth something that needs to be believed in? Or is a truth the truth, whether you believe it or not?
It's true, but like it's a belief until you have evidence.
So you said, did you ever believe in flat Earth truth, implying that there is a truth in the flat Earth, meaning that there's evidence for it and there's no need for belief, right? Are you trying to play a game of semantics, Sasha? It's a little early for that.
Oh no, I was just wondering, like, flat Earth truth, like flat Earth truth theory.
What do you even mean by that? I'm not aware of flat Earth truth theory. That seems to be a contradiction in terms.
Like, you're a flat Earth truther. You think it's the truth. You're a truth seeker.
Well, if the reality that you experience can be tested and measured to be something, and you say that that is the truth of the matter based on empirical evidence, I don't know if that would be considered a belief, would it?
I think.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your mic, but you're not there.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
I said it would be knowledge.
Sure. Truth is the truth, no matter what. And you can have knowledge of the truth. But I don't necessarily think that the two words are synonymous or the same thing, but tend to be used very
Something
similarly.
can be true when you don't know it's true, you just believe it. But it can still be true at the same time.
Sure.
Anyways,
You can
my
have
main question
have a belief or a knowledge of the truth. But the truth is the truth, whether you believe it or not, or have knowledge of it or not.
So my main question was, is it possible to be a flat earther and an evolutionist at the same time?
Sure. I mean, somebody could be an evolutionist and a flat earther, and maybe they just have a different theory as to how the world around us, quote unquote, evolved.
Okay. Yeah, that's a question I get a lot of mixed responses from. Some people say yes and some people say no.
Well, I would say it depends upon the particular theory of evolution that they would be ascribing themselves to. Because most of the time, so I know you like to bring up evolution. It seems to be your thing, and you want to get the server talking about evolution. But to me, evolution is something that is applied so broadly to so many different things that it doesn't really have a solid meaning for me when somebody says evolution, because is evolution implying the origin of everything, or is it talking about the changes in which we see within the world around us, and not necessarily talking about the point of origin in which everything came from? So a lot of people...
No, you don't have to believe in abiogenesis to believe in evolution.
Well, really, kind of you do, unless you have some sort of...
Well, you could say God created the first bacteria and then evolution took it from there.
But we have no proof of that.
Yeah, that would be an interesting standpoint, and say that God created the first bacteria and then everything evolved from that. The problem with that stance is there's just no evidence to back that up.
Well, so is your stance like God created everything, or like how did these animals come to be?
Sure. I mean, I can't say with 100% certainty because I was not there when the creation was created. But to me, it makes logical sense that everything we have in this world around us is so complex and is made up of information, and information needs some sort of creator. And we have no evidential experience of inanimate things manifesting into biological organisms. So, yeah. And we really don't have any evidence for categories of things turning into separate categories. We have no evidence for any type of tree or plant life becoming some sort of sentient animal type. We have no evidence
Plants and
for...
animals are in different kingdoms of life.
Well, you said it all has one point of origin, right? That's kind of where the wheels start to come off of the theory.
Yeah, but evolution doesn't say that plants and trees become humans. Like, that's not what it says.
Right. So, how did trees come about in your worldview?
Actually, I'm not sure.
You know, that's the plant life one is one that evolution doesn't really try to talk about very much.
Competition for waters and minerals cause plants to go deep, eventually growing.
I'm sorry, man, but you're cutting out so much, or your mic's so bad that I can't really even
hear what you're saying.
Sasha, whatever you were saying, you kind of cut off, so nobody heard what you said.
What I said is trees evolved because they were competing for water and minerals. So eventually their roots grew really deep into the ground because they were competing for minerals. Do you guys agree with that statement?
I don't know who was the one that was speaking with you. I forgot who.
Yeah, napalm. What's up?
Oh, so land plants evolved from ocean plants. So they started off as algae, and then eventually that evolved into trees.
Yeah,
Cool
you have no
story.
evidence. You have no evidence of this, and you have no transitional forms. So it doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist in reality. It doesn't exist. In other words, you would have to have something that was changing from that algae into a tree. You don't have any transitional forms.
Well, it didn't go straight into a tree. It probably evolved like slowly. Let's look it up. Let's look
Probably, it probably is not fact though. Probably.
Okay, so it started as cyanobacteria, and then it went to red algae.
Okay, how did it do that?
And what do you mean? How did it mutated?
Yeah, how did it change from that to the other one?
It mutated. The genes mutated.
Okay, where's your proof that they did that?
What do you mean? Mutation has been observed experimentally.
Oh,
you have
like
to show some
even
sort of.
Quantum Eraser agrees with this.
He agrees with red algae, green algae changing to red algae. What?
No, it's cyanobacteria turning into red algae.
Okay, so you have proof of this, right? No. Nor for the other 400 or 500 other transformations that would be required. You don't have even the first one.
Is Britannica.com a good source for you?
Holy shit! I'm not asking you for definitions from a encyclopedia or
it's not an encyclopedia, dude.
A dictionary or whatever it is.
Look at the website first before you actually critique
Britannica. I know what Britannica is. It's not a scientific document.
No, read it. It's not a definition. It's scientific.
Well, so the bottom line is you don't have any proof of this changing for anything that exists here now. All we know is that they existed, and now the only thing that we have with different kinds of animals is that they become extinct. We don't have any transitional periods, transformational forms, none of that. Doesn't exist.
For example, with dogs, you can see the transformation in dogs the way humans breed them.
I couldn't understand that.
You can see it in dogs when humans breed them.
Dogs are still dogs, bro. They're still canine. You can test their blood. They still have canine blood.
You can see the transformation, right?
No. You see transformation from one dog to another dog. That's not a transformation. What you're talking about is changing from a dog to something else completely different, like a cow.
Yeah, a dog is a dog. Dog.
Or from a
is a
dog
dog.
to a seal. You don't have any proof of dog to seal or a seal to a land animal. You don't have any of those.
Yeah, you would have to have some type of mutated seal that started living on land that found another mutated seal that mated with that seal, and that mutation was passed on to offspring that were also breeding the same mutation, but you don't see that or experience that.
How long have you been Gold Plus, Napalm?
I don't know. Why?
I'm pretty sure I've been in the server longer than you.
Well, I didn't realize that roles were time dependent, but whatever. Are you implying that you need to be Gold Plus, Sasha? And I know that you've been kicked out of this server multiple
I probably
times.
should be Gold Plus at this point.
No.
No, you get cog dissed all the time. You know how many times I've gotten cog dissed or kicked out of the server?
Probably
0.
Or me?
Because you're a flat earther.
0. It's about participation level and other things. It's in the quality of participation.
So I participate pretty good.
Well, good or bad participation, if you're not getting cog dis because you're disruptive or you're bringing up subjects that don't apply to the server, other things like
Yesterday I
that.
got caught this because I said I was transgender.
Well, you're starting to do exactly what you get cog dissed or kicked off the server for, man. And maybe that's, if you want to be a high ranking member of a server that talks about evolution or transgender topics, then maybe you should find an evolution or a transgender server in order to participate and work your way up. I don't know. We do have Globers that frequent the server that do have ranks that you probably have not achieved. And
What's the highest Glober?
It's based on how they participate and the way that they act and the demeanor in which they conduct themselves in the server.
Silver. I'd rather be valued than silver.
What's that?
I'd rather be valued silver.
You're cutting out a lot, but from what I gathered there, you said you'd rather be valued than silver. Well, then start to contribute things of value to the server or to the conversation. Instead, you like to distract. You like to move the conversation to topics that you would prefer to discuss as opposed to adding value to conversations that are taking place or the topic of the server in general.
When I joined, it was quiet, so I just brought up the first thing that came to mind.
Well, it seems to be what you always bring up in order to divert away from the topic of the server, which is fine. We get off topic, we go into different things quite often, but it seems that you have some motivation to constantly have the conversation shifted to either evolution or some other
type of conversation other than the nature and reality of Earth. Anyways, I got to go for a bit. So take care, peoples.
What happened?
Peace and quiet for a bit while we're praying.
Nah, we don't like that. What should I say? I don't like that.
Mm-hmm. You're up and early.
I've been up since 4. I woke up. Just been up since.
Same here, man.
You know, my father was a drinker and a fiend. And one day he comes home drunker than usual.
What's usual mean? Exactly.
pretty quiet.
Well, speak then, damn it. All I hear is birds singing. I'm actually filling a battery with acid right at this moment, actually. You're replacing the acid that is. This little box of acid is a real pain in the ass. This thing was low on water, low on acid, man. A lot of stuff in there. Holy crap. Holy moly. Dry battery is not a good battery. It needs acid in it, damn it. It's a necessity. But nobody's got nothing else? I can talk about my silly battery acid if you want.
Okay.
Okay. So here we go. I'm going to talk about it. Here we go. Just kidding. That's what I'm doing now. Replacing the acid in these little batteries that I've got.
What's the battery go to?
Electric scooter.
Ah.
That I'm kind of building in a way. You got a scooter frame and speed controls.
Are you building your own battery?
No, just replacing the acid that's missing because it's one of those spill proof, but they're not really spill proof because when they get hot, the pressure builds up and it comes out and then the cap goes back down and vacuum, sucks down. So it keeps the water from leaking out, but the moisture will evaporate when the pressure builds up. So you end up with the low acid in your battery.
That's weird that it has a liquid acid battery.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like a motorcycle battery?
Yeah, same thing.
Oh, just like it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much same thing. It's like a little 10 amp hour, little square, rectangular looking thing.
That's a trip. It fits inside the housing of the scooter?
Yeah, it fits in the base.
Mm-hmm.
They're regular, lead acid batteries. I know it's surprising. You'd think they use gel, but I guess that is expensive.
Like my bike has lithium ion or whatever those are, right? So I thought about building another battery because this battery, I think it's like battery capacity this is what I don't know too much about. It takes 5 hours for it to charge. So someone said I could change something, probably the controller and the charger, and it like almost the whole thing would need to be replaced. But if I could build another battery, one that had enough cells and the type of cells that they charged faster and a faster charger, I don't know if it would still work with my controller.
Well, it depends on the amps that it puts out, I think. But,
right.
Wow, this little battery is interesting. It's a little 6-volt battery. It's a little lead acid battery. It goes in my it's this little intercom, portable intercom system, and it has this little tiny battery. It's like, well, it's not little tiny, but I don't know how to explain it. It's like one that goes in a motorcycle, but it's like about the size of a pack of cigarettes.
Oh,
it's real small. But it takes it's a little lead acid battery, and it goes in that, and it's rechargeable. It charges up when you're plugging in the wall, and then you can take it portable. But there's a lot of corrosion done inside of one of these cells. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. But
See,
usually you just add some acid to it and it brings it back to life, because it's just
Yeah.
being low on acid that makes it not work right or not charge properly. Well, not always. That's not always the case, but a lot of times it is. But there's only one way to find out, is to buy a $10 box of battery acid and add some to it, and then if it comes back and it charges again, then you got a good battery. If not, then you only spent $10, right? It's not all that bad. But I'd rather test it and save myself from having to buy a brand new one if I can help it. I'm resourceful that way. Not like buying anything I don't have to. Like if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I wish in my case, well, I have kind of the mind to like be able to go travel, with this whole gear setup I have. I could have everything I need. Like I'm all set up that way, but the power is the problem because unless I have a second battery that I can be charging while I'm traveling, then my battery's going to run out. I'm going to have to find a place to plug it in for 5 hours. So if I was able to charge while I was riding, like through little generators on the wheels or something to charge it, or some kind of solar while I'm riding that it could be charging the second battery, because the way most batteries and e-bikes are, you can't charge them while you're using it.
No, it's not like a phone.
Yeah.
So it's too bad too, because that would be really awesome.
Exactly, man.
It would be pretty
So I looked at this race where they actually, it's called Seoul or something, but they raced from France to like Beijing, China. It's like 12,000. It's like 12,000 kilometers.
Wow.
Yeah, and this one guy made it in like I forget how many days. This one guy made it. The winner of that race, he went incredibly fast. I think he made the whole thing in like 30 days, which is crazy.
Wow.
But there was like 100 people in the race, all electric bikes. You can't have anything but electric bikes. Oh,
Wow.
and they have to be solar. They have to be solar.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
So a lot of people had solar panels on their bikes. Well, they had made them into like little cars, because you're going to want something with cover if you're going through the freaking deserts,
Yeah, true. I hear that. Okay, now for the test. I added water, I added acid. Now I'm shaking it up.
That's cool. You know what? I just need to like pick.
Sounds like rocks in there, but hopefully it didn't crystallize too bad.
I need to talk to Flatter Solar. I need to talk to Solar more and, pick his brain a little bit, because he knows a lot about solar, and a lot of the stuff I just don't understand.
Yeah, so it is kind of hard to understand, but it's not like you can't understand it. It's just more like it takes a little more effort.
Yeah, I
Because
would
the
need to do
different
some
types of
homework on
electricity.
amperage. Like,
I'll be damned. I'll be damned. It was dead completely, and now it's got 2 volts. That means it'll probably take a charge. Nice.
Yeah,
That's
right
freaking
on.
awesome. Save myself $30 right there. Big time. Now let's put it on the charger and see if it'll hold a nice charge or not. It should be 6 volts, but I'd be happy with 5.5 or 6. But I guess it's supposed to be 7 volts is the cycle. Slow charge that way. These will be fun. Get on your side of thing. Would you two stop it? Damn cats trying to kill each other. Get on there, you stupid clip. I hate alligator clips. Pain in the ass. You got a light? It is a charging. We'll soon see. Right on. Nice. That's awesome sauce. I'm very happy about that. Yeah. Some of these batteries cost like $80 a pop or $100, $200, depending on what kind of battery they are and what kind of acid they take. Like if it's gel or whatever. So to get a couple of these, what is it? It says, crap, what does it say? Oh, it's a 12 amp hour battery. So it's a little stronger than the ones that were in there. Maybe it'll go faster. More than likely to just burn up my speed control. It's worth a try. Worth a try. What did you guys say? Silly puss. Silly puss. What are you doing? Don't be chewing on that, you stupid ass. You get electrocuted. Quiet! Quiet! Fucking chewing on the cord, dumbass. You're gonna fucking zap yourself, dummy. No wonder you're fucking dead, you dumb cat. Animal, I swear.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Southward Ho! The start of one of Admiral Byrd's 6 expeditions. Later, Byrd charts the course as the ship, her masts outlined against a scarred ice wall, nears the end of a 14,000-mile journey. The sea is strewn with loose, broken ice, but the sturdy ship crunches steadily on to her improvised berth against the ice barrier.
They pushed on, right up to the ice barrier.
Length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there. To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs, and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we're going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last, the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide, which had closed the ice in around us, finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean, and here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge of ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. It seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. Found it chilly, working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition, but it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
Yes, 2K. Hot mic and dude.
You're hot micing, dude. Are you hot micing, dude?
Dude. Hot mic and dude.
Dude, stop hot micing, man.
What does mine say?
I don't know. What does it say?
Sweet. What does mine say? Dude.
Dude. What are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. You okay?
I'm always okay. Mostly. I'm good. I'm going to the movies today. I won't. Otherwise, I was gonna be involved with whatever we're gonna do for the time allotted thing. But I realized that I made an appointment to go see a movie with my family, so I can't.
What film you watching?
Say it again.
What movie are you gonna see?
Oh, we're gonna go see. Shit. Now I forgot. Darn it. Something too. I think it's.
Doctor
I'm
Strange.
trying to remember. No, it's something else. I'll have to ask my wife. Oh, Top Gun 2, I think, is what it is.
Yeah, cool.
I don't know if it's even be worth watching, but go see it anyway. Figure why not, right?
Let me know how it is, man.
Sure. I'm sure it'll be decent.
Do you think they'll redo the volleyball?
I don't know. Good question. It's basically, I guess, the storyline is something about, Goose that got killed at the beginning of the movie. I guess his son is in the movie, and
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm sure it's about his Goose's son becoming Top Gun, I guess, next or something. I don't know. But I'm sure it'll be worth watching. Even, the dog.
Hey, quiet.
It's upset. Oh, that tickles.
You stop barking now. Barking at teddy bear.
Slow. What's that noise? What is that noise? Dog licking the bowl up against the wall or something?
It sounds like he's making a sword, fashioning himself.
Sounds like
Samurai.
the bowl's wiggling. Oh, is that what it is? Samurai.
Oh, I hit my ear.
Oh, you didn't know you know what?
Yasuka. Yasuka.
Put on a bird?
Hello, rookie.
But,
I've been expecting you.
oh no. Oh no,
Swivel around in your chair with the cat on your arm.
Yep, it was. What's up?
Did you see the video I posted about the weather?
Which one? Probably not. But
It was in your server.
yeah, I have. But I haven't been
Yeah,
over
it's
there
pretty
in the
interesting.
next few minutes. So. Is it something I posted or somebody else?
No, I posted it.
Oh, you posted it. I think I did watch something that you posted in there yesterday. I'll have to go check.
I see central bankers here.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here, I think. What is that noise? Dog dish?
What's the hardest
Uh-oh.
drug you guys have ever done?
Hardest drug? What do you mean by that? Like
Like
harmful
the
drug?
hardest thing you ever did?
I don't know. Cocaine, I guess. Why?
You did coke?
I did coke a couple times when I was a kid, yeah. Why?
Yeah, I did
That'd be probably the
cocaine
worst.
once, but I've never liked it. I tried it and it was kind of disgusting for me, so I never tried it again.
I just didn't get high off of it. Didn't seem like a good enough high to waste my time with.
Yeah.
So I did it a few times. Never done heroin or nothing like that, I don't think. Not that I remember anyway.
I
It's
have a
speed, of
friend
course,
who
but
did heroin in high school.
I guess that's the time to do it, right? When you're young.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're gonna pick a time, you might as well do it then, but still, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I admit, I've never shot up or nothing like that. But that doesn't mean I'm any better than anybody else, I'm just saying. You know, never did anything like that. Always thought that would lead to, like, you know, worse situation than I ever wanted to get in. I'm just wanting to get high. I'm not wanting to screw my life up, you know? Well, at least that's the way most people think. Why were you waiting for me? Did you ask me about the video and stuff? I'm just messing with you.
No, I just haven't talked to you in a while. It seems like this server got creator since I was banned.
It was banned? No.
No,
No, I
I
got
got
banned,
banned
didn't
3 months ago, and it seems like
I?
there's less people in here now. Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a lot of people, maybe other people got banned and they just haven't come back. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's so long. It must be dry down in there. Wow, that's weird. No matter how much water I put in that hole, it just keeps going. It keeps fucking absorbing it. Damn. That's insane. There it goes. Well, it's a dry spot again. Better water that one good. What's that? Music? Oh boy.
So this one is from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. If h is in meters, that makes the distance of the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. So that's another way to do it. That's to get the horizon. So if you can scroll up to where it says magnetic fields, that's my first post. Can you click on that picture?
Which one?
The first post that I posted.
At
Couple oil horizon.
2:11 a.m. Where it says the local horizon, also known as the top, like, what's
208.
208?
Yep.
The Bub Byball.
Byball. Platform habitat is at 9.41 miles. I posted the video already. You can go down and click and see the video that I posted. Habitat 6.21 miles, right? So these are not the important things. They're just there to denote distance. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Just like I read down below, right?
Sure.
So the geometric horizon curve calculation, that's what this is. So where is the horizon in the picture with the two platforms?
You can't see. What do you mean? Where's the horizon?
Platforms? Where's the horizon? The apparent place where the sky meets the water. Is it before the platforms, blocking them off?
I don't think you understand what a horizon is.
Oh, really? What is a horizon then?
You're trying to use the horizon where you can't, like, what?
Please tell me, what is the horizon? I've never seen one.
So you're trying to say that since you can see those platforms, the horizon doesn't exist here?
I don't know what a horizon is. Let's get past that first.
Explain to me how...
What's a horizon? Please tell me.
So you're saying that the horizon means you shouldn't be... Okay, well, you're not answering my question, I'm not answering your question, so it's kind of going the same way.
Well, if I'm not sure what a word means, then maybe we should, get the words out, right? What does horizon mean?
It's where you can see, like how far you can see on the Earth.
Horizon
what do you mean?
Is how far you can see.
Yeah.
You got like a source you can cite? That's what it is?
Do I really have to go on Google for this? Oh my god.
Well, I mean, if I'm wrong, you should totally correct me so I'm not wrong again, because I don't want to be ignorant.
Major, I mean, we understand your exasperation, but, just try and hang with us and let's go through the definitions, let's agree on terms so that we can, discuss this. And instead of...
So what website did you get your definition from, by chance?
up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Blah, blah. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Blah, blah. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Blah, blah.
You ready, Central?
I'm still asleep, pretty much.
You're about to go live with your debut hosting show.
Uh-oh. This is my big moment.
Hello, anybody in here?
Hey, Dave.
What's up, Floaty?
What's happening, man? You just time to host the Precious Metals.
Nobody's home. Sorry.
I'm not hosting anything. I was just wondering, are we having it today?
Yeah, we're kind of gonna do a makeshift kind of alternative version while the other one's still on hiatus.
We've got a VC verified in here. Have you already talked to him?
Hero?
Yasuko.
Oh.
Hello, Yasuko. Are you there?
He'd be server muted.
Okay. Guess we're not going to talk to him then.
Oh, he was hot micing. That's the one that was hot micing.
Hero, any new measurements of Earth curve?
Hero has Earth curves. Is that what you said, Central?
He brought a measurement of Earth curve the other day. It was water droplets on a paper towel.
Sweet. Been looking for that.
Yep.
Isn't that technically like water tension or whatever they call it?
Yeah.
Surface tension, that's the drop.
See, it's easy to prove that you live on a globe. Just get some paper towel, put some water on it.
Put some water on
There you go.
it. You're all good. Got proof. Right.
I think that's the Eratosthenes method. It's been proven for thousands of years this way.
We got Yippity Doo VC verified.
Yo, yippity doo. Yippity doo doesn't want to happen yet.
Anyone got a link to a video of the sun changing in angular size as it sets? I know there's a few out there. I'm just looking for one right now.
I've seen one of those on David Weiss's channel, DITRH.
Yeah, the one at the Afghanistan, I think, somewhere. The humidity is really dry and such. The sun changes in size as well over there when it sets. That could be a good one.
All right, I'll take a look.
He uses it a lot in his presentations. Yeah, it's a good example of its changing size as it moves away.
David Weiss's channel, you said?
That's where I saw that, DITRH.
Deep inside the rabbit hole, yeah.
You see that post by Whitsett? NASA calls off most spacewalks after water found in the astronaut's helmet. How do they explain that then?
You don't usually try to explain anything between trouble. Chicken. Okay. It's quiet. Where's all the talkers today?
It's my fault. I was supposed to host the show.
What?
But I'm falling asleep on the job.
We need a hero.
No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't actually supposed to host it.
Hero, where are you at? Come on,
Yeah,
big
Hero.
man.
Come save the globe for us. Got any more of those proofsies? That paper
You mean
towel?
the show that? You mean the precious metal thing is supposed to be at 10 o'clock, not at 2?
I don't know. That wet paper towel proofsy was some hard hitting stuff, Hero. What else you got?
Don't ever talk him, Central. Don't ever talk me.
I mean, to be fair, he did show us a wet paper towel. It's pretty hard to deny the globe now.
True, yeah. Pretty hard. Pretty tough. I'm gonna have trouble with that one.
So NASA is suspending all but most urgent spacewalks after water is found in astronauts' helmet following a March excursion. Agency officials said on Tuesday, May the 17th.
Because he had a what in his hat?
Water, a leak of water. So they're saying that water.
Darn. Walter.
It's called
Water.
real good engineering.
That's that. Yeah, that good engineering can't keep out the water, but boy, it can sure keep out the space crack or whatever you call it.
I mean,
the vacuum.
Yeah. If he were in the vacuum chamber, he would have been dead.
They can make water.
It wouldn't take long. You boil your tongue, I heard. What happens
So
to vacuum through human body?
Yeah,
an astronaut spacesuit.
Not pretty.
Astronaut spacesuit can turn nothing into water. Is that what they're saying?
Sweat for sure. He's definitely sweating in there. Repeat his pants. And it evaporates in his suit, and he gets up in the top in there, and he drowns in it. Yeah. How's that work? I would like to see a logical human being try to explain the things that they claim is true. Like, explain it in layman's terms so we can understand what the heck they're talking about. Because I don't know of anything that they say that really makes any sense. They tell us they're growing lettuce up there, I heard. Lettuce. I don't know, of all the plants that you think of that you'd want to take on a space shuttle, lettuce is quite a large plant, don't you think?
Well,
why would they pick lettuce? And plus, there's really no nutritional value to it. So it's like basically
send a picture to normies and see the response. Yes, you should be able to find some.
I'm sure.
Plenty of them.
Can't fix it. Can't fix that. Stubborn you can fix, ego you can fix, ugly you can even fix, but you can't fix dumb. Or maybe it could be fixed, but probably not without, rigorous whatever. All right, cat, run, get, shoo. Wow, it charged up already. I don't believe it. That battery did turn out good. I'll be damned. It says it's 100% charged. Wow. That's fucking amazing. I'm shocked. Almost too shocked. Now let's test it with the damn battery tester and see if it's out 13 or something. What happens here? Cross your fingers and your T's now. I'll be damned. 13.25, not too bad for an old battery. Not too bad at all. All it needed was a little bit of acid. That's all it ever takes. Little American ingenuity.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. but nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8-inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with a stories. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron and not that important? Similar to Aaron, always reporting, endorsing the fraud and effects without cause, manifest force from a pseudo source, reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They be rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for, submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies type on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics, they always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsified the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo. Oh, hell no. No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up. Prove it. Or we just throw it away and call it a day. It's a wrap. They tweaking and peaking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there. Look at that. Glovers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere. Got 'em. If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Facts. Peeping the Gleason, you ain't proved shit, you a bad debater. Serving up another red herring, someone get a moderator. Second law thermodynamic violation, refrigerator. Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory
This is not
just
what
cause
Butter
they saw
Secret's
it on
about,
TV.
guys.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tards are actual science deniers.
Anybody in?
Over here.
Yeah, you got Sasha 2.0, the globe deceiver here.
Don't talk to me, you troll.
Says the troll.
You're literally a troll, Quark.
Says the troll.
Well, Coastal.
So what's your story? You keep coming back.
Well, I have to educate Flat Earth Truth.
Oh.
Do you know who I am?
It's besides the point.
I'm one of the biggest ex-Flat Earthers ever.
X?
My YouTube
Is
channel
that the
has
first part of your name, X?
50,000 subscribers, where I talked about how I'm an ex-Flat Earther.
No such thing.
I've never seen one.
I'm an
Have you?
ex-Flat Earther, guys. It's
If
hard
you're an
to
ex-Flat
admit,
Earther,
but I'm
if you're
an
an
ex-Flat
ex-Flat
Earther.
Earther, you never were one in the first place. If you're an ex-Flat Earther, you never were
Maybe
one.
you're a liar.
No, I was a Flat Earther, and then
No, you weren't.
God showed me the truth.
Oh, God showed you the lie, and that's what you chose.
Cool. What some God you got there?
What flipped you, Sasha? I think you were a Globo before I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been a Glober for a while. That was like 2 years ago when I was
You've
a
been a
Flat
Glober
Earther.
the whole time.
2 years
That's
ago, I
not
was a
shit.
Flat Earther.
No, you weren't.
2 years ago.
I was
2
here
years
2
ago I
years
was.
ago. You were
That was
never.
when my
a Flat
name was
Earther.
Flat Earth Truth.
You were never a
That's
Flat
when my
Earther
name
on
was
here.
Flat Earth Truth. I was a Flat Earther.
You never were a Flat Earther on here.
Yes, I was. You
No, you
remember?
weren't.
You just maybe you pretend like you don't.
No, because if you're saying you're an ex-Flat Earther, that means you never were in the first place. They antecedent.
What's his name again?
Well,
Sasha,
you can be an ex-Globe Earther. Why can't you be an ex-Flat Earther?
Sasha, stop being a bud.
That's the only way it can go is ex-Glober. You can't go to the truth and then go back to the lie.
Well, that's kind of a logical fallacy, don't you think?
No, it isn't. How so?
Well, obviously, people can have mistaken beliefs. So even if it was flat, you could still be an ex-Flat Earther.
That's just stupid.
But okay.
Earth is still flat anyway, no matter what you choose to call yourself or what you, yeah. You want to give labels to things, people, places, things, fine. Earth is still flat no matter what you think.
I think there should be an ex-Flat Earther role on this server.
That's a good idea. Why don't you start one?
No,
Yeah,
in
start
this
your
server.
Discord and name yourself like that.
Yeah, it doesn't count. Fake flat earthers don't count in this discussion.
Only the really real ones.
So if someone can go and find the truth and then decide to ignore and deny the truth, you don't. That's something else.
I mean, I always believed in evolution from the very beginning, but there was a time where I believed in the flat Earth and evolution at the same time.
Believed.
I mean,
twice
really?
believed. 2 times believed.
Once bitten, twice. What?
So you never knew. You only believed.
Well, yeah, it's impossible to know. You have to believe in the
No, it's not. No, it's not impossible to know what Earth is. It's not impossible. It's very simple.
It is not.
You go to the shore and you look and see how far you can see. Yeah, if you see past the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles at 1 foot above, then it's not a globe.
That would be it. That'd do it. For sure.
So why don't you show us the horizon at 1.225 miles at 1 foot above the sea level, and show us that it shows curve, and your geometric horizon is where it's supposed to be at 1.22 miles, and then that would be the way you would say, okay, I'm a glober now because I have proof of the geometric horizon at this distance.
But oops, you forgot about that.
Sonny, you've been here long enough. You should know that the Earth is a globe by now. You've heard it too many times.
Earth is fucking flat. You're out of your mind, bro.
Hi, bro.
You know what? I'd bet my life on flat, stationary, and contained. Would you?
We have
Would
a
you bet
claim.
your life? Would you bet
Obviously
your life,
not. It's a
Sasha?
stupid bet to make. There's infinite loss and finite gains. That's a
How would you?
bad
I'm just
bet.
saying. I'm just saying. Figuratively speaking, would you bet your life on the knowledge you have or lack of knowledge you have of the globe?
Yes, I would. I would bet $1 million on it. Yeah.
No, I said your
$1 million.
life. If your
Well,
life was
obviously, I'm
on the
not going to
line,
bet my life. That's kind
if
of
your
dumb to
life
bet
was
your
on the
life.
line and you had to choose
Oh, now it's dumb.
globe is
Come on.
real or Earth is flat, stationary, and contained, you would choose the fallacy, the fantasy of the globe, which has never been
The
proven.
P-nice.
Yeah, I would.
Okay,
Sasha,
so you
Sasha, are
choose
you
things
outside?
that are never proven instead of things that are a fact that are proven in verifiably
Well,
proven.
most people think the globe is proven, except for you guys.
Yeah, but they don't have any data or information to prove it, like their geometric horizon. It needs to be a ball first, right?
Yeah, it is a ball.
Yeah, it's never been measured to be a ball. Where was it measured then?
I mean, it's kind of hard to measure a ball that's so big when you're so small.
Oh, so you can't measure it, and yet you're sure of it. That's great, bro. Okay,
I
have
never
fun.
said I was sure of it. I said if I had to choose between flat or globe for my life, I would choose globe.
Okay, so you need to just show curvature, rotation, and gas pressure without a container, and that would be all set.
Well, I'm pretty sure you guys are just flat earthers because you want to believe in God and you think flat Earth proves you're God.
Yeah, you're full of shit. Yeah, it has nothing to do with God.
Straw
Earth is
man
flat.
fallacy.
Earth is flat, measurably so, regardless of what someone believes spiritually.
That's
It's
you guys'
two different
shit.
points. There are two different points, and what you think about what flat earthers think is a non sequitur because you don't have any clue what flat earthers think.
What am I thinking right now?
I mean,
Yeah,
from
what am
the,
I thinking? What
how
am I
long has he
thinking?
been in this Discord? He should be knowing the arguments well.
A couple of years. A couple of years.
Jesus Christ, man, this guy is. You're in denial, man. Like literally in fucking denial.
No, you know what it is? He's just mad at flat earthers because he tries to bring in these fallacious arguments, social casting, like labeling, like all the stuff he tries to do, divert the conversation to something else.
Cat, what the fuck do you want? Shut up. Sorry. My cat's over there crying like a bitch. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, you have a
Dude, shut
Sasha?
up.
You have a Sasha at home.
Yeah, I do. I have a crybaby cat.
Yeah.
Cry whining baby.
Such
Over there crying. I just fed him wet food and dry food and gave him some water and petted him, and now he's over there going, meow, give me some more, Dad.
Should rename your cat Sasha.
Yeah, 2.0, right? Right. Okay, so go on.
So yeah, Sasha, just bring us the proof, and that's fine. But I think you just admitted that you don't care about proof. You only want to believe. So that's your choice.
Proof? What's that?
Being angry.
Nobody's laughing at my dumb jokes today. I see how.
I think he's being honest. He said he's believing. So
that's true.
it's basically that's it. Nothing else to it. No proof. Nothing. No evidence. Nothing. So, I don't know what's his argument is even about?
What argument?
Exactly.
I didn't know we were arguing. I could be wrong. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. You think? Okay. I wonder.
Anyway, God's handiwork is self-evident, and there's Werner von Braun agrees.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yep. The firmament showeth his handiwork. Yeah, that's true. Well, there's actually a proof of God in the creation all around you every
Well,
day.
there's no evidence of the firmament.
Yeah, we have gas pressure, bro.
Really?
Yeah, but you can have gas pressure with gravity.
Yeah, but no, you can't. Show it then.
Gas pressure with gravity.
You mean it's on Earth right now?
Show it. How would
You're
you prove
breathing
that?
the oxygen right now.
You only could believe that because it can't be shown.
You got a
Can't see the
believe.
firmament then because it
So
doesn't.
so listen, you're the religious one here, Sasha. Sasha, it might be shocking, but you're actually the religious one here, not us.
You guys don't even believe in evolution. You call me religious?
I don't know what you said, but if it included believe, yeah, we don't have to believe. You do.
You don't believe.
I said you guys don't believe in evolution. Yeah, you're calling
We don't have
me
to believe something that's been
I can
proven.
tell you a million reasons why it's not true. Well, maybe
No,
not a million. Just close.
that's going into the weeds. It needs to be proven first. Why would we believe
Yeah.
something that's never been proven?
Sasha, can you explain like how science and faith goes together? Like, can you explain that part? You keep saying belief.
Well, there's some philosophical things that we can't prove.
Yeah,
The
and
only
what is
thing-
science? Is it philosophical as well? Or what? How is it compatible? Can you explain that part at least, so we know the distinction,
Religion and
the
science-
definitions between them?
Religion and science are very different from each other.
Right. You keep invoking belief. Why we don't believe?
You guys are invoking religion.
Okay, whatever.
Sonny was the one who said God's evidence is self-evident.
Let me guess, you saw curvature underneath your toe on the beach.
You're just a reality denier. That's all, Sasha. I don't know what the reason, what the cause of that is. You seem to be very angry about your situation. That's not our fault. That's not God's fault. And that's not Earth's fault.
How is it not God's fault?
Because
Don't
you're
talk
the
about
one
God.
making the choices, bro. You are the one choosing to be the way
Yeah,
you are.
God made
You're
me,
choosing
so
that.
isn't that kind of ultimately his fault?
No, you have freedom of choice. You have free will.
Sasha, why don't you want to believe?
Because I don't like to believe, I like to know.
Good. So, flat Earth is knowing, and globe Earth is believing. So, choose wisely.
No, I think it's the other way around.
No, you don't. I can hear your voice. You're just fucking around.
So you think
Yeah.
I'm a flat earther?
I know
No,
you
you-
know the Earth is flat.
You're just butthurt that you can't see it.
Yeah, everyone on Earth is flat earther.
I mean,
Welcome.
sometimes I do wish I had your guys' imagination. You guys are very creative, but I still think
Imagination,
it's a
bro.
globe.
I'm sorry
I mean,
I
you guys
interrupted.
imagine the flat Earth, so you guys have a very
No, we
strong
don't.
imagination.
We measure it. You're projecting your imagination. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, clearly we're right about this. You've been coming here a lot, Sasha. So, what's the deal? Why do you keep acting like a glober? You're not.
Yeah, actually, I'm a flat earther. You're right.
Thank you. Appreciate
He's
that.
just
Can I
mad.
get the flat earther roll?
You don't have to be mad, Sasha. Just relax. Earth is flat and stationary. When you sit in your chair, you're still.
I haven't been in the server for the past like 3 months.
That's
really?
okay. Never mind. That's all right.
This dude, you were there yesterday. I think you were in yesterday.
Yeah, before yesterday, I haven't been here for 3 months.
Oh, whatever. In that 3 months, you didn't find Earth curvature, did you?
Well, I didn't need to find it. I already knew it was a curved.
How do you even know, though? Yeah, you say you like to know stuff. Well, how do you know?
Well, celestial poles are not possible in flat Earth, so it must be a globe.
Yeah, you're roboting. But I'd like to know what you actually did yourself that proved the globe to you.
Took a time lapse of a sky and I saw the celestial poles, and then I realized it must be a globe.
You might want to start typing because I cannot understand you. Just type in there, what did you do yourself? That's what we need to know. What you did yourself to find out that Earth is actually verifiably a globe. Well, how did you prove that to yourself? You had to have done some action to prove that to yourself.
He's done nothing himself. That's why he's trapped in the belief of the globe. Because it's just about sitting on your ass and just believing the stories that are dished to you and accepting those are the truth. And it's literally like someone who can't see something and he's frustrated because he can't see it. And then he starts pointing the finger back at everyone who can see it to try and make them feel bad for seeing it when he's actually the one lacking the ability to see. Kind of like those three-dimensional images where you kind of squint a little bit and then the image stands
I
out.
mean, it's kind of like
You can't see that.
schizophrenia patient who keeps hallucinating, and I'm trying to help you guys not see it.
Quite the opposite. There's definitely a longing from your side to be convinced. That's why you come back here. But yet, some part of you wants to be combative, and you almost get more kick out of being combative rather than your overwhelming desire to be part of this group of intelligent individuals.
Well, I'm an intelligent individual, so
Yeah. So, just a recap, belief in the globe is exactly that, a belief.
After all you've heard here, Sasha, you still think it's a globe.
yeah, I do. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't, but that's okay. We don't care if you want to be obstinate, you want to be combative with us. That's fine.
Yeah, listen,
That's okay.
when everybody realizes en masse, en masse, however you say that, we're not going to. I'll speak for myself. I'm not going to punch you in the face too many times for how much of an asshole you've been this whole time, Sasha. I hope that makes sense.
Wait, is that Glat Flobe?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound very different. Did you get a new microphone?
Well, it's a different computer, and yeah,
Sasha,
I'm on a
your mic
shittier
sounds
connection.
shit. Can you fix your mic, Sasha? Sounds like you're talking out of your ass.
No, but seriously, I'll welcome you in with open arms, Sasha. When your family kicks you out because you're a flat earther, you can come stay at my place.
I'll always have a place for him here when he kicked out.
And when we homestead together, when the world ends, Sasha, we won't make you be just the potato farmer. You can milk the cows in the morning too.
I'll be like the leader of the community that survives
You're cutting
during a
off.
zombie apocalypse.
Man, what kind of connection do you have? Where are you?
You know, if the zombie apocalypse is just full of people like you, Sasha, I'd say bring it on. Tough crowd. It's all love, Sasha. I know you're a flat earther. We all know you're a flat earther. That's okay. That's why you keep coming back. And that's fine. So
No, I think he loves the attention around him.
No,
yeah, but he knows
his
we're
wife-
the cool kids club regardless. So he wants to be part of the cool kids club.
True.
He's like, "Oh, I was hanging with the flat earthers the whole time. What do you mean, guys? Yeah, Earth's flat. It's been flat the whole time."
That's not really Glat Flobe, is it?
Yeah, it's totally me.
Are you serious? Hi,
Yeah,
you
dude.
sound totally different.
Well, it's a different computer
That's that okay.
and a different mic and all that. Yeah.
A new mic as well. Yeah, that sounds really good. Clean and
different account as well.
Yeah, but my old account is still my main account. I just had to set up this new one because I couldn't for some reason log into my main account here. So yeah.
So anti-Sophis isn't working?
Not on this computer.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, for some reason I can't log in with this one. I don't know, because I forgot the password and it's not letting me reset it. So I was just like, well, fuck this. I'll just get a new account.
But that headset mic sound of yours was like a trade.
I know, don't worry. I've got another headset. I just got to get home and set it up. I'm in Minnesota.
I'm like, is he lying? I'm questioning myself. I'm like, wait a minute. Am I wrong?
It's got the crispiest sound in the world, your other account has, dude.
I know, man.
Yeah, I know. I'll be back to it soon. Don't you worry.
All right.
What kind of mic did you get?
It's just an HP gaming headset that I need to plug in.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, this is just the laptop mic right now.
That's pretty clear.
Oh, the laptop mic. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that probably makes more sense, huh?
No, I thought you had like a podcast mic of some sort.
Right now.
Yeah. It sounds really good. Like
well,
one.
it's a 2021 MacBook Pro, so it's a decent computer. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And it's got a great mic.
Big difference.
Sounds almost as good as your head or whatever you were using before.
Cool. Well, either way, I didn't go anywhere, and I'm not cloned by an imposter. How do I prove that?
It's weird though. It changes your voice though. It's mad. There is a significant change.
Yeah, I know there is. Yeah, I never liked the way my voice sounds on any mic anyway, so I'm glad you guys do.
Speak your native language and tone, Gladflow. Speak Russian. Go ahead.
Okay.
Russian? What is that?
In Soviet Russia, energy drink you.
Now I'm on board.
Now you're on board, yes. I'm your huckleberry.
Yet.
Biggie.
I can't do it very well.
I still have my doubts about this being Gladflow. I have my doubts.
You still have doubts, huh?
No, I recognize him, but it's better. He's like a 2022 upgrade.
Maybe he's a man finally.
Just say the Earth measures flat.
Just say it. The Earth measures flat. Here, do you want me to say it like I'm talking to a glober? See, listen, the Earth measures flat. Okay. How's
there
that
you go.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not sunny? Just kidding.
I have a sunny.
It is sunny.
Sounds a lot like me, I think, sometimes. They're like my long lost twin or something.
Well, I know one thing. We need to hang out, Sonny. That's for sure.
Yeah, man. Shoot. Dang. I can't. I might have to leave this wretched place I live in because they're getting like, and I won't stay on the topic long, but they're getting draconian, and I'm starting to wonder, like, they're doing all these inspections and stuff. They do 2 inspections, and then they do a surprise inspection. This has never happened before. Anyway, I digress. I'll get off of it, but I might end up traveling or something. We'll see what happens this next year. But I wanted to talk about actually what Flat Earth Solar brought up, a very important point about the Globers, that they have this desire to know what we know, but they can't seem to see it, or if they do, they can't admit it. And the obvious evidence for this is that they have whole entire servers devoted to us. like their stance may be like seemingly against us, but they're basically honoring us by giving all that time, and it's all about us, flat earthers. So that's a very poignant thing you brought up there, Solar.
You talking about the anti-flat earthers or what?
Yeah, they want to be
Ah.
converted. Why do they keep showing up? They
I
want.
agree.
They want to
That's
know.
what I'm
They
saying.
really. They
They're trying to
actually really
grandfather their
want
way
to.
in. You know what I mean? They're trying to grandfather their way into flat Earth because it's
Desperately
going to
want to
go.
be converted.
The paradigm's going to go from globe Earth to we don't know to, well, it's flat. So now let's focus on whether or not it's outer space and blah, blah, blah. He wants to be in on the ground floor, the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
All of these people do.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Eggshells, Gem Panda, Zanuck, all arguing for flat Earth? It just doesn't seem right.
I can imagine never seeing them again and them never leaving their houses again after the world wakes up. But yeah.
No. That in between stage is very interesting. I'm like, what the heck is going to happen here? Yeah, I know this is speculation stuff, but yeah, I wonder. Like, is the old being dismantled, or is that just me, like pie in the sky kind of thinking? Pie in the sky. Did I actually fucking say that? What the hell?
He's got high hopes.
High hopes?
High apple pie in the sky.
Sound good?
Sound like you're talking to a drill motor.
No, it's a whale.
What was that?
The trimmer. The trimmer. I'm trimming my beard.
Oh, well, thanks for sharing.
And I just touched it against the microphone and it went ring.
Vibrator.
Yeah. Let's just keep listening to you do your
It's a
morning,
vibrator.
afternoon stuff, huh?
Okay, you might want to mute.
What did you say?
You might want to mute while you're. Yeah.
He was the guy from South Park who could speak, from the old South Park. Man, that is nasty. The voice.
The skinny zitty one. Yeah, I know my shaver is tuned to the key of D. How about yours?
342 hertz or 440, Sonny?
I don't know, man. Yeah, D and 440. Yeah. Miggy.
What up, yo?
Hey, I see you back there in the background. You awful quiet, man.
Yeah, it's precious metal, so I don't know if I could have jumped in or not, so I didn't say anything.
No, it's not precious metals. It's gold and silvers. But we're still here.
Oh.
We're just taking up the space that they are taking a little break. Precious metals, so we're not trying to take over their spot. We're actually holding their spot precious for them. So this is kind of a open forum. I'm of the mind, I don't mind moderators speaking. I don't know why they're so rigid about that, but that's them. I'm not going to talk about them. This is us right now. Moderators are allowed. My point of view. So there.
Well, we got no rolls banco.
What if we don't want your opinion?
Well, you can have your voice too there if you don't want. Then, if you don't want moderators, then we can talk about that. But let's talk about Banco for a minute. Bancho, hello. Oh, you dip? They always think they're going to come back in unmuted when they dip. Funny.
What about definitely? I'm definitely not Keshev upside down.
How do you read his name? I can't see.
It's in my phone.
Yeah. Is it Cash?
I can read it too.
Kashev?
Keshav.
Shevsky. Are you Russian?
No, I'm Indian.
Oh, yo. Hello. Welcome to the server. Hi. So what brought you here?
Nothing, just the name of the server brought me here.
Okay. So you have some kind of curiosity or interest in the topic of the name? Anything?
I want to know that, are you trolls?
No, definitely not. We
Then
do have a
how
VC
is
check-in
slang?
right above. So, to vet out people and, but sometimes we can uncheck them here as well to do the bypassing part, just to check some people here. But no, definitely not. A real Flat Earth Discord. Empirical evidence at hand.
Then please send the evidence.
Send me evidence.
Well, listen, what should we call you? Kishov?
Whatever. I don't mind.
Okay, whatever. Let's see. I'll go ahead and VC verify you since you did speak up. Listen, we don't care what you believe here. If you believe in the globe Earth, we want to hear about why you believe it. So welcome to the server. Let me see if I can find you. Continue on, you guys.
Well, here, I figured out kind of what happened to my account. You guys, if you verify your account with your phone number, your email and your phone number is infinitely attached to that account, and so that's why I couldn't pull up my other account on this computer. It was weird. But yeah, phone number issue.
Oh.
You can have two accounts on one phone number.
Russian area code.
Huh?
Because of your Russian area code.
Yes. Yep.
That's why. That's the issue.
Do they have area codes in Russia? How do they even do phones?
We'll probably never know. They won't let us. They won't give us that information. We never see Russian news either, do we?
Nope. All we see is yellow and blue flags in every American's window for virtue signaling purposes.
Really weird. Yeah. Anyway, so what's his name? Dipped. That's okay.
Oh, Bancho's back.
Still here, isn't he? Oh no, he dipped. He said hi and then he left.
Bancho.
Yeah, we got Pancho Porus.
Okay, let's take a look. Here we go. I'll unmute him. Pancho, are you there?
Hey, Pancho, we're talking to you, man. Come on, Pancho. Answer the question, man.
Senor Porus, to the live stream. Say it again.
Changing curvature.
Wait a minute. Everybody be quiet. Hold on. Everybody quiet. What did you say, Pancho? Pancho.
Pancho and Bancho are brothers.
Pancho, if you don't speak, Senor, in about 5 seconds, I'm just going to have to remute you. 5, 4, 3.
Come on, Pancho. Where's the Earth curve calculator?
You got this, Pancho.
Measurements.
2. 2. What?
Get a job, man. Get a job.
Get a job. Is that your best proof of the globe?
That was good. I had the finger on the button.
Get a job, you stupid piece of doo-doo. How dare you?
You're muted.
What a pretty snowflake.
That's okay, Pancho. When you come back in, you'll still be muted. Great. I'm curious if... Go ahead, Jim.
Here's some easy money for those who are interested. Maybe very easy money. You were talking about the Ukraine flag being flown in, for virtue signaling purposes. The team that won the NFL, the Los Angeles Rams, had the same team colors, as the Ukraine flag, and then you go, okay, is there a team in the NBA that's playing right now in the playoffs that have the same colors as the Ukraine flag? Golden State Warriors, they're still alive. Might be some easy money there, So and they are favored to win the NBA. So maybe if you're a betting person, throw a little money on the flag, the Ukraine flag. Thanks.
Cool. So we won't talk about that too long. It's one of the things we're not supposed to. Anyway, Jacob
Oops,
Rothschild.
my bad.
Jacob Rothschild, I know you haven't spoken. Are you able to speak today? Sir Rothschild.
Jakob.
Jakob.
Please share your plans for the future.
You've been unmuted. Could you please speak up?
Jacob.
Oh, he's got listening pass only. He
Yeah.
can't speak then, right? Would you like to speak? Could you type in the live stream voice text? Mr. Rothschild. Okay, that's a shame. Oh, well, okay. I'll mute you. You could DM me if you want.
I don't think he's interested in talking.
Hey, AI, I don't know how to start the event, so...
He's only listening. He just wants to listen. He wants to hear what you think.
I don't know about starting the event. I don't have those kind of abilities.
What do you do?
To start an event? Or I don't know how to start an event.
If you're a moderator, you just click on it.
I'm not a moderator. I'm not a moderator.
Oh, well, darn. Sucks being you.
No, I like where I'm at.
I was going to say. It might be easier. I'm sure you can get someone to do it. AI or somebody in here.
Okay, moving right along.
Is it official yet?
Say it again.
Is it official yet?
Is what?
There we go. Now it's official.
Bollocks is here. Bollocks, would you like to speak up? Globe Earther. Saw you pop in. Bollocks, are you there?
Bollocks or bollocks?
Bollocks. He was here yesterday, last night.
Balls.
Yesterday.
Well, it's okay, Bollocks. If you have something to bring, you have proofs, or you want to discuss something in particular, just feel free to chime in, okay?
This Miggy guy looks new. I reckon he's a Glober.
Yeah, what is that? What is Miggy? What's a Miggy?
Miggy's a Glober. He's lost in the globe. He can't get out of it.
On the fence, maybe? Or is he
stuck there? Stuck on the fence? No, just kidding.
What an asshole.
That's funny.
Hey, you stop. You stop now. He came up with the 3 points, guys. We owe him everything.
Hey. Watch it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you fell the wrong way, Sasha. That's all.
So this could be a new take on precious metals. It's called mod
just
abuse.
fell over sideways. You did.
Mod abuse.
What's that?
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that. We're doing something that's not that. Remember?
Precious metals abuse mods.
We are precious, though. Sometimes. At least our mommy thinks
Okay. We have a Bumblebee on the fence. Bumblebee, would you like to join in the chat?
I don't think I've heard her story before. Maybe she wants to share something.
I can keep listening, if that's okay.
Okay, very well.
Welcome back, Bumblebee.
Thank you.
Have you ever noticed how bumblebees defy gravity every single day?
Yep, they hover.
Yeah.
They do they?
Oh, Matthew Learns in the house.
He's a flat earther. Don't need to talk to him.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, yeah, fuck those flat earthers.
Hey, Matthew, I think I found that 5% of the time when there's bendy light. So when I saw it, I thought of you. So thank you. I appreciate.
Really?
I like my bendy light. My bendy light.
Right.
Yeah. It's
well,
my
many
new
are called, but few are chosen. So
it's my new favorite beer, Bendy Light. Bendy Light.
How about Bendy Ice?
Well, hi Matthew. How's it going?
I'm doing all right. Happy precious metals. Is there a question of the day yet?
Oh no, I don't think we've done the question thing yet.
No, that's a different format. This is
question.
not precious metals. Right now is not precious metals. Let me reiterate. This is not precious metals. This is the same slot of time. We are the gold and silvers. We still have our time here. We're just having an open format here of discussion. So that's it.
We are the bold, silver, and gold.
Sonny, permission to speak, sir.
Please do.
I will allocate all of my time to Gladflow. Go ahead, Gladflow.
Oh, okay. Well, so Matthew, I had a long road trip yesterday, and I was listening to you try to explain yourself. But so, okay, we run on facts, you run on belief. That's the sides of it. So, what's your excuse? Why do you choose to believe instead of know stuff?
I guess I would characterize it differently. That we both run on evidence we look at, and then we have different interpretations of that evidence. But I guess it depends on what you mean by know and by believe and by proof and by evidence. So it's all kind of epistemological questions, I guess.
Yeah, except for when I can the earth, when I didn't find any curvature.
See, I don't think anybody can physically directly measure the Earth. You have to make some assumptions and do some calculations.
You don't have to do assumptions. You just measure it. You just look. There
Yeah,
it
if you
is.
want to,
There's a distance.
if you want to
Yes,
get the physical makeup of something, then you get the physical makeup of something, right? You don't assume it. I'm not going to assume an apple is apple shaped. I'm going to determine that myself.
Yeah, I can slap a ruler on my desk right here and see how tall the desk is. But it's hard to do that with larger things, is what I'm saying.
Well, you know how you used the Everest example over the
Right,
last...
that's an example of a calculation.
Yeah, it is. Now, I'm not going to say either way that they got the correct calculation for Everest. The point is, though, if they wanted to, they could get every single inch of it because the whole thing is right there in front of us.
Until they do, what should we believe about the height of Everest?
I don't make any claims about the height of Everest. How's that sound?
That's acceptable. So until they actually physically measure Everest, you could remain agnostic about it and say, well, we don't have a physical direct measurement of Everest, so I'm not making any claims about how high Everest is.
Good.
Would that be?
So could we do that for the globe too?
I'll be back, guys.
You could. Yeah, no, you could.
You
I just
should.
prefer to actually I have a lower standard of evidence, I guess. I actually am okay with saying that Everest is 29,000 feet high or whatever, even if they haven't directly measured it yet.
Well, that's mind-blowing.
What do you mean?
Hey, Matthew, is there a certain threshold, like 100 proofs that the Earth is not a spinning, watery, bendy, curvy ball that you would say, or do you need 200 proofs or 300 proofs? If you go over to Australia, you have the Trans-Australian Railroad that goes 301 miles. No engineer, no architect, anything has ever said that they had to calculate bendy curve into 301 miles. It should drop 11.42 miles or bend 11.42 miles over that 301 miles. It's pretty much straight, but there's no bend, no evidence of bend, nothing in the architecture or the engineering that says it bends. And then you go a little bit south of there to the Air Highway, the EYRE Highway. It's 90 miles straight highway. It should bend 5,400 feet. No engineer, no architect, no nothing says that they built any bend or 5,400 feet into it. So it's basically straight. So do you need 300, 400, 500 proofs of flat Earth, or are you just like, no, 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 no. My ego, my cognitive dissonance, my reputation, my pride is more important than 1,000 flat Earth proofs. I mean, is there a threshold where you just kind of go, well, I was wrong and you guys were right?
Yeah, it's not a threshold of a certain number of proofs or so-called evidences one way or the other. I think more it's the quality of the individual ideas and evidences, not like 200 versus 400 versus 100 or whatever. In
So
fact, I think some of Eric Dubé's
go
ones
ahead.
are sort of
Go ahead.
duplicated, right? Like Eric Dubé has 200 proofs, but it seems like several of them are kind of the same thing. So I would say that he probably doesn't even have 200 separate ones.
So if you researched, if you actually went into the research and looked at the blueprints and the engineering